1880s, the Chinese Empire did not operate a single railroad. The first railroad in Persia was built only in 1888, and it connected Tehran with a Muslim holy site about 10 kilometers south of the capital. It was constructed and operated by a Belgian company. In 1950, the total railway network of Persia still amounted to a meager 2,500 kilometers in a country 7 times the size of Britain. The Chinese and Persian did not lack technological inventions such as steam engines, which could be freely copied or bought. They lacked the values, myths, judicial apparatus, and socio-political structures that took centuries to form and mature in the West and which could not be copied and internalized rapidly. France and the United States quickly followed in Britain's footsteps because the French and Americans already shared the most important British myths and social structures. The Chinese and Persians could not catch up as quickly because they thought and organized their societies differently. This explanation sheds new light on the period from 1500 to 1850. During this era, Europe did not enjoy any obvious technological, political, or economic advantage over the Asian powers. Yet, the continent built up a unique potential, whose importance suddenly became obvious around 1850. The apparent equality between Europe, China, and Muslim world in 1750 was a mirage. Imagine two builders, each busy constructing very tall towers. One builder uses wood and mud bricks, whereas the other uses steel and concrete. At first, it seems that there is not much of a difference between the two methods, since both towers grow at a similar pace and reach a similar height. However, once a critical threshold is crossed, the wood and mud tower cannot stand the strain and collapses, whereas the steel and concrete tower grows story by story as far as the eye can see. What potential did Europe develop in the early modern period that enabled it to dominate the late modern world? There are two complementary answers to this question: modern science and capitalism. Europeans were used to thinking and behaving in a scientific and capitalist way even before they enjoyed any significant technological advantage. When the technological bonanza began, Europeans could harness it far better than anybody else. So it is hardly coincidental that science and capitalism form the most important legacy that European imperialism has bequeathed the post-European world of the 21st century. Europe and Europeans no longer rule the world, but science and capital are growing ever stronger. The victories of capitalism are examined in the following chapter. This chapter is dedicated to the love story between European imperialism and modern science. The mentality of conquest. Modern science flourished in and thanks to European empires. The discipline obviously owes a huge debt to ancient scientific traditions, such as those of classical Greek, China, India, and Islam. Yet, its unique character began to take shape only in the early modern period, hand in hand with the imperial expansion of Spain, Portugal, Britain, France, Russia, and the Netherlands. During the early modern period, Chinese, Indians, Muslims, Native Americans, and Polynesians continued to make important contributions to the scientific revolution. The insights of Muslim economists were studied by Adam Smith and Karl Marx. Treatments pioneered by Native American doctors and found their way into English medical texts and data extracted from Polynesian informants revolutionized Western anthropology. But until the mid-20th century, the people who collated These myriad scientific discoveries, creating scientific disciplines in the process, were the ruling and intellectual elites of the global European empires. The Far East and the Islamic world produced minds as intelligent and curious as those of Europe. However, between 1500 and 1950, they did not produce anything that comes even close to Newtonian physics or Darwinian biology. This does not mean that Europeans have a unique gene for science or that they will forever dominate the study of physics and biology, just as Islam began as an Arab monopoly but was subsequently taken over by Turks and Persians. So modern science began as a European specialty but is becoming a multi-ethnic enterprise. What forced the historical bond between modern science and European imperialism? Technology was an important factor in the 19th and 20th centuries, but in the early modern era it was of limited importance. The key factor was that the plant-seeking botanist and the colony-seeking naval officer shared a similar mindset. Both scientist and conqueror began by admitting ignorance. They both said, I don't know what's out there. They both felt compelled to go out and make new discoveries, and they both hoped the new knowledge thus acquired would they make them masters of the world. European imperialism was entirely unlike all other imperial projects in history. Previous seekers of empire tended to assume that they already understood the world. Conquest merely utilized and spread their view of the world. The Arabs, to name one example, did not conquer Egypt, Spain or India in order to discover something they did not know. The Romans, Mongols and Aztecs voraciously conquered new lands in search of power and wealth, not of knowledge. In contrast, European imperialists set out to distant shores in the hope of obtaining new knowledge along with new territories. James Cook was not the first explorer to think this way. The Portuguese and Spanish voyagers of the 15th and 16th centuries already did. Prince Henry the Navigator and Vasco da Gama explored the coast of Africa and while doing so seized controls of islands and harbors. Christopher Columbus discovered America and immediately claimed sovereignty over the new lands for the kings of Spain. Ferdinand Magellan found a way around the world and simultaneously laid the foundation for the Spanish conquest of the Philippines. As time went by, the conquest of knowledge and the conquest of territory became even ever more tightly intertwined. In the 18th and 19th centuries, almost every important military expedition that left Europe for distant lands had on board scientists who set out not to fight but to make scientific discoveries. When Napoleon invaded Egypt in 1798, he took 165 scholars with him. Among other things, they founded an entirely new discipline, Egyptology, and made important contribution to the study of religion, linguistics, and botany. In 1831, the Royal Navy sent the ship HMS Beagle to map the coast of South America, the Falkland Islands, and Galapagos Island. The Navy needed this knowledge in order to be better prepared in the event of war. The ship's captain, who was an amateur scientist, decided to add a geologist to the expedition to study geological formations they might encounter on the way. After several professional geologists refused his invitation, the captain offered the job to a 22-year-old Cambridge graduate, Charles Darwin. Darwin had studied to become an Anglican parson, but was far more interested in geology and natural sciences than in the Bible. He jumped at the opportunity and the rest is history. The captain spent his time on the voyage, drawing military maps while Darwin collected the empirical data and formulated the insights that would eventually become the theory of evolution. On 20th July 1969, Neil Armstrong and Buzz Aldrin landed on the surface of the moon in the months leading up to their expedition. The Apollo 11, Apollo 2 astronauts trained in a remote moon-like desert in the western United States. The area is home to several Native American communities, and there is a story or legend describing an encounter between the astronauts and one of the locals. One day, as they were training, the astronauts came across an old Native American. The man asked them what they were doing there. They replied that they were part of a research expedition that would shortly travel to explore the moon. When the old man heard that, he fell silent for a few moments and then asked the astronauts if they could do him a favor. "What do you want?" they asked. "Well," said the old man, the people of my tribe believe that holy spirits live on the moon. I was wondering if you could pass an important message to them from my people." "What's the message?" asked the astronauts. The man uttered something in his tribal language and then asked the astronauts to repeat it again and again until they had memorized it correctly. "What does it mean?" asked the astronauts. "Oh, I cannot tell you. It's a secret that only our tribe and the moon spirits are allowed to know." When they returned to their base, the astronauts searched and searched until they found someone who could speak the tribal language and asked him to translate the secret message. When they repeated what they had memorized, the translator started to laugh uproariously. When he calmed down, the astronauts asked him what it meant. The man explained that the sentence they had memorized so carefully said, "Don't believe a single word these people are telling you. They have come to steal your lands." Empty maps. I'm repeating. Don't believe a single word these people are telling you. They have come to steal your lands. Empty maps. The modern explorer and conqueror mentality is nicely illustrated by the development of world maps. Many cultures drew world maps long before the modern age. Obviously, none of them really knew the whole of the world. No Afro-Asian culture knew about America and no American culture knew about Afro-Asia. But unfamiliar areas were simply left out or filled with imaginary monsters and wonders. These maps had no empty spaces. They gave the impression of a familiarity with the entire world. During the 15th and 16th centuries, Europeans began to draw world maps with lots of empty spaces, one indication of the development of the scientific mindset, as well as of the European imperial drive. The empty maps were a psychological and ideological breakthrough, a clear admission that Europeans were ignorant of large parts of the world. The crucial turning point came in 1492, when Christopher Columbus sailed westward from Spain, seeking a new route to East Asia. Columbus still believed in the old complete world maps. Using them, Columbus calculated that Japan should have been located about 7,000 kilometers west of Spain. In fact, more than 20,000 kilometers, and an entire unknown continent separate East Asia from Spain. On 12 October 1492, at about 2 a.m., Columbus' expedition collided with the unknown continent. Juan Rodriguez Bermejo, watching from the mast of the ship Pinta, spotted an island in which we now call the Bahamas, and shouted, "Land, land!" Columbus believed he had reached a small island off the East Asian coast. He called the people he found there Indians because he thought he had landed in the Indies, what we now call the East Indies or the Indonesian archipelago. Columbus stuck to this error for the rest of his life. The idea that he had discovered a completely unknown continent was inconceivable for him and for many of his generation. For thousands of years, not only the greatest thinkers and scholars, but also the infallible scriptures had none, only Europe, Africa, and Asia. Could they all have been wrong? Could the Bible have missed half the world? It would be as if in 1969, on its way to the moon, Apollo 2 had crashed into a hitherto unknown moon circling the Earth, which all previous observations had somehow failed to spot. In his refusal to admit ignorance, Columbus was still a medieval man. He was convinced he knew the whole world, and even his momentous discovery failed to convince him otherwise. Here is a picture, a European bird map from 1459. Europe is in the top left corner. The map is filled with details, even when depicting areas that were completely unfamiliar to Europeans, such as southern Africa. The first modern man was Amerigo Vespucci, an Italian sailor who took part in several expeditions to America in the year 1499 to 1504. Between 1502 and 1504, two texts describing these expeditions were published in Europe. They were attributed to Vespucci. These texts argued that the new lands discovered by Columbus were not islands off the East Asian coast, but rather an entire continent unknown to the scriptures. Classical geographers and contemporary Europeans in 1507, convinced by these arguments, a respected mapmaker named Martin Red C. Muller published an updated world map, the first to show the place where Europe's westward sailing fleets had landed as a separate continent. Having drawn it, Ward C. Muller had to give it a name, erroneously believing that Amerigo Vespucci had been the person who discovered it. Ward C. Muller named the continent in his favor America. The Ward C. Muller map became very popular and was copied by many other cartographers, spreading the name he had given the new land. There is poetic justice in the fact that a quarter of the world and two of its 7 continents are named after a little non-Italian, whose sole claim to fame is that he had the courage to say, "We don't know." The discovery of America was the foundation event of the scientific revolution. It not only taught Europeans to favor present observations over past traditions, but the desire to conquer America also obliged Europeans to search for new knowledge at breakneck speed. If they really wanted to control the vast new territories, they had to gather enormous amounts of new data about the geography, climate, flora, fauna, languages, culture, and history of the new continent. Christian scriptures, old geography books, and ancient oral traditions were of little help. Henceforth, not only European geographers, but European scholars in almost all other fields of knowledge began to draw maps with spaces left to fill in. They began to admit that their theories were not perfect and that there were important things that they did not know. The Europeans were drawn to the blank spots on the map as if they were magnets and promptly started filling them in. During the 15th and 16th century, European expeditions circumnavigated Africa, explored America, crossed the Pacific and Indian Oceans, and created a network of bases and colonies all over the world. They established the first truly global empires and knitted together the first global trade network. The Europeans' imperial expeditions transformed the history of the world. From being a series of histories of isolated peoples and cultures, it became the history of the single, integrated human society. Here is another picture. The Salviati World Map, 1525. While the 1459 World Map is full of continents, islands, and detailed explanations, the Salviati map is mostly empty. The eye wanders south along the American coastline until it peters into emptiness. Anyone looking at the map and possessing even minimal curiosity is tempted to ask what's beyond this point. The map gives no answer. It invites the observer to set sail and find out. These European explore and conquer expeditions are so familiar to us that we tend to overlook just how extraordinary they were. Nothing like them had ever happened before. Long distance campaigns of conquest are not a natural undertaking. Throughout history, most human societies were so busy and local conflicts and neighborhood quarrels that they never considered exploring and conquering distant lands. Most great empires extended their control only over their immediate neighborhood. They reached far-flung lands simply because their neighborhood kept expanding. Thus, the Romans conquered Etruria in order to defend Rome, 350 to 300 BC. They then conquered the Po Valley in order to defend Etruria, 200 BC. They subsequently conquered Provence to defend that Po Valley, 120 BC, Gaul to defend Provence, 50 BC, and Britain in order to defend Gaul. It took them 400 years to get from Rome to London in 350 BC. No Roman would have conceived of sailing directly to Britain and conquering it. Occasionally, an ambitious ruler or adventurer would embark on a long-range campaign of conquest, but such campaigns usually followed well-beaten imperial or commercial paths. The campaigns of Alexander the Great, for example, did not result in the establishment of a new empire, but rather in the usurpation of an existing empire, that of the Persians. The closest precedents to the modern European empires were the ancient naval empires of Athens and Carthage and the medieval naval empire of Majapahit, which had sway over much of Indonesia in the 14th century. Yet, even these empires rarely ventured into unknown seas. Their naval exploits were local undertakings when compared to the global ventures of the modern Europeans. Many scholars argue that the voyages of Admiral Zheng He of the Chinese Ming dynasty heralded and eclipsed the European voyages of discovery. Between 1405 and 1433, Zheng led 7 huge armades from China to the far reaches of the Indian Ocean. The largest of these comprised almost 300 ships and carried close to 30,000 people. They visited Indonesia, Sri Lanka, India, the Persian Gulf, the Red Sea, and East Africa. Chinese ships anchored in Jeddah, the main harbor of the Hejaz, and in Malindi on the Kenyan coast. Columbus' fleet of 1492, which consisted of 3 small ships manned by 120 sailors, was like a trio of mosquitoes compared to Zheng He's drove of dragons. Yet there was a crucial difference. Zheng He explored the oceans and assisted pro-Chinese rulers, but he did not try to conquer or colonize the countries he visited. Moreover, the expeditions of Zheng He were not deeply rooted in Chinese politics and culture. When the ruling faction in Beijing changed during the 1430s, the new overlord abruptly terminated the operation. The great fleet was dismantled. Crucial technical and geographical knowledge was lost, and no explorer of such stature and means ever set out again from a Chinese port. Chinese rulers in previous centuries restricted their interest and ambitions to the Middle Kingdom's immediate environs. The Zheng He expeditions proved that Europe did not enjoy an outstanding technological age. What made Europeans exceptional was their unparalleled and unsatiable ambition. to explore and conquer. Although they might have had the ability, the Romans never attempted to conquer India or Scandinavia. The Persians never attempted to conquer Madagascar or Spain, and the Chinese never attempted to conquer Indonesia or Africa. Most Chinese rulers left even nearby Japan to its own devices. There was nothing peculiar about that. The oddity is that early modern Europeans caught a fever that drove them to sail to distant and completely unknown lands full of alien cultures, take one step onto their beaches and immediately declare, I claim all these territories for my king. Jiang He's flagship next to that of Columbus, it is a picture. Now move forward. Invasion from outer space. Around 1517, Spanish colonists in the Caribbean islands began to hear vague rumors about a powerful empire somewhere in the center of the Mexican mainland. A mere 4 years later, the Aztec capital was a smoldering ruin. The Aztec empire was a thing of the past, and Hernan Cortes lorded over a vast new Spanish empire in Mexico. The Spaniards did not stop to congratulate themselves or even to catch their breath. They immediately commenced explore and conquer operations in all directions. The previous rulers of Central America, the Aztecs, the Toltecs, the Maya, barely knew South America existed and never made any attempt to subjugate it over the course of 2000 years, yet within little more than 10 years of the Spanish conquest of Mexico, Francisco Pizarro had discovered the Inca Empire in South America, vanquishing it in 1532. Had the Aztec and Incas shown a bit more interest in the world surrounding them, and had they known what the Spaniards had done to their neighbors, they might have resisted the Spanish conquest more keenly and successfully. In the years separating Columbus' first journey to America, 1492, from the landing of Cortes in Mexico, 1519, the Spaniards conquered most of the Caribbean islands, setting up a chain of new colonies for the subjugated natives. These colonies were hell on earth. They were ruled with an iron fist by greedy and unscrupulous colonists who enslaved them and set them to work in mines and plantations, killing anyone who offered the slightest resistance. Most of the native population soon died, either because of the harsh working conditions or the virulence of the diseases that hitchhiked to America on the conquerors' sailing ships. Within 20 years, almost the entire native Caribbean population was wiped out. The Spanish colonists began importing African slaves to fill the vacuum. The genocides took place on the very doorstep of the Aztec Empire, yet when Cortes landed on the empire's eastern coast, the Aztecs knew nothing about it. The coming of the Spaniards was the equivalent of an alien invasion from outer space. The Aztecs were convinced that they knew the entire world and that they ruled most of it. To them, it was unimaginable that outside their domain could exist anything like these Spaniards. When Cortes and his men landed on the sunny beaches of today's Veracruz, it was the first time the Aztecs encountered a completely unknown people. The Aztecs did not know how to react. They had trouble deciding that these strangers were what these strangers were. Unlike all non-humans, the aliens had white skin. They also had lots of facial hair. Some had hair the color of the sun. They stank horribly. Native hygiene was far better than Spanish hygiene. When the Spaniards first arrived in Mexico, natives bearing incense burners were assigned to accompany them wherever they went. The Spaniards thought it was a mark of divine honor. We know from native sources that they found the newcomers smelled unbearable. Here is another map. The Aztec and Inca empires at the time of the Spanish conquest. The Aryans' material culture was even more bewildering. They came in giant ships, the like of which the Aztecs had never bewildering. They came in giant ships, the like of which the Aztecs had never imagined, let alone seen. They rode on the back of huge and terrifying animals, swift as the wind. They could produce lightning and thunder out of shiny metal sticks. They had flashing long swords and impenetrable armor, against which the natives' wooden swords and flint spears were useless. Some Aztecs thought these must be gods. Others argued that they were demons or the ghosts of the dead or powerful sorcerers. Instead of concentrating all available forces and wiping out the Spaniards, the Aztecs deliberated, did and negotiated. They saw no reason to rush. After all, Cortes had no more than 550 Spaniards with him. What could 550 men do to an empire of millions? Cortes was equally ignorant about the Aztecs, but he and his men had significant advantages over their adversaries, while the Aztecs had no experience to prepare them for the arrival of these strange-looking and foul-smelling aliens. The Spaniards knew that the earth was full of unknown human realms, and no one had greater expertise in invading alien lands and dealing with situations about which they were utterly ignorant. For the modern European conqueror, like the modern European scientist, plunging into the unknown was exhilarating. So when Cortes anchored off that sunny beach in July 1519, he did not hesitate to act. Like a science fiction alien emerging from his spaceship, he declared to the awe-struck locals, "We come in peace. Take us to your leader." Cortes explained that he was a peaceful emissary from the great king of Spain and asked for a diplomatic interview with the Aztec ruler Montezuma II. This was a shameless lie. Cortes led an independent expedition of greedy adventurers. The king of Spain had never heard of Cortes nor of the Aztecs. Cortes was given guides, food and some military assistance by local enemies of the Aztecs. He then marched towards the Aztec capital, the great metropolis of Tenochtitlan. The Aztec allowed the aliens to march all the way to the capital, then respectfully led the aliens' leader to meet Emperor Montezuma. In the middle of interview, Cortes gave a signal, and steel-armed Spaniards butchered Montezuma's bodyguards, who were armed only with wooden clubs and stone blades. The honored guest took his host prisoner. Cortes was now in a very delicate situation. He had captured the emperor, but was surrounded by tens of thousands of furious enemy warriors, millions of hostile civilians, and an entire continent about which he knew practically nothing. He had at his disposal only a few hundred Spaniards, and the closest Spanish reinforcement were in Cuba, more than 1500 kilometers away. Cortes kept Montezuma captive in the palace, making it look as if the king remained free and in charge, and as if the Spanish ambassador were no more than a guest. The Aztec Empire was an extremely centralized polity, and this unprecedented situation paralyzed it. Montezuma continued to behave as if he ruled the empire, and the Aztec allied continued to obey him, which meant they obeyed Cortes. This situation lasted for several months, during which time Cortes interrogated Montezuma and his attendants, trained translators in a variety of local languages, and sent small Spanish expeditions in all directions to become familiar with the Aztec Empire and the various tribes, peoples, and cities that it ruled. The Aztec allied eventually revolted against Cortes, and Montezuma elected a new emperor and drove the Spaniards from Tenochtitlan. However, by now, numerous cracks had appeared in the imperial edifice. Cortes used the knowledge he had gained to prise the cracks opened wider and split the empire from within. He convinced many of the empire's subject pupils to join him against the ruling Aztec elite. The subject pupils miscalculated badly. They hated the Aztecs, but knew nothing of Spain or the Caribbean genocide. They assumed that with Spanish help, they could shake off the Aztec yoke. The idea that the Spanish would take over never occurred to them. They were sure that if Cortes and his few hundred henchmen caused any trouble, they could easily be overwhelmed. The Bavaria's pupil provides Cortes with an army of tens of thousands of local troops, and with its help, Cortes besieged Tenochtitlan and conquered the city. At this stage, more and more Spanish soldiers and settlers began arriving in Mexico, some from Cuba, others all the way from Spain. When the local people realized what was happening, it was too late. Within a century of the landing at Veracruz, the native population of the Americas had shrunk by about 90%, due mainly to unfamiliar diseases that reached America with the invaders. The survivors found themselves under the thumb of a greedy and racist regime that was far worse than that of Aztecs. 10 years after Cortes landed in Mexico, Pizarro arrived on the shore of the Inca Empire. He had far fewer soldiers than Cortes. His expedition numbered just 168 men, yet Pizarro benefited from all the knowledge and experience gained in previous invasions. The Inca, in contrast, knew nothing about the trade of the Aztecs. Pizarro plagiarized Cortes. He declared himself a peaceful emissary from the king of Spain, invited the Inca ruler Atahualpa to a diplomatic interview, and then kidnapped him. Pizarro proceeded to conquer the paralyzed empire with the help of local allies. If the subject pupils of the Inca Empire had known the fate of the inhabitants of Mexico, they would not have thrown in their lot with the invaders, but they did not know. The native people of America were not the only ones to pay a heavy price for their parochial outlook. The great empires of Asia, the Ottoman, the Safavid, the Mughal, and the Chinese were very quickly heard that the Europeans had discovered something big. Yet they displayed little interest in these discoveries. They continued to believe that the world revolved around Asia and made no attempt to compete with the Europeans for control of America or of the new ocean lands in the Atlantic and the Pacific. Even puny European kingdoms such as Scotland and Denmark sent a few explore and conquer expeditions to America, but not one expedition of either exploration or conquest was ever sent to America from the Islamic world, India or China. The first non-European power that tried to send a military expedition to America was Japan. That happened in June 1942, when a Japanese expedition conquered Kiska and Attu, two small islands off the Alaskan coast, capturing in the process 10 US soldiers and a dog. The Japanese never got any closer to the mainland. It is hard to argue that the Ottoman or Chinese were too far away, or that they lacked the technological, economic, or military wherewithal. The resources that sent Zheng He from China to East Africa in the 1420s should have been enough to reach America. The Chinese just were not interested. The first Chinese world map to show America was not issued until 1602, and then by a European missionary. For 300 years, Europeans enjoyed undisputed mastery in America and Oceania, in the Atlantic and the Pacific. The only significant struggles in those regions were between different European powers. The wealth and resources accumulated by the Europeans eventually enabled them to invade Asia too, defeat its empires, and divide it among themselves. When the Ottomans, Persians, Indians, and Chinese woke up and began paying attention, it was too late. Only in the 20th, 12th, 20th century. Only in the 20th century did non-European cultures adopt a truly global vision. This was one of the crucial factors that led to the collapse of European hegemony. Thus, in the Algerian War of Independence, 1954 to 62, Algerian guerrillas defeated a French army with an overwhelming numerical, technological, and economic advantage. The Algerians prevailed because they were supported by a global anti-colonial network and because they worked out how to harness the world's media to their cause, as well as public opinion in France itself. The defeat that Little North Vietnam inflicted on the American colossus was based on a similar strategy. These guerrilla forces showed that even superpowers could be defeated if a local struggle became a global cause. It is interesting to contemplate what might have happened had Montezuma been able to manipulate public opinion in Spain and gain assistance from one of Spain's rivals, Portugal, France, or the Ottoman Empire. Rare spiders and forgotten scripts. Modern science and modern empires were motivated by the restless feeling that perhaps something important awaited beyond the horizon, something they had better explore and master. Yet the connection between science and empire went much deeper, not just the motivation but also the practices of empire builders were entangled with those of scientists. For modern Europeans, building in an empire was a scientific project, while setting up a scientific discipline was an imperial project. When the Muslims conquered India, they did not bring along archaeologists to systematically study Indian history, anthropologists to study Indian cultures, geologists to study Indian soils, or zoologists to study Indian fauna. When the British conquered India, they did all of these things. On 10 April 1802, the Great Survey of India was launched. It lasted 60 years with the help of tens of thousands of native laborers, scholars and guides. The British carefully mapped the whole of India, marking borders, measuring distance, and even calculating for the first time the exact height of Mount Everest and the other Himalayan peaks. The British explored the military resources of Indian provinces and locations of their gold mines, but they also took the trouble to collect information about rare Indian spiders, to catalog colorful butterflies, to trace the ancient origins of extinct Indian languages, and to dig up forgotten ruins. Mohenjo-daro was one of the chief cities of Indus Valley civilization, which flourished in the 3rd millennium BC and was destroyed around 1900 BC. None of India's pre-British rulers, neither the Mauryas nor the Guptas nor the Delhi Sultans nor the great Mughals, had given the ruins a second glance, but a British archaeological survey took notice of the site in 1922. A British team then excavated it and discovered the first great civilization of India, which no Indian had been aware of. Another telling example of British scientific curiosity was the deciphering of cuneiform script. This was the main script used throughout the Middle East for close to 3000 years, but the last person able to read it probably died sometimes in the early 1st millennium AD. Since then, inhabitants of region frequently encountered cuneiform inscriptions on monuments, steles, ancient ruins and broken pots, but they had no idea how to read the weird angular scratches, and as far as we know, they never tried. Cuneiform came to the attention of Europeans in 1618 when the Spanish ambassador in Persia went sightseeing in the ruins of ancient Persepolis, where he saw inscriptions that nobody could explain to him. News of the unknown script spread among European savants and piqued their curiosity. In 1657, European scholars published the first transcription of a cuneiform text from Persepolis. More and more transcriptions followed, and for close to 2 centuries, scholars in the West tried to decipher them. None succeeded. In the 1830s, British officer named Henry Rawlinson was sent to Persia to help the Tsar train his army in the European style. In his spare time, Rawlinson traveled around Persia, and one day he was led by local guides to a cliff in the Zagros Mountains and shown the huge Behistun inscription, about 15 meters high and 25 meters wide. It had been etched high up on the cliff face on the command of King Darius I, sometime around 500 BC. It was written in cuneiform script in 3 languages: Old Persian, Elamite, and Babylonian. The inscription was well known to the local population, but nobody could read it. Rawlinson became convinced that if he could decipher the writing, it would enable him and other scholars to read the numerous inscriptions and texts that were at the time being discovered all over the Middle East, opening a door into an ancient and forgotten world. The first step in deciphering the lettering was to produce an accurate transcription that could be sent back to Europe. Rawlinson defied death to do so, scaling the steep cliff to copy the strange letters. He hired several locals to help him, most notably a Kurdish boy who climbed to the most inaccessible parts of the cliff in order to copy the upper portion of the inscription. In 1847, the project was completed, and a full and accurate copy was sent to Europe. Rawlinson did not rest on his laurels. As an army officer, he had military and political missions to carry out. But whenever he had a spare moment, he puzzled over the secret script. He tried one method after another and finally managed to decipher the Old Persian part of the inscription. This was easiest, since Old Persian was not that different from modern Persian, which Rawlinson knew well. An understanding of the Old Persian Saxon gave him the key he needed to unlock the secrets of the Elamite and Babylonian Saxons. The great door swung open, and out came a rush of ancient but lively voices. The bustle of Sumerian bazaars, the proclamations of Assyrian kings, the arguments of Babylonian bureaucrats. Without the efforts of modern European imperialists such as Rawlinson, we would not have known much about the fate of the ancient Middle Eastern empires. Another notable imperialist scholar was William Jones. Jones arrived in India in September 1783 to serve as a judge in the Supreme Court of Bengal. He was so captivated by the wonders of India that within less than 6 months of his arrival, he had founded the Asiatic Society. This academic organization was devoted to studying the cultures, histories, and societies of Asia, and in particular those of India. Within 2 years, Jones published his observations on the Sanskrit language, which pioneered the science of comparative linguistics. In his publications, Jones pointed out surprising similarities between Sanskrit and ancient Indian language that became the sacred tongue of Hindu ritual, and the Greek and Latin language, as well as similarities between all these languages and Gothic, Celtic, Old Persian, German, French, and English. Thus in Sanskrit, mother is mater. In Latin it is matter, and in Old Celtic it is mather. Jones surmised that all these languages must share a common origin, developing from a now forgotten ancient ancestor. He was thus the first to identify what later came to be called the Indo-European family of languages. Jones' study was an important milestone not merely due to his bold and accurate hypothesis, but also because of the orderly methodology that he developed to compare languages. It was adopted by other scholars, enabling them systematically to study the development of all the world's languages. Linguistics received enthusiastic imperialism. The European empires believed that in order to govern effectively, they must know the language and culture of their subjects. British officers arriving in India were supposed to spend up to 3 years and Calcutta in a college where they studied Hindu and Muslim law alongside English law, Sanskrit, Urdu and Persian alongside Greek and Latin, and Tamil, Bengali and Hindustani culture alongside mathematics, economics and geography. The study of linguistics provided invaluable help in understanding the cultural structure and grammar of local languages. Thanks to the work of pupils like William Jones and Henry Rawlinson, the European conquerors knew their empires very well, far better indeed than any previous conquerors or even than the native population itself. Their superior knowledge had obvious practical advantages. Without such knowledge, it is unlikely that a ridiculously small number of Britons could have succeeded in governing, oppressing and exploiting so many hundreds of millions of Indians for 2 centuries. Throughout the 19th and early 20th centuries, fewer than 5,000 British officials, about 40,000 to 70,000 British scholars, and perhaps another 1 lakh British business pupils, hangers on wives and children were sufficient to conquer and rule up to 300 million Indians. Yet these practical advantages were not the only reason why empires financed the study of linguistics, botany, geography, and history. No less important was the fact that science gave the empires ideological justification. Modern Europeans came to believe that acquiring new knowledge was always good. The fact that empires produced a constant stream of new knowledge branded them as progressive and positive enterprises. Even today, histories of sciences such as geography, archaeology, and botany cannot avoid crediting the European empires, at least indirectly. Histories of botany have little to say about the suffering of the Aboriginal Australians, but they usually find some kind words for James Cook and Joseph Banks. Furthermore, the new knowledge accumulated by the empires made it possible, at least in theory, to benefit the conquered populations and bring them the benefit of progress, to provide them with medicine and education, to build railroads and canals, to ensure justice and prosperity. Imperialists claimed that their empires were not vast enterprises of exploitation, but rather altruistic projects conducted for sake of non-European races. In Rudyard Kipling's words, the white man's burden. Take up the white man's burden. Send forth the best e-breed. Go bind your sons to exile, to serve your captive needs, to wait in heavy harness on flattered flock and wild. Your new caught, stolen pupil, half devil and half child. Of course, the fact often belied this myth. The British conquered Bengal, the richest province of India, in 1764. The new rulers were interested in little except enriching themselves. They adopted a disastrous economic policy that a few years later led to the outbreak of the Great Bengal Famine. It began in 1769, reached catastrophic levels in 1770 and lasted until 1773. About 10 million Bengalis, a third of the province's population, died in the calamity. In truth, neither the narrative of oppression and exploitation nor that of the white man's burden completely matches the fact. The European empires did so many different things on such a large scale that you can find plenty of examples to support whatever you want to say about them. You think that these empires were evil monstrosities, that spread death, oppression, and injustice around the world. You could easily fill an encyclopedia with their crimes. You want to argue that they in fact improved the conditions of their subject with new medicines, better economic conditions, and greater social security. You could fill another encyclopedia with their achievements due to their close cooperation with science. These empires wielded so much power and changed the world to such an extent that perhaps they cannot be simply labeled as good or evil. They created the world as we know it, including the ideologies we use in the order to judge them. But science was also used by imperialists to more sinister ends. Biologists, anthropologists, and even linguists provided scientific proof that Europeans are superior to all other races and consequently have the right, if not perhaps the duty, to rule over them. After William Jones argued that all Indo-European languages descend from a single ancient language, many scholars were eager to discover who the speakers of that language had been. They noticed that the earliest Sanskrit speaker who had invaded India from Central Asia more than 3000 years ago had called themselves Arya. The speakers of the earliest Persian language called themselves Arya. European scholars consequently surmised that the people who spoke the primordial language that gave birth to both Sanskrit and Persian, as well as to Greek, Latin, Gothic, and Celtic, must have called themselves Aryans. Could it be a coincidence that those who founded the magnificent Indian, Persian, Greek, and Roman civilizations were all Aryans? Next, British, French, and German scholars wedded the linguistic theory about the industrious Aryans to Darwin's theory of natural selection and posited that the Aryans were not just a linguistic group but a biological entity, a race, and not just any race but a master race of tall, light-haired, blue-eyed, hard-working, and super-rational humans who emerged from the midst of the north to lay the foundation of the culture throughout the world. Regrettably, the Aryans who invaded India and Persia intermarried with the local natives they found in these lands, losing their light complexions and brown hair, and with them their rationality and diligence. The civilization of India and Persia consequently declined. In Europe, on the other hand, the Aryans preserved their racial purity. This is why Europeans had managed to conquer the world and why they were fit to rule it, provided they took precautions not to mix with inferior races. Such racist theories, prominent and respectable for many decades, have become anathema among scientists and politicians alike. People continue to conduct a heroic struggle against racism without noticing that the battlefront has shifted and that the place of racism in imperial ideology has now been replaced by culturalism. There is no such word, but it's about time we coined it. Among today's elites, assertions about the contrasting merits of diverse human groups are almost always couched in terms of historical differences between cultures rather than biological differences between races. We no longer say it's in their blood, we say it's in their culture. Thus, European right-wing parties which oppose Muslim immigration usually take care to avoid racial terminology. Marine Le Pen's speech writers would have been shown the door on the spot had they suggested that the leader of the Front National go on television to declare that we don't want those inferior Semites to dilute our Aryan blood and spoil our Aryan civilization. Instead, the French Front National, the Dutch Party for Freedom, the Alliance for the Future of Austria, and their like tend to figure that tend to argue that Western culture, as it had evolved in Europe, is characterized by democratic values, tolerance, and gender equality, whereas Muslim culture, which evolved in the Middle East, is characterized by hierarchical politics, fanaticism, and misogyny. Since the two cultures are so different, and since many Muslim immigrants are unwilling and perhaps unable to adopt Western values, they should not be allowed to enter, lest they foment internal conflicts and corrode European democracy and liberalism. Such culturist arguments are fed by scientific studies in the humanities and social sciences that highlights the so-called clash of civilization and the fundamental differences between different cultures. Not all historians and anthropologists accept these theories or support their political uses. But whereas biologists today have an easy time disavowing racism, simply explaining that the biological differences between present-day human populations are trivial. It is harder for historians and anthropologists to disavow culturalism. After all, if the differences between human cultures are trivial, why should we pay historians and anthropologists to study them? Scientists have provided the imperial project with practical knowledge, ideological justification, and technological gadgets. Without this contribution, it is highly questionable whether Europeans could have conquered the world. The conqueror returned the favor by providing scientists with information and protection, supporting all kinds of strange and fascinating projects, and spreading the scientific way of thinking to the far corner of the earth. Without imperial support, it is doubtful whether modern science would have progressed very far. There are very few scientific disciplines that did not begin their lives as servants to imperial growth and that do not owe a large proportion of their discoveries, collections, buildings, and scholarships to the generous help of army officers, navy captains, and imperial governors. This is obviously not the whole story. Science was supported by other institutions, not just by empires. And the European empires rose and flourished, thanks also to factors other than science. Behind the meteoric rise of both science and empire lurks a one particularly important force: capitalism. Were it not for businessmen seeking to make money, Columbus would not have reached America, James Cook would not have reached Australia, and Neil Armstrong would never have taken that small step on the surface of the moon. Chapter 16: The Capitalist Creed. Money has been essential both for building empires and for promoting science. But is money the ultimate goal of these undertakings, or perhaps just a dangerous necessity? It is not easy to grasp the true role of economics in modern history. Whole volumes have been written about how money founded states and ruined them, opened new horizons and enslaved millions, moved the wheels of industry and drove hundreds of species into extinction. Yet to understand modern economic history, you really need to understand just a single word. The word is growth. For better or worse, in sickness and in health, the modern economy has been growing like a hormone-sourced teenager. It eats up everything it can find and puts on inches faster than you can count. For most of history, the economy stayed much the same size. Yes, global production increased, but this was due mostly to demographic expansion and the settlement of new lands. Per capita production remained static, but all that changed in the modern age. In 1500, global production of goods and services was equal to about $250 billion. Today, it hovers around $60 trillion. More importantly, in 1500, annual per capita production averaged $550. By today, every man, woman, and child produces on the average $8,800 a year. What accounts for this stupendous growth? Economics is a notoriously complicated subject. To make things easier, let's imagine a simple example. Samuel Greedy, a shrewd financier, found a bank in El Dorado, California. A. Stone, an up and coming contractor in El Dorado, finishes his first big job, receiving payment in cash to the tune of $1 million. He deposits this sum in Mr. Greedy's bank. The bank now has $1 million in capital. In the meantime, Jane McDonald, an experienced but impecunious El Dorado chef, thinks she sees a business opportunity. There's no really good bakery in her part of town, but she does not have enough money of her own to buy a proper facility complete with industrial ovens, sinks, knives, and pots. She goes to the bank, presents her business plan to Greedy, and persuades him that it's a worthwhile investment. He issues her a $1 million loan by crediting her account in the bank with that sum. McDonald's now hires Stone, the contractor, to build and furnish her bakery. His price is $1 million. When she pays him with a check drawn on her account, Stone deposits it in his account in the Greedy bank. So now, much money does Stone have in his bank account? Right, $2 million. How much money? Cash is actually located in bank's safe. Yes, $1 million. It does not stop here. Our contractors are wont to do. 2 months into the job, Stone informed McDonald that due to unforeseen problems and expenses, the bill for constructing the bakery will actually be $2 million. Mrs. McDonald is not pleased, but she can hardly stop the job in the middle. So she pays another visit to the bank, convinces Mr. Greedy to give her an additional loan, and he puts another $1 million in her account. She transfers the money to the contractor's account. How much money does Stone have in his account now? He has got $3 million. But how much money is actually sitting in the bank? Still just $1 million. In fact, the same $1 million that's been in the bank all along. Current US banking law permits a bank to repeat this exercise 7 more times. The contractor would eventually have $10 million in his account, even though the bank still has but $1 million in its value. Bonds. Banks are allowed to loan $10 for every dollar they actually purchase, which means that 90% of all the money in our bank account is not covered by actual coins and notes. If all of the account holders at Barclays Bank suddenly demand their money, Barclays will promptly collapse unless the government steps in to save it. The same is true of Lloyds, Deutsche Bank, Citibank, and all other banks in the world. It sounds like a giant Ponzi scheme, does not it? But if it's a fraud, then the entire modern economy is a fraud. The fact is, it's not a deception, but rather a tribute to the amazing abilities of the human imagination. What enables bank and the entire economy to survive and flourish is our trust in the future. This trust is the sole backing for most of the money in the world. In the bakery example, the discrepancy between the contractor's account statement and the amount of money actually in the bank is Mrs. McDonald's bakery. Mr. Greedy has put the bank's money into the asset, trusting that one day it would be profitable. The bakery has not baked a loaf of bread yet, but McDonald and Greedy anticipate that a year hence it will be selling thousands of loaves, cakes, and cookies each day at a handsome profit. Mrs. McDonald will then be able to repay her loan with interest. If at that point Mr. Stone decides to withdraw his savings, Greedy will be able to come up with the cash. The entire enterprise is thus founded on trust in an imaginary future. The trust that the entrepreneur and the banker have in the bakery of their dreams, along with the contractor's trust in the future solvency of the bank. We have already seen that money is an astounding thing because it can represent my wide different objects and convert anything into almost anything else. However, before the modern era, this ability was limited. In most cases, money could represent and convert that actually existed in the present. This imposed a severe limitation on growth since it made it very hard to finance new enterprises. Consider our bakery again. Could McDonald's get it built if money could represent only tangible objects? No, in the present. She has a lot of dreams, but no tangible resources. The only way she could get by her bakery built would be to find a contractor willing to work today and receive payments in a few years' time if and when the bakery starts making money. Alas, such contractors are rare breeds. So our entrepreneur is in a bind without a bakery. She can't bake cakes. Without cakes, she can't make money. Without money, she can't hire a contractor. Without a contractor, she has no bakery. Humankind was trapped in this predicament for thousands of years. As a result, economies remained frozen. The way out of the trap was discovered only in the modern era, with the appearance of a new system based on trust in the future. In it, people agreed to represent imaginary goods, goods that do not exist in the present, with a special kind of money they called credit. Credit enables us to build the present at the expense of the future. It is founded on the assumption that our future resources are sure to be far more abundant than our present resources. A host of new and wonderful opportunities open up if we can build things in the present using future income. If credit is such a wonderful thing, why did nobody think of it earlier? Of course they did. Credit arrangements of one kind or another have existed in all non-human cultures, going back at least to ancient Sumer. The problem in previous eras was not that no one had the idea or knew how to use it. It was that people seldom wanted to extend much credit because they did not trust that the future would be better than the present. They generally believed that times past had been better than their own time. Future would be worse or at best much the same. To put that in economic terms, they believed that the total amount of wealth was limited, if not dwindling. People therefore considered it a bad bet to assume that they personally or their kingdom or the entire world would be producing more wealth 10 years down the line. Business looked like a zero-sum game. Of course, the profits of one particular bakery might rise, but only at the expense of the bakery next door. Venice might flourish, but only by improvising Genoa. The King of England might enrich himself, but only by robbing the King of France. You could cut the pie in many different ways, but it never got any bigger. That's why many cultures concluded that making bundles of money was sinful. As Jesus said, it is easier for a camel to pass through the eye of a needle than for a rich man to enter into the kingdom of God. Matthew 19:24. If the pie is static and I have a big part of it, then I must have taken somebody else's slice. The rich was obliged to do penance for their evil deeds by giving some of their surplus wealth to charity. Entrepreneur's dilemma. No bakery, no cake, no money, no contractor. If the global pie stayed the same size, there was no margin for credit. Credit is the difference between today's pie and tomorrow's pie. If the pie stays the same, why extend credit? It would be an unacceptable risk unless you believe that a baker or king asking for your money might be able to steal a slice from a competitor. So it was hard to get a loan in a pre-modern world, and when you got one, it was usually small, short-term, and subject to high interest rate. Upstart entrepreneurs thus found it difficult to open new bakeries, and great kings who wanted to build palaces or wage wars had no choice but to raise the necessary funds through high taxes and tariffs. The magic circle of modern economy. No bakeries, cakes that pay loans back, then trust in the future, credit paying contractors, or a circle that was fine for kings as long as their subject remained docile. But a scullery maid who had a great idea for a bakery and wanted to move up in the world generally could not only dream of wealth while scrubbing down the royal kitchen's floors. It was loss because credit was limited. People had trouble financing new businesses because there were few new businesses. The economy did not grow. Because it did not grow, people assumed it never would, and those who had capital were wary of extending credit. The expectation of stagnation fulfilled itself, a growing pie. Then came the scientific revolution and the idea of progress. The idea of progress is based on the notion that if we admit our ignorance and invest resources in research, things can improve. This idea was soon translated into economic terms. Whoever believes in progress believes that geographical discoveries, technological inventions, and organizational developments can increase the sum total of human production, trade, and wealth. New trade routes in the Atlantic could flourish without ruining old routes in the Indian Ocean. New goods could be produced without reducing the production of old ones. For instance, one could open a new bakery specializing in chocolate cakes and croissants without causing bakeries specializing in bread to go bust. Everybody would simply develop new taste and eat more. I can be wealthy without your becoming poor. I can be obese without your dying of hunger. The entire global pie can grow. Over the last 500 years, the idea of progress convinced people to put more and more trust in the future. This trust created credit. Credit brought real economic growth, and growth strengthened the trust in the future and opened the way for even more credit. It did not happen overnight. The economy behaved more like a roller coaster than a balloon, but over the long run, with the bumps evened out, the general direction was unmistakable. Today there is so much credit in the world that governments, business corporations, and private individuals easily obtain large long-term and low-interest rates, interest loans that far exceeded in current income. The pre-modern economy, the modern economy. In pre-modern economy, slow growth, little trust in the future, and little credit, then slow growth. This is a circle. And the modern economy, much trust in the future that result in much credit and fast growth. The belief in a growing global pie eventually turned revolutionary. In 1776, the Scottish economist Adam Smith published The Wealth of Nations, probably the most important economics manifesto of all time. In the 8th chapter of its first volume, Smith made the following novel argument. When a landlord, a weaver, or a shoemaker has greater profits than he needs to maintain his own family, he uses the surplus to employ more assistants in order to further increase his profits. The more profits he has, the more assistants he can employ. It follows that an increase in the profits of private entrepreneurs is the basis for the increase in collective wealth and prosperity. This may not strike you as very original because we all live in a capitalist world that takes Smith's argument for granted. We hear variations on this theme every day in the news, yet Smith claimed that the selfish human urge to increase private profits is the basis for collective wealth is one of the most revolutionary ideas in human history. Revolutionary not just from an economic perspective, but even more so from a moral and political perspective. What Smith says is, in fact, that greed is good and that by becoming richer, I benefit everybody, not just myself. Egoism is altruism. Smith taught people to think about the economy as a win-win situation, in which my profits are also your profits. Not only can we both enjoy a bigger slice of pie at the same time, but the increase in your slice depends upon the increase in my slice. If I am poor, you too will be poor since I cannot buy your products or services. If I am rich, you too will be enriched since you can now sell me something. Smith denied the traditional contradiction between wealth and morality and threw open the gates of heaven for the rich. Being rich meant being moral. In Smith's story, people become rich not by despoiling their neighbors, but by increasing the overall size of the pie. And when the pie grows, everyone benefits. The rich are accordingly the most useful and benevolent people in society because they turn the wheels of growth for everyone's advantage. All this depends, however, on the rich using their profits to open new factories and hire new employees rather than wasting them on non-productive activities. Smith therefore repeated like a mantra the maxim that when profit increases, the landlord or weavers will employ more assistants, and not when profit increases, Scrooge will hoard his money in a chest and take it out only to count his coins. A crucial part of the modern capitalist economy was the emergence of a new ethic, according to which profits ought to be reinvested in production. This brings about more profits, which are again reinvested in production, which brings more profit, etc. ad infinitum. Investment can be made in many ways: enlarging the factory, conducting scientific research, developing new products. Yet all these investments must somehow increase production and translate into larger profits. In the new capitalist creed, the first and most sacred commandment is the profits of production must be reinvested in increasing production. That's why capitalism is called capitalism. Capitalism distinguishes capital from mere wealth. Capital consists of money, goods, and resources that are invested in production. Wealth, on the other hand, is buried in the ground or wasted on unproductive activities. A pharaoh who pours resources into a non-productive pyramid is not a capitalist. A pirate who loots a Spanish treasure fleet and buries a chest full of glittering coins on the beach of some Caribbean island is not a capitalist, but a hard-working factory hand who reinvests part of his income in the stock market is. The idea that the profits of production must be reinvested in increasing production sounds trivial, yet it was alien to most people throughout history. In pre-modern times, people believed that production was more or less constant. So why reinvest your profits if production won't increase by much, no matter what you do? Thus, medieval noblemen espoused an ethic of generosity and conspicuous consumption. They spent their revenues on tournaments, bouquets, palaces and wars, and on charity and monumental cathedrals. Few tried to reinvest profits in increasing their manors output, developing better kinds of wheat, or looking for new markets. The pre-modern economy, production leads to profit. The modern economy, this is a circle. Profits leads to production, production leads to profit. In the modern era, the nobility has been overtaken by a new elite whose members are true believers in the capitalist creed. The new capitalist elite is made up not of dukes and marquises, but of board chairmen, stock traders, and industrialists. These magnates are far richer than the medieval nobility, but they are far less invested in extravagant consumption, and they spend a much smaller part of their profits on non-productive activities. Medieval noblemen wore colorful robes of gold and silk and devoted much of their time to attending banquets, carnivals, and glamorous tournaments. In comparison, modern CEOs don dreary uniforms, called suits, that afford them all the panache of a flock of crows, and they have little time for festivities. The typical venture capitalist rushes from one business meeting to another, trying to figure out where to invest his capital and following the ups and downs of the stocks and bonds he owns. 2. His suits might be buses, and he might get to travel in private jet, but these expenses are nothing compared to what he invests in increasing human production. It's not just Versailles-clad business moguls who invest to increase productivity. Ordinary folk and government agencies think along similar lines. How many dinner conversations in modest neighborhoods sooner or later bog down in interminable debate about whether it is better to invest one's savings in the stock market, bonds, or property. Governments do strive to invest their tax revenues in productive enterprises that will increase future income. For example, building a new port could make it easier for factories to export their products, enabling them to make more taxable income, thereby increasing the government's future revenues. Another government might prefer to invest in education on the grounds that educated people form the basis for the lucrative high-tech industries, which pay lots of taxes without needing extensive port facilities. Capitalism began as a theory about how the economy functions. It was both descriptive and prescriptive. It offered an account of how money worked and promoted the idea that reinvesting profits in production leads to fast economic growth, but capitalism gradually became far more than just an economic doctrine. It now encompasses an ethic, a set of teachings about how people should behave, educate their children, and even think. Its principal tenet is that economic growth is the supreme good, or at least a proxy for the supreme good, because justice, freedom, and even happiness all depend on economic growth. Ask a capitalist how to bring justice and political freedom to a place like Zimbabwe or Afghanistan, and you are likely to get a lecture on how economic affluence and a thriving middle class are essential for stable democratic institutions, and about the need, therefore, to inculcate Afghan tribesmen in the values of free enterprise, thrift, and self-reliance. This new religion has had a decisive influence on the development of modern science, too. Scientific research is usually funded by either governments or private businesses. When capitalist government and businesses consider investing in a particular scientific project, the first questions are usually, will this project enable us to increase production and profits? Will it produce economic growth? A project that can't clear these hurdles has little chance of finding a sponsor. No history of modern science can leave capitalism out of the picture. Conversely, the history of capitalism is unintelligible without taking science into account. Capitalism believes in perpetual economic growth, thrives in the face of almost everything we know about the universe. A society of wolves would be extremely foolish to believe that the supply of sheep would keep on growing indefinitely. The human economy has nevertheless managed to grow exponentially throughout the modern era, thanks only to the fact that scientists come up with another discovery or gadgets every few years, such as the continent of America. The internal combustion engine or genetically engineered sheep. Banks and governments print money, but ultimately it is the scientists who foot the bill. Over the last few years, banks and governments have been frantically printing money. Everybody is terrified that the current economic crisis may stop the growth of the economy, so they are creating trillions of dollars, euros, and yen out of thin air, pumping cheap credit into the system and hoping that the scientists, technicians, and engineers will manage to come up with something really big before the bubble bursts. Everything depends on the people in the labs. New discoveries in fields such as biotechnology and nanotechnology could create entire new industries whose profits could back the trillions of make-believe money that the banks and governments have created since 2008. If the labs do not fulfill these expectations before the bubble bursts, we are heading towards very rough times. Columbus searches for an investor. Capitalism played a decisive role not only in the rise of modern science but also in the emergence of European imperialism, and it was European imperialism that created the capitalist credit system in the first place. Of course, credit was not invented in modern Europe. It existed in almost all agricultural societies, and in the early modern period, the emergence of European capitalism was closely linked to economic developments in Asia. Remember too that until the late 18th century, Asia was the world's economic powerhouse, meaning that Europeans had far less capital at their disposal than the Chinese, Muslims, or Indians. However, in the socio-political systems of China, India, and the Muslim world, credit played only a secondary role. Merchants and bankers in the markets of Istanbul, Isfahan, Delhi, and Beijing may have thought along capitalist lines, but the kings and generals in the palaces and forts tended to despise merchants and mercantile thinking. Most non-European empires of the early modern era were established by great conquerors such as Hoki and Nadir Shah, or by bureaucratic and military allies as in the King and Ottoman empires, financing wars through taxes and plunders without making fine distinctions between the two. They owed little to credit systems, and they cared even less about the interest of bankers and investors. In Europe, on the other hand, kings and generals gradually adopted the mercantile way of thinking until merchants and bankers became the ruling elite. The European conquest of the world was increasingly financed through credit rather than taxes, and was increasingly directed by capitalists, those whose main ambition was to receive maximum returns on their investment. The empires built by bankers and merchants in frock coats and top hats defeated the empires built by kings and noblemen in gold cloths and shining armor. The mercantile empires were simply much shrewder in financing their conquest. Nobody wants to pay taxes, but everyone is happy to invest. In 1484, Christopher Columbus approached the King of Portugal with the proposal that he finance a fleet that would sail westward to find a new trade route to East Asia. Such explorations were a very risky and costly business. A lot of money was needed in order to build ships, buy supplies, and pay sailors and soldiers, and there was no guarantee that the investment would yield a return. The King of Portugal declined. Like a present-day startup entrepreneur, Columbus did not give up. He pitched his idea to other potential investors in Italy, France, England, and again in Portugal. Each time he was rejected. He then tried his luck with Ferdinand and Isabella, rulers of newly united Spain. He took on some experienced lobbyists, and with their help he managed to convince Queen Isabella to invest. As every school child knows, Isabella hit the jackpot. Columbus' discoveries enabled the Spaniards to conquer America, where they established gold and silver mines as well as sugar and tobacco plantations that enriched the Spanish kings, bankers, and merchants beyond their wildest dreams. 100 years later, princes and bankers were willing to extend far more credit to Columbus' successors, and they had more capital at their disposal, thanks to the treasures weaved from America. Equally important, princes and bankers had far more trust in the potential of exploration and were more willing to part with their money. This was the magic circle of imperial capitalism. Credit financed new discoveries. Discoveries led to colonies. Colonies provided profits. Profit built trust, and trust translated into credit. Hoki and Nadir Shah ran out of fuel after a few thousand kilometers. Capitalist entrepreneurs only increased their financial momentum from conquest to conquest. But these expeditions remained chancy affairs, so credit markets nevertheless remained quite conscious. Many expeditions returned to Europe empty-handed, having discovered nothing of value. The English, for instance, wasted a lot of capital in fruitless attempts to discover a northwestern passage to Asia through the Arctic. Many other expeditions did not return at all. Ships hit icebergs, foundered in tropical storms, or fell victim in pirates. In order to increase the number of potential investors and reduce the risk they incurred, Europeans turned to limited liability joint stock companies instead of a single investor betting all his money on a single rickety ship. The joint stock company collected money from a large number of investors, each risking only a small portion of his capital. The risks were thereby curtailed, but no cap was placed on the profits. Even a small investment in the right ship would turn you into a millionaire. Decade by decade, Western Europe witnessed the development of a sophisticated financial system that could raise large amounts of credit on short notice and put it at the disposal of private entrepreneurs and governments. This system could finance explorations and conquest far more efficiently than any kingdom or empire. The newfound power of credit can be seen in the bitter struggle between Spain and the Netherlands. In the 16th century, Spain was the most powerful state in Europe, holding sway over a vast global empire. It ruled much of Europe, huge chunks of North and South America, the Philippine Islands, and a string of bases along the coast of Africa and Asia. Every year, fleets heavy with American and Asian treasures returned to the ports of Seville and Cadiz. The Netherlands was a small and windy swamp, devoid of natural resources, a small corner of the King of Spain's dominions. In 1568, the Dutch, who were mainly Protestant, revolted against their Catholic Spanish overlord. At first, the rebels seemed to play the role of Don Quixote, courageously tilting at invincible windmills. Yet within 80 years, the Dutch had not only secured their independence from Spain, but had managed to replace the Spaniards and their Portuguese allies as masters of ocean highways, build a global Dutch empire, and become the richest state in Europe. The secret of Dutch success was guarded. The Dutch burghers, who had little taste for combat on land, hired mercenary armies to fight the Spanish for them. The Dutch themselves, meanwhile, took to the sea in ever larger fleets. Mercenary armies and cannon brandishing fleet cost a fortune, but the Dutch were able to finance their military expeditions more easily than the mighty Spanish Empire because they secured the trust of the burgeoning a European financial system at a time when the Spanish king was carelessly eroding its trust in him. Financiers extended the Dutch enough credit, set up armies and fleet, and these armies and fleets gave the Dutch control of world trade routes, which in turn yielded handsome profits. The profits allowed the Dutch to repay the loans, which strengthened the trust of the financiers. Amsterdam was fast becoming not only one of the most important ports of Europe, but also the continent's financial Mecca. How exactly did the Dutch win the trust of the financial system? Firstly, they were sticklers about repaying their loans on time and in full, making the extension of credit less risky for lenders. Secondly, their country's judicial system enjoyed independence and protected private rights, in particular private property rights. Capital trickles away from dictatorial states that fail to defend private individuals and their property. Instead, it flows into states affording the rule of law and private property. Imagine that you are the son of a solid family of German financiers. Your father sees an opportunity to expand the business by opening branches in major European cities. He sends you to Amsterdam and your younger brother to Madrid, giving you each 10,000 gold coins to invest. Your brother lends his startup capital at interest to the King of Spain, who needs it to raise an army to fight the king of France. You decide to lend yours to a Dutch merchant who wants to invest in Scotland on the southern end of the desolate island called Manhattan. Certainly that property values there will skyrocket as the Hudson River turns into a major trade artery. Both loans are to be repaid within a year. The year passes, the Dutch merchant sells the land he has bought at a handsome markup and repays your money with the interest he promised. Your father is pleased, but your little brother in Madrid is getting nervous. The war with France ended well for the King of Spain, but he has now embroiled himself into a conflict with the Turks. He needs every penny to finance the new war and thinks this is far more important than repaying old debts. Your brother sends a letter to the palace and asks friends with connections at court to intercede, but to no avail. Not only has your brother not earned the promised interest, he has lost the principal. Your father is not pleased. Now to make matters worse, the king sends a treasury officer to your brother to tell him in no uncertain terms that he expects to receive another loan of the same size forthwith. Your brother has no money to lend. He writes home to dad, trying to persuade him that this time the king will come through. The Peter family has a soft spot for his youngest and agrees with a heavy heart. Another 10,000 gold coins disappear into the Spanish treasury, never to be seen again. Meanwhile, in Amsterdam, things are looking bright. You make more and more loans to enterprising Dutch merchants who repay them promptly and in full, but your luck does not hold indefinitely. One of your usual clients had a hunch that wooden clocks are going to be the next fashion craze in Paris and asked you for a loan to set up a footwear emporium in the French capital. You lend him the money, but unfortunately the clock don't catch on with the French ladies, and the disgruntled merchant refuses to repay the loan. Your father is furious and tells both of you it is time to unleash the lawyers. Your father files suit in Madrid against the Spanish monarch, while you file suit in Amsterdam against the erstwhile wooden shoe wizard. In Spain, the law courts are subservient to the king. The judges serve at his pleasure and fear punishment if they do not do his will. In the Neanderthal, the courts are a separate branch of government, not dependent on the country's burghers and princes. The court in Madrid throws out your brother's suit, while the court in Amsterdam finds in your favor and puts a lien on the clock merchant's assets to force him to pay up. Your father has learned his lesson. Better to do business with merchants than with kings, and better to do it in Holland than in Madrid. And your brother's travels are not over. The King of Spain desperately needs more money to pay his army. He is sure that your father has cash to spare, so he brings trumpeted treason charges against your brother. If he does not come up with 20,000 gold coins forthwith, he will get cast into a dungeon and rot there until he dies. Your father has had enough. He pays the ransom for his beloved son, but swears never to do business in Spain again. He closes in Madrid branch and relocates your brother to Rotterdam. 2 branches in Holland now look like really a good idea. He hears that even Spanish capitalists are smuggling their fortunes out of their country. They too realize that if they want to keep their money and use it to gain more wealth, they are better off investing it where the rule of law prevails and where private property is respected. In the Netherlands, for example. In such ways, did the King of Spain squander the trust of investors at the same time that such merchants gained their confidence. And it was the Dutch merchants, not the Dutch state, who built the Dutch empire. The King of Spain kept on trying to finance and maintain his conquest while raising unpopular taxes from a disgruntled populace. The Dutch merchants financed conquest by getting loans and increasingly also by selling shares in their companies that entitled their holders to receive a portion of the company's profits. Cautious investors who would never have given their money to the King of Spain, and who would have thought twice before extending credit to the Dutch government, happily invested fortunes in the Dutch joint stock companies that were the mainstay of the new empire. If you thought a company was going to make a big profit but it had already sold all its shares, you could buy some from people who owned them, probably for a higher price than they originally paid. If you bought shares and later discovered that the company was in dire straits, you could try to unload your stock for a lower price. The resulting trade in company shares led to the establishment in most major European cities of a stock exchange, places where the shares of companies were traded. The most famous Dutch joint stock company, the Verenigde Oostindische Campagne, or BOC for short, was chartered in 1602, just as the Dutch were throwing off Spanish rule and a boom of Spanish artillery could still be heard not far from Amsterdam's rampart. BOC used the money it raised from selling shares to build ships, send them to Asia, and bring back Chinese, Indians, and Indonesian goods. It also financed military actions taken by company ships against competitors and pirates. Eventually, BOC money financed the conquest of Indonesia. Indonesia is the world's biggest archipelago. Its thousands upon thousands of islands were ruled in the early 17th century by hundreds of kingdoms, principalities, sultanates, and tribes. When BOC merchants first arrived in Indonesia in 1603, their aims were strictly commercial. However, in order to secure their commercial interest and maximize the profits of the shareholders, BOC merchants began to fight against local potentates who charged inflated tariffs as well as against European competitors. BOC armed its merchant ships with cannons. It recruited European, Japanese, Indian, and Indonesian mercenaries, and it built forts and conducted full-scale battles and sieges. This enterprise may sound a little strange to us, but in the early modern age, it was common for private companies to hire not only soldiers but also generals and admirers, cannons and ships, and even entire off-the-shelf armies. The international community took this for granted and did not raise an eyebrow when a private company established an empire. Island after island fell to BOC mercenaries, and a large part of Indonesia became a BOC colony. BOC ruled Indonesia for close to 200 years. Only in 1800 did the Dutch state assume control of Indonesia, making it a Dutch national colony for the following 150 years. Today, some people warn that 21st century corporations are accumulating too much power. Early modern history shows just how far that can go if businesses are allowed to pursue their self-interest unchecked. While BOC operated in the Indian Ocean, the Dutch West Indies Company, or WIC, plied the Atlantic in order to control trade on the important Hudson River. WIC built a settlement called New Amsterdam on an island at the river's mouth. The colony was threatened by Indians and repeatedly attacked by the British, who were eventually captured it in 1664. The British changed its name to New York. The remains of the wall built by WIC to defend its colony against Indians and British are today paved over by the world's most famous street, Wall Street. As the 17th century wound to an end, complacency and costly continental wars caused the Dutch to lose not only New York but also their place as Europe's financial and imperial engine. The vacancy was hotly contested by France and Britain. At first, France seemed to be in a far stronger position. It was bigger than Britain, more populous, and it possessed a larger and more experienced army. Yet Britain managed to win the trust of the financial system, whereas France proved itself unworthy. The behavior of the French crown was particularly notorious during that what was called the Mississippi Bubble, the largest financial crisis of 18th century Europe. That story also began with an empire-building joint stock company. In 1717, the Mississippi Company, chartered in France, set out to colonize the lower Mississippi Valley, establishing the city of New Orleans in the process. To finance its ambitious plans, the company, which had good connections at the court of King Louis XV, sold shares on the Paris Stock Exchange. John Law, the company's director, was also the governor of the Central Bank of Finance. Furthermore, the king had appointed him Comptroller General of Finances, an office roughly equivalent to that of modern finance minister. In 1770, the lower Mississippi Valley offered few attractions besides swamps and alligators. Yet the Mississippi Company spread tales of fabulous witches and boundless opportunities. French aristocrats, businessmen, and storied members of the urban bourgeoisie fell for these fantasies, and Mississippi's share prices skyrocketed. Initially, shares were offered at 500 livres apiece. On 1st August 1719, shares traded at 2,750 livres. By 30th August, they were worth 4,100 livres, and on 4 September, they reached 5,000 livres. On 2 September, the price of a Mississippi shares crossed the threshold of 10,000 livres. Euphoria swept the streets of Paris. People sold all their possessions and took huge loans in order to buy Mississippi shares. Everybody believed they had discovered the easy way to riches. Here is a map. New Amsterdam in 1660, at the tip of Manhattan Island. The settlement's protective walls is today paved over by Wall Street. A few days later, the panic began. Some speculators realized that the share prices were totally unrealistic and unsustainable. They figured that they had better sell while stock prices were at their peak. As the supply of shares available rose, their price declined. When other investors saw the price going down, they also wanted to get out quick. The stock price plummeted further, setting off an avalanche. In order to stabilize prices, the Central Bank of France, at the direction of its governor, John Law, bought up Mississippi shares, but it could not do so forever. Eventually, it ran out of money. When this happened, the Comptroller General of Finances, the same John Law, authorized the printing of more money in order to buy additional shares. This breached the entire French financial system inside the bubble. And not even this financial wizardry could save the day. The price of Mississippi shares dropped from 10,000 livres back to 1,000 livres and then collapsed completely, and the shares lost every sou of their worth. By now, the central bank and the Royal Treasury owned a huge amount of worthless stock and had no money. The big speculators emerged largely unsathed. They had sold in time. Small investors lost everything and many committed suicide. The Mississippi Bubble was one of the history's most spectacular financial crashes. The Royal French financial system never recuperated fully from the blow. The way in which the Mississippi Company used its political clout to manipulate share prices and fuel the buying frenzy caused the public to lose faith in the French banking system and in the financial wisdom of the French king. Louis XV found it more and more difficult to raise credit. This became one of the chief reasons that the overseas French Empire fell into British hands. While the British could borrow money easily and at low interest rates, France had difficulties securing loans and had to pay high interest on them. In order to finance his growing debts, the King of France borrowed more and more money at higher and higher interest rates. Eventually, in the 1780s, Louis XVI, who had ascended to the throne on his grandfather's death, realized that half His annual budget was tied to servicing the interest on his loans and that he was heading towards bankruptcy. Reluctantly, in 1789, Louis XVI convened the States General, the French parliament that had not met for a century and a half, in order to find a solution to the crisis. Thus began the French Revolution. While the French overseas empire was crumbling, the British Empire was expanding rapidly, like the Dutch Empire before it. The British Empire was established and run largely by private joint stock companies based in London Stock Exchange. The first English settlement in North America was established in the early 17th century by joint stock companies such as the London Company, the Plymouth Company, the Dorchester Company, and the Massachusetts Company. The Indian subcontinent too was conquered not by the British state but by the machinery army of the British East India Company. This company outperformed even the BOC from its headquarters in Leadenhall Street, London. It ruled a mighty Indian empire for about a century, maintaining a huge military force of up to 350,000 soldiers, considerably outnumbering the armed forces of British monarchy. Only in 1858 did the British Crown nationalize India, along with the company's private army. Napoleon made fun of the British, calling them a nation of shopkeepers. Yet these shopkeepers defeated Napoleon himself, and their empire was the largest the world has ever seen. In the name of capital, the nationalism of Indonesia by the Dutch Crown 1800 and of India by the British Crown 1858 hardly ended the embrace of capitalism and empire. On the contrary, the connection only grew stronger during the 19th century. Joint stock companies no longer needed to establish and govern private colonies. Their managers and large shareholders now put the string of power in London, Amsterdam, and Paris, and they could count on the state to look after their interests, as Marx and other social critics quipped. Western governments were becoming a capitalist trade union. The most notorious example of how government did the bidding of big money was the first Opium War, fought between Britain and China 1840 to 42. In the first half of the 19th century, the British East India Company and sundry British business people made fortunes by exporting drugs, particularly opium, to China. Millions of Chinese became addicts, debilitating the country both economically and socially. In the late 1830s, the Chinese government issued a ban on drug trafficking, but British drug merchants simply ignored the law. Chinese authorities began to confiscate and destroy drug cargoes. The drug cartels had close connections in Westminster and Downing Street. Many MPs and cabinet ministers, in fact, had stock in the drug companies, so they pressured the government to take action. In 1840s, Britain duly declared war on China in the name of free trade. It was a walkover. The overconfident Chinese were no match for Britain's new wonder weapons: steamboats, heavy artillery, rockets, and rapid-fire rifles. Under the subsequent peace treaty, China agreed not to constrain the activities of British drug merchants and to compensate them for damages inflicted by the Chinese police. Furthermore, the British demanded and received control of Hong Kong, which they proceeded to use as a secure base for drug trafficking. Hong Kong remained in British hands until 1997. In the late 19th century, about 40 million Chinese, a tenth of the country's population, were opium addicts. Egypt, too, learned to respect the long arm of British capitalism. During the 19th century, French and British investors lent huge sums to rulers of Egypt, first in order to finance the Suez Canal project and later to fund far less successful enterprises. Egyptian debt swelled, and European creditors increasingly meddled in Egyptian affairs. In 1881, Egyptian nationalists had had enough and rebelled. They declared a unitarian abrogation of all foreign debt. Queen Victoria was not amused. A year later, She dispatched her army and navy to the Nile and Egypt, remained a British protectorate, and until after World War II. These were these were hardly the only wars fought in the interest of investors. In fact, war itself could become a commodity, just like opium in 1821. In 1821, the Greeks rebelled against the Ottoman Empire. The uprising aroused great sympathy in rebels and fight alongside the insurgents. But London financiers saw an opportunities as well. They proposed to readers the issue of tradable Greek Bavarian bonds on the London Stock Exchange. The Greeks would promise to repay the bonds plus interest if and when they won their independence. Private investors bought bonds to make a profit or out of sympathy for the Greek cause, or both. The value of Greek Bavarian bonds rose and fell on the London Stock Exchange in tempo with military success and failures on the battlefields of Hellas. The Turks gradually gained the upper hand with a rebel defeat imminent. The bondholders faced the prospect of losing their trousers. The bondholders' interest was the national interest, so the British organized an international fleet that in 1827 sank the main Ottoman flotilla in the Battle of Navarino. After centuries of subjugation, Greece was finally free, but freedom came with a huge debt that the new country had no way of repaying. The Greek economy was mortgaged to British creditors for decades to come. The bear hug between capital and politics has had far-reaching implications for the credit market. The amount of credit in an economy is determined not only by purely economic factors such as the discovery of a new oil field or the invention of new machine, but also by political events such as regime changes or more ambitious foreign policies. After the Battle of Navarino, British capitalists were more willing to invest their money in risky overseas deals. They had seen that if a foreign debtor refused to repay loans, Her Majesty's army would get their money back. This is why today a country's credit rating is far more important to its economic well-being than are its natural resources. Credit ratings indicate the probability that a company will pay its debts. In addition to purely economic data, they take into account political, social, and even cultural factors. An oil-rich country cursed with a despotic government, endemic warfare, and a corrupt judicial system will usually receive a low credit rating. As a result, it is likely to remain relatively poor, since it will not be able to raise the necessary capital to make the most of its oil bounty. A country devoid of natural resources but which enjoys peace, a fair judicial system, and a free government is likely to receive a high credit rating. As such, it may be able to raise enough cheap capital to support a good education system and foster a flourishing high-tech industry. The cult of the free market, capital and politics influence each other to such an extent that their relations are hotly debated by economists, politicians, and the general public alike. Ardent capitalists tend to argue that capital should be free to influence politics, but politics should not be allowed to influence capital. They argue that when governments interfere in the markets, political interests cause them to make unwise investments that result in slower growth. For example, a government may impose heavy taxation on industrialists and use the money to give lavish unemployment benefits, which are popular with voters. In the view of many business people, it would be far better if the government left the money with them. They would use it, they claim, to open new factories and hire the unemployed. In this view, the wisest economic policy is to keep politics out of the economy. reduce taxation and government regulations to a minimum, and allow market forces free rein to take their course. Private investors, unencumbered by political considerations, will invest their money where they can get the most profit, so the way to ensure the most economic growth, which will benefit everyone, industrialists and workers, is for the government to do so as little as possible. This free market doctrine is today the most common and influential variant of the capitalist creed. The most enthusiastic advocates of the free market criticize military adventures abroad with as much zeal as welfare programs at home. They offer governments the same advice that Zen masters offer initiates: just do nothing. But in its extreme form, belief in the free market is as naive as belief in the Santa Claus. There simply is no such thing as a market free of all political bias. The most important economic resource is trust in the future, and this resource is constantly threatened by thieves and charlatans. Markets by themselves offer no protection against fraud, theft, and violence. It is the job of political system to ensure trust by legislating sanctions against cheats and to establish and support police forces, courts, and jails, which will enforce the law. When kings fail to do their job and regulate the markets properly, it leads to loss of trust, dwindling credit, and economic depression. That was the lesson taught by the Mississippi bubble of 1719. And anyone who forgot it was reminded by the US housing bubble of 2007 and the ensuing credit crunch and recession. The capitalist hell. There is an even more fundamental reason why it's dangerous to give market a completely free rein. Adam Smith taught that the shoemaker would use his surplus to employ more assistants. This implies that egoistic greed is beneficial for all, since profits are utilized to expand production and hire more employees. Yet what happens if the greedy shoemaker increases his profits by paying employees less and increasing their work hours? The standard answer is that the free market would protect the employees. If our shoemaker pays too little and demands too much, the best employees would naturally abandon him and go to work for his competitors. The tyrant shoemaker would find himself left with the worst laborers or with no laborers at all. He would have to amend his ways or go out of business. His own greed would compel him to treat his employees well. This sounds bulletproof in theory, but in practice, the bullets get through all too easily. In a completely free market, unsupervised by kings and priests, avaricious capitalists can establish monopolies or collude against their workforces. If there is a single corporation controlling all shoe factories in a country, or if all factory owners conspire to reduce wages simultaneously, then the laborers are no longer able to protect themselves by switching jobs. Even worse, greedy bosses might curtail the workers' freedom of movement through debt, peonage, or slavery. At the end of the Middle Ages, slavery was almost unknown in Christian Europe. During the early modern period, the rise of European capitalism went hand in hand with the rise of the Atlantic slave trade. Unrestrained market forces, rather than tyrannical king or racist ideologues, were responsible for this calamity. When the Europeans conquered America, they opened gold and silver mines and established sugar, tobacco, and cotton plantations. These mines and plantations became the mainstay of American production and export. The sugar plantations were particularly important in the Middle Ages. Sugar was a rare luxury in Europe. It was imported from Middle East at prohibited prices and used sparingly as a secret ingredient in delicacies and snake oil medicines. After large sugar plantations were established in America, ever increasing amount of sugar began to reach Europe. The price of sugar dropped, and Europe developed an insatiable sweet tooth. Entrepreneurs met this need by producing huge quantities of sweets, cakes, cookies, chocolate, candy, and sweetened beverages such as cocoa, coffee, and tea. The annual sugar intake of the average Englishman rose from near zero in the early 17th century to around 8 kilograms in the early 19th centuries. However, growing cane and extracting its sugar was a labor-intensive business. Few people wanted to work long hours in malaria-infested sugar fields under a tropical sun. Contract laborers would have produced a commodity too expensive for mass consumption, sensitive to market forces, and greedy for profits and economic growth. European plantation owners switched to slaves. From the 16th to the 19th centuries, about 10 million African slaves were imported to America. About 70% of them worked on the sugar plantations. Labor conditions were abominable. Most slaves lived in a short and miserable lives, and millions more died during wars waged to capture slaves or during the long voyage from inner Africa to the shores of America. All this so that Europeans could enjoy their sweet tea and candy and sugar barons could enjoy huge profits. The slave trade was not controlled by any state or government. It was a purely economic enterprise, organized and financed by the free market according to the laws of supply and demand. Private slave trading companies sold shares on the Amsterdam, London and Paris stock exchanges. Middle-class Europeans looking for a good investment bought these shares. Relying on this money, the companies bought ships, hired sailors and soldiers, purchased slaves in Africa and transported them to America. There they sold the slaves to the plantation owners, using the proceeds to purchase plantation products such as sugar, cocoa, coffee, tobacco, cotton and rubber. They returned to Europe, sold the sugar and cotton for a good price, and then sailed to Africa to begin another round. The shareholders were very pleased with this arrangement. Throughout the 18th century, the yield on slave trade investments was about 6% a year. They were extremely profitable, as any modern consultant would be quick to admit. This is the fly in the ointment of free market capitalism. It cannot ensure that profits are gained in a fair way or distributed in a fair manner. On the contrary, the craving to increase profits and production drives people to anything that might stand in the way. When growth becomes a supreme good, unrestricted by any other ethical considerations, it can easily lead to catastrophe. Some religions, such as Christianity and Nazism, have killed millions out of burning hatred. Capitalism has killed millions out of cold indifference coupled with greed. The Atlantic slave trade did not stem from racist hatred towards Africans. The individuals who bought the shares, the brokers who sold them, and the managers of the slave trade companies rarely thought about the Africans, nor did the owners of the sugar plantation. Many owners lived far from their plantations, and the only information they demanded were neat ledgers of profits and ledger losses. It is important to remember that the Atlantic slave trade was not a single aberration in an otherwise spotless record. The Great Bengal famine, discussed in the previous chapter, was caused by a similar dynamic. The British East India Company cared more about its profit than about the lives of 10 million Bengalis. BOC's military campaigns in Indonesia were financed by upstanding Dutch burghers who loved their children, gave to charity and enjoyed good music and fine art, but had no regard for the suffering of the inhabitants of Java, Sumatra and Malacca. Countless others crimes and misdemeanors accompanied the growth of the modern economy in other parts of the planet. The 19th century brought no improvement in the ethics of capitalism. The Industrial Revolution that swept through Europe enriched the bankers and capital owners, but condemned millions of workers to a life of abject poverty. In the European colonies, things were even worse. In 1876, King Leopold II of Belgium set up a non-governmental humanitarian organization with the declaration aim of exploring Central Africa and fighting the slave trade along the Congo River. It was also charged with improving conditions for the inhabitants of the region by building roads, schools, and hospitals. In 1885, the European powers agreed to give this organization control of 2.3 million square kilometers in the Congo basin. This territory, 75 times the size of Belgium, was henceforth known as the Congo Free State. Nobody asked the opinion of the territory's 20 to 30 million inhabitants. Within a short time, the humanitarian organization became a business enterprise whose real aim was growth and profit. The schools and hospitals were forgotten, and the Congo basin was instead filled with mines and plantations, run by mostly Belgian officials who ruthlessly exploited the local population. The rubber industry was particularly notorious. Rubber was fast becoming an industrial staple, and rubber export was the Congo's most important source of income. The African villagers who collected the rubber were required to provide higher and higher quotas. Those who failed to deliver their quota were punished brutally for their laziness. Their arms were chopped off, and occasionally entire villages were massacred. According to the most moderate estimate, between 1885 and 1908, the pursuit of growth and profits cost the lives of 6 million individuals, at least 20% of the Congo's population. Some estimates reach up to 10 million deaths. After 1908 and especially after 1945, capitalist greed was somewhat reined in, not reached due to the fear of communism, yet inequities are still rampant. The economic pie of 2014 is far larger than the pie of 1500, but it is distributed so unevenly that many African peasants and Indonesian laborers return home after a hard day's work with less food than did their ancestors 500 years ago. Much like the agricultural revolution, so too the growth of modern economy might turn out to be a colossal fraud. The human species and the global economy may well keep growing, but many more individuals may live in hunger and want. Capitalism has two answers to this criticism. First, capitalism has created a world that nobody but a capitalist is capable of running. The only serious attempt to manage the world differently, communism, was so much worse in almost every conceivable way that nobody has the stomach to try again. In 8500 BC, one could cry bitter tears over the agricultural revolution, but it was too late to give up agriculture. Similarly, we may not like capitalism, but we cannot live without it. The second answer is that we just need more patience. Paradise, the capitalist promise, is right around the corner. Two mistakes have been made, such as the Atlantic slave trade and the exploitation of the European working class. But we have learned our lesson, and if we just wait a little longer and allow the pie to grow a little bigger, everybody will receive a fatter slice. The division of spoils will never be equitable, but there will be enough to satisfy every man, woman, and child. Even in Congo, there are indeed some positive signs, at least when we use purely material criteria such as life expectancy, child mortality, and calorie intake. The standard of living of the average human in 2014 is significantly higher than it was in 1914. Despite the exponential growth in the number of humans, yet can the economic pie grow indefinitely? Every pie requires raw material and energy. Prophets of doom warn that sooner or later Homo sapiens will exhaust the raw materials and energy of the planet Earth. And what will happen then? Chapter 17. The Wheels of Industry. The modern economy grows thanks to our trust in the future and to the willingness of capitalists to reinvest their profits in production. Yet that does not suffice. Economic growth also requires energy and raw materials, and these are infinite. When and if they run out, the entire system will collapse. But the evidence provided by the past is that they are finite only in theory. Counterintuitively, while humankind's use of energy and raw materials has mushroomed in the last few centuries, the amount available for our exploitations have actually increased. Whenever a shortage of either has threatened to slow economic growth, investments have flowed into scientific and technological research. These have invariably produced not only more efficient ways of exploiting existing resources, but also completely new types of energy and materials. Consider the vehicle industry. Over the last 300 years, humankind has manufactured billions of vehicles, from cars and wheelbarrows to trains, cars, supersonic jets, and space shuttles. One might have expected that such a prodigious effort would have exhausted the energy sources and raw materials available for vehicle production, and that today we would be scraping the bottom of the barrel. Yet the opposite is the case. Whereas in 1700, the global vehicle industry relied overwhelmingly on wood and iron. Today it has at its disposal a cornucopia of newfound materials such as plastic, rubber, aluminium, and titanium, none of which our ancestors even knew about. Whereas in 1700 cars were built mainly by the muscle power of carpenters and smiths. Today the machines in Toyota and Boeing factories are powered by petroleum combustion engines and the nuclear power stations. A similar revolution has swept almost all other fields of industry. We call it the Industrial Revolution. For millennia prior to the Industrial Revolution, humans already knew how to make use of a large variety of energy sources. They burned wood in order to smelt iron, heat houses, and bake cakes. Sailing ships harnessed wind power to move around, and water mills captured the flow of rivers to grind grain. Yet all these had clear limits and problems. Trees were not available everywhere. The wind did not always blow when you needed it, and water power was only useful if you lived near a river. An even bigger problem was that people did not know how to convert one type of energy into another. They could harness the movement of wind and water to sail ships and push millstones, but not to heat water or smelt iron. Conversely, they could not use the heat energy produced by burning wood to make a millstone move. Humans had only one machine capable of performing such energy conversion tricks: the body. In the natural process, the metabolism, the bodies of humans and other animals burn organic fuels known as food and convert the released energy into the movement of muscles. Man, woman, and beast could consume grain and meat, burn up their carbohydrates and fats, and use the energy to haul a rickshaw or pull a plug. Since human and animal bodies were the only energy conversion device available, muscle power was the key to almost all human activities. Human muscles built cars and houses, ox muscles plugged fields, and horse muscles transported goods. The energy that fueled these organic muscle machines came ultimately from a single source: plants. Plants in their turn obtained their energy from the sun by the process of photosynthesis. They captured solar energy and packed it into organic compounds. Almost everything people did throughout history was fueled by solar energy that was captured by plants and converted into muscle power. Human history was consequently dominated by two main cycles: the growth cycles of plants and the changing cycles of solar energy, day and night, summer and winter, when sunlight was scarce and when wheat fields were still green. Humans had little energy. Granaries were empty, tax collectors were idle, soldiers found it difficult to move and fight, and kings tended to keep the peace. When the sun shone brightly and the wheat ripened, peasants harvested the crops and filled the granaries. Tax collectors hurried to take their share. Soldiers flexed their muscles and sharpened their swords. Kings convened councils and planned their next campaigns. Everyone was fueled by solar energy, captured and packed in wheat, rice, and potatoes. The secret in the kitchen. Throughout these long millennia, day in and day out, people stood face to face with the most important invention in the history of energy production and failed to notice it. It stared them in the eye every time a housewife or servant put up a kettle to boil water for tea or put a pot full of potatoes on the stove. The minute the water boiled, the lid of the kettle or the pot jumped. Heat was being converted to movement, but jumping pot lids were an annoyance, especially if you forgot the pot on the stove and the water boiled over. Nobody saw their real potential. A partial breakthrough in converting heat into movement followed the invention of gunpowder in 9th century China. At first, the idea of using gunpowder to propel projectiles was so counterintuitive that for centuries gunpowder was used primarily to produce fire bombs. But eventually, perhaps after some bomb expert ground gunpowder in a mortar only to have the pistol shoot out with force, guns made their appearance. About 600 years passed between the invention of gunpowder and the development of effective artillery. Even then, the idea of converting heat into motion remained so counterintuitive that another 3 centuries went by before people invented the next machine that used heat to move things around. The new technology was born in British coal mines. As the British population swelled, forests were cut down to fuel the growing economy and make way for houses and fields. Britain suffered from an increasing shortage of firewood. It began burning coal as a substitute. Many coal seams were located in waterlogged areas, and flooding prevented miners from accessing the lower strata of the mines. It was a problem looking for a solution. Around 1700, a strange noise began reverberating around British mine shafts. That noise, harbinger of the Industrial Revolution, was subtle at first, but it grew louder and louder with each passing decade until it enveloped the entire world in deafening cacophony. It emanated from a steam engine. There are many types of steam engines, but they all share one common principle. You burn some kind of fuel, such as coal, and use the resulting heat to boil water, producing steam. As the steam expands, it pushes a piston. The piston moves, and anything that is connected to the piston moves with it. You have converted heat into movement. In 18th century, British coal mines, the piston was connected to a pump that extracted water from bottom of the mine shaft. The earliest engines were incredibly inefficient. You needed to burn a huge load of coal in order to pump out even a tiny amount of water. But in the mines, coal was plentiful and close at hand, so nobody cared. In the decades that followed, British entrepreneurs improved the efficiency of the steam engine, brought it out of the mine shaft and connected it to looms and gills. This revolutionized textile production, making it possible to produce ever larger quantities of cheap textiles. In the blink of an eye, Britain became the workshop of the world. But even more importantly, getting the steam engine out of the mines broke an important psychological barrier. If you could burn coal in order to move textile looms, why not use the same method to move other things such as vehicles? In 1825, a British engineer connected a steam engine to a train of mine wagons full of coal. The engine drew the wagons along an iron rail some 20 kilometers long from the mine to the nearest harbor. This was the first steam-powered locomotive in history. Clearly, if steam could be used to transport coal, why not other goods? And why not even people? On 15 September 1830, the first commercial railway lines were opened, connecting Liverpool with Manchester. The trains moved under the same steam power that had previously pumped water and moved textile looms. A mere 20 years later, Britain had tens of thousands of kilometers of railway tracks. Henceforth, people become obsessed with the idea that machines and engines could be used to convert one type of energy into another. Any type of energy anywhere in the world might be harnessed to whatever need we had if we could just invent the right machine. For example, when physicists realized that an immense amount of energy is stored within atoms, they immediately started thinking about how this energy could be released and used to make electricity, power submarines, and annihilate cities. 600 years passed between the moment Chinese alchemists discovered gunpowder and the moment Turkish cannon pulverized the walls of Constantinople. Only 40 years passed between the moment Einstein determined that any kind of mass could be converted into energy. That's what E is equal to mc square means. Then, and the moment atom bombs obliterated Hiroshima and Nagasaki and nuclear power stations mushroomed all over the globe. Another crucial discovery was the internal combustion engine, which took little more than a generation to revolutionize human transportation and turn petroleum into liquid political power. Petroleum had been known for thousands of years and was used to waterproof roofs and lubricate axles. Yet, until just a century ago, nobody thought it was useful for much more than that. The idea of spilling blood for the sake of oil would have seemed ludicrous. You might fight a war over land, gold, pepper, or seeds, but not oil. The career of electricity was more startling yet. 2 centuries ago, electricity played no role in the economy and was used at most for arcane, scientific experiments and cheap magic tricks. A series of inventions turned it into an universal genie in a lamp. We flick our fingers and it prints books and sews clothes, keeps our vegetables fresh and our ice cream frozen, cooks our dinners and executes our criminals, registers our thoughts and records our smiles, lights up our nights and entertains us with countless television shows. Few of us understand how electricity does all these things, but even fewer can imagine life without it. An ocean of energy at heart. The Industrial Revolution has been a revolution in energy conversion. It has demonstrated again and again that there is no limit to the amount of energy at our disposal, or more precisely, that the only limit is set by our ignorance. Every few decades, we discover a new energy source, so that the sum total of energy at our disposal just keeps growing. Why are so many people afraid that we are running out of energy? Why do they warn of disaster if we exhaust all available fossil fuels? Clearly, the world does not lack energy. All we lack is the knowledge necessary to harness and convert it to our needs. The amount of energy stored in all the fossil fuels on Earth is negligible compared to the amount that the Sun dispenses every day, free of charge. Only a tiny proportion of the Sun's energy reaches Earth, yet it amounts to 3,766,800, 37,66,800 exajoules of energy. Each year, a joule is a unit of energy in the metric system, about the amount you expend to lift a small apple 1 yard straight away up. An exajoule is a billion joules. That's a lot of apples. All the world's plants capture only about 3,000 of those solar exajoules through the process of photosynthesis. All human activities and industries put together consume about 500 exajoules annually, equivalent to the amount of energy Earth receives from the Sun in just 90 minutes, and that's only solar energy. In addition, we are surrounded by other enormous sources of energy, such as nuclear energy and gravitational energy, the latter most evident in the power of the ocean tides caused by the moon's pull on the earth. Prior to the Industrial Revolution, the human energy market was almost completely dependent on plants. People lived alongside a green energy reservoir carrying 3000 exajoules a year and tried to pump as much of its energy as they could. Yet, there was a clear limit to how much they could extract. During the Industrial Revolution, we came to realize that we are actually living alongside an enormous ocean of power energy, one holding billions upon billions of exajoules of potential power. All we need to do is invent better pumps. Learning how to harness and convert energy effectively solved the other problem that slows economic growth, the scarcity of raw materials. As humans worked out how to harness large quantities of cheap energy, they could begin exploiting previously inaccessible deposits of raw materials. For example, mining iron in the Siberian wastelands or transporting raw materials from even more distant locations. For example, supplying a British textile mill with Australian wool. Simultaneously, scientific breakthroughs enabled humankind to invent completely new raw materials such as plastic and discover previously unknown natural materials such as silicon and aluminium. Chemists discovered aluminium only in the 1820s, but separating the metal from its ore was extremely difficult and costly. For decades, aluminium was much more expensive than gold. In the 1860s, Emperor Napoleon III of France commissioned aluminium cutlery to be laid out for his most distinguished guests. Less important visitors had to make do with the gold knives and forks. But at the end of the 19th century, chemists discovered a way to extract immense amount of cheap aluminium, and current global production stands at 30 million tons per year. Napoleon III would be surprised to hear that his subjects' descendants used cheap, disposable aluminium foil to wrap their sandwiches and put away their leftovers. 2000 years ago, when people in the Mediterranean basin suffered from dry skin, they smeared olive oil on their hands. Today they open a tube of hand cream. Below is the list of ingredients of a simple modern cream, hand cream that I bought at a local store. Deionized water, stearic acid, etc. etc. Almost all of these ingredients were invented or discovered in the last 2 centuries. During World War I, Germany was placed under blockade and suffered severe shortages of raw materials, in particular saltpeter, an essential ingredient in gunpowder and other explosives. The most important saltpeter deposits were in Chile and India. There were none at all in the Germany. 2 saltpeter could be replaced by ammonia, but that was expensive to produce as well. Luckily for the Germans, one of their fellow citizens, a Jewish chemist named Fritz Haber, had discovered in 1908 a process for producing ammonia literally out of thin air. When war broke out, the Germans used Haber's discovery to commence industrial production of explosives using air as a raw material. Some scholars believe that if it had not been for Haber's discovery, Germany would have been forced to surrender long before November 1918. The discovery born Haber, who during the war also pioneered the use of poison gas in battle, a Nobel Prize in 1918 in chemistry, not in peace. Life on the conveyor belt. The Industrial Revolution yielded an unprecedented combination of cheap and abundant energy and cheap and abundant raw materials. The result was an explosion in human productivity. The explosion was felt first and foremost in agriculture. Usually when we think of the Industrial Revolution, we think of an urban landscape of smoking chimney or the plight of exploited coal miners sweating in the bowels of the earth. Yet the Industrial Revolution was above all as the second agricultural revolution. During the last 200 years, industrial production methods became the mainstay of agriculture. Machines such as tractors began to undertake tasks that were previously performed by muscle power or not performed at all. Fields and animals became vastly more productive thanks to artificial fertilizers, industrial insecticides, and an entire arsenal of hormones and medications. Refrigerators, ships, and aeroplanes have made it possible to store produce for months and transport it quickly and cheaply to the other side of the world. Europeans began to dine on fresh Argentinian beef and Japanese sushi. Even plants and animals were mechanized around the time that Homo sapiens was elevated to divine status by humanist religions. Farm animals stopped being viewed as living creations that could feel pain and distress and instead came to be treated as machines. Today, these animals are often mass produced in factory like facilities, their bodies shaped in accordance with industrial needs. They pass their entire life as cogs in a giant production line, and the length and quality of their existence is determined by the profits and losses of business corporations. Even when the industry takes care to keep them alive, reasonably healthy, and well fed, it was no intrinsic interest in the animal's society and psychological needs, except when these have a direct impact on production. Egg-laying hens, for example, have a complex set of behavioral needs and drives. They feel strong urges to scout their environment, forage and peck around, determine social hierarchies, build nests, and groom themselves. But the egg industry often locks the hens inside tiny coops, and it is not uncommon for it to squeeze 4 hens to a cage, each given a floor space of about 25 by 22 centimeters. The hens received sufficient food, but they are unable to claim a territory, build a nest, or engage in other natural activities. Indeed, the cage is so small that hens are often unable even to flap their wings or stand fully erect. Pigs are among the most intelligent and inquisitive of mammals, second perhaps only to the great apes. Yet, industrialized pig farms routinely confine nursing sows inside such small fields that they are literally unable to turn around, not to mention walk or forest. The sows are kept in these fields day and night for 4 weeks after giving birth. Their offspring are then taken away to be fattened up. The sows are impregnated with the next litter of piglets. Many dairy cows live almost all their allotted years inside a small enclosure, standing, sitting, and sleeping in their own urine and excrement. They receive their measure of food, hormones, and medications from one set of machines and get milked every few hours by another set of machines. The cow in the middle is treated as little more than a mouth that takes in raw materials and an odor that produces a commodity, treating living creatures possessing complex emotional world as if they were machines is likely to cause them not only physical discomfort but also much more social stress and psychological frustration. Here's a picture. Chicks on a conveyor belt in a commercial hatchery. Male chicks and imperfect female chicks are picked off the conveyor belt and are then asphyxiated in gas chambers, dropped into automatic shredders, or simply thrown into the rubbish, where they are crushed to death. Hundreds of millions of chicks die each year in such hatcheries. Just as the Atlantic slave trade did not stem from hatred towards Africans, so the modern animal industry is not motivated by animosity. Again, it is fueled by indifference. Most people who produce and consume eggs, milk, and meat rarely stop to think about the fate of the chickens, cows, or pigs whose flesh and emissions they are eating. Those who do think often argue that such animals are really little different from machines, devoid of sensation and emotions, incapable of suffering. Ironically, the same scientific disciplines which shape our milk machines and egg machines have lately demonstrated beyond reasonable doubt that mammals and birds have a complex sensory and emotional makeup. They not only feel physical pain but can also suffer from emotional distress. Evolutionary psychology maintains that the and social needs of farm animals evolved in the wild when they were essential for survival and reproduction. For example, a wild cow had to know how to form close relations with other cows and bulls, or else she could not survive and reproduce. In order to learn the necessary skills, evolution implanted in calves, as in the young of all other social mammals, a strong desire to play. Playing is the mammalian way of learning social behavior, and it implanted in them an even stronger desire to bond with their mothers, whose milk and care were essential for survival. What happens if farmers now take a young calf, separate her from her mother, but put her in a closed cage, give her food, water, and inoculations against disease, and then, when she is old enough, inseminate her with bull sperm? From an objective perspective, this calf no longer needs either maternal bonding or playmates in order to survive and reproduce. But from a subjective perspective, the calf still feels a very strong urge to bond with her mother and to play with other calves. If these urges are not fulfilled, the calf suffers greatly. This is the basic lesson of evolutionary psychology. A need saved in the wild continues to be felt subjectively, even if it is no longer really necessary for survival and reproduction. The tragedy of industrial agriculture is that it takes great care of the objective needs of animals while neglecting their subjective needs. The truth of this story has been known at least since the 1950s, when the American psychologist Harry Harlow studied the development of monkeys. Harlow separated infant monkeys from their mothers several hours after birth. The monkeys were isolated inside cages and then raised by dummy mothers. In each case, Harlow placed two dummy mothers. One was made of metal wires and was fitted with a milk bottle from which the infant monkey could suck. The other was made of wood covered with cloth, which made it resemble a real monkey mother, but it provided the infant monkey with no material substance whatsoever. It was assumed that the infant would cling to the nourishing metal mother rather than to the barren cloth one. To Harlow's surprise, the infant monkey showed a marked preference for the cloth mother, spending most of their time with her. When the two mothers were placed in close proximity, the infants held onto the cloth mother even while they reached over to suck milk from the metal mother. Harlow suspected that perhaps the infants did so because they were cold, so he fitted an electric bulb inside the wire mother, which now radiated heat. Most of the monkeys, except for the very young ones, continued to prefer the cloth mother. One of Harlow's orphaned monkeys came to the cloth mother even while sucking milk from the metal mother. This is a picture in the book. Follow-up research showed that Harlow's orphaned monkeys grew up to be emotionally disturbed even though they had received all the nourishment they required. They never fitted into monkey society, had difficulties communicating with other monkeys, and suffered from high levels of anxiety and aggression. The conclusion was inescapable. Monkeys must have psychological needs and desires that go beyond their material requirements, and if these are not fulfilled, they will suffer greatly. Harlow's infant monkeys prefer to spend their time in the hands of the barren cloth mother because they were looking for an emotional bond and not only for milk. In the following decades, numerous studies showed that this conclusion applies not only to monkeys but to other mammals as well as birds. At present, millions of farm animals are subjected to the same conditions as harlow monkeys, as farmers routinely separate calves, kids, and other youngsters from their mothers to be raised in isolation. Altogether, tens of billions of farm animals live today as part of a mechanized assembly line, and about 50 billions of them are slaughtered annually. These industrial livestock methods have led to a sharp increase in agricultural production and in human food. Together with the mechanization of plant cultivation, industrial animal husbandry is the basis for the entire modern socio economic order. Before the industrialization of agriculture, most of food produced in fields and farms was wasted, feeding peasants and farmyard animals. Only a small percentage was available to feed artisans, teachers, priests, and bureaucrats. Consequently, in almost all societies, peasants comprised more than 90% of the population. Following the industrialization of agriculture, a shrinking number of farmers was enough to feed a growing number of clerks and factory hands. Today in the United States, only 2% of the population makes a living from agriculture. Yet this 2% produces enough not only to feed the entire US population, but also to export surpluses to the rest of the world. Without the industrialization of agriculture, the urban industrial revolution could never have taken place. They would, there would not have been enough hands and brains to staff factories and offices, as those factories and offices absorbed the billions of hands and brains that were released from field work. They began pouring out an unprecedented avalanche of products. Humans now produce far more steel, manufacture much more clothing, and build many more structures than ever before. In addition, they produce a mind-boggling array of previously unimaginable goods, such as light bulbs, mobile phones, cameras, and dishwashers. For the first time in human history, supply began to outstrip demand, and an entirely new problem was born. Who is going to buy all this stuff? The age of shopping. The modern capitalist economy must constantly increase production if it is to survive, like a shark that must swim or suffocate. Yet, it is not enough just to produce. Somebody must also buy the products, or industrialists and investors alike will go bust. To prevent this catastrophe and to make sure that people will always buy whatever new stuff industry produce, a new kind of ethic appeared: consumerism. Most people throughout history lived under conditions of scarcity. Frugality was thus their watchword. The austere ethics of the Puritans and pure Spartans are but two famous examples. A good person avoids luxuries, never threw food away, and patched up the torn trousers instead of buying a new pair. Only kings and nobles allowed themselves to renounce such value publicly and conspicuously flaunt their riches. Consumerism sees the consumption of ever more products and services as a positive thing. It encourages people to treat themselves, spoil themselves, and even kill themselves slowly by overconsumption. Frugality is a disease to be cured. You don't have to look far to see the consumer ethic in action. Just read the back of a cereal box. Here's a quote from a box of one of my favorite breakfast cereals, produced by an Israeli farm. Produced by an Israeli farm, Talma. Sometimes you need a treat. Sometimes you need a little extra energy. These are times to watch your weight and times when you have just got to have something. Right now, Talma offers a variety of tasty cereals just for you. Treats without remorse. The same package sports an ad for another brand of cereal called Health Treats. Health Treats offers lots of grains, fruits, and nuts, but for an experience that combines taste, pleasure, and health. for an enjoyable treat in the middle of the day, suitable for a healthy lifestyle. A real treat with a wonderful taste of more emphasis in the original. Throughout most of history, people were likely to have been repelled rather than attracted by such a text. They would have branded it as selfish, decadent, and morally corrupt. Consumerists have worked very hard with the help of popular psychology. Just do it to convince people that indulgence is good for you, whereas frugality is self-oppressive. It has succeeded. We are all good consumers. We buy countless products that we don't really need and that until yesterday we did not know existed. Manufacturers deliberately design short-term goods and invent new and unnecessary models of preferably perfectly satisfactory products that we must purchase in order to stay in. Shopping has become a favorite pastime, and consumer goods have become essential mediators in relationships between family members and spouse. Christmas, spouses, and friends. Religious holidays such as Christmas have become shopping festivals. In the United States, even Memorial Day, originally a solemn day for remembering fallen soldiers, is now an occasion for special sales. Most people mark this day by going shopping, perhaps to prove that the defenders of the freedom did not die in vain. The flowering of the consumerist ethic is manifested most clearly in food market. Traditional agricultural societies lived in the awful state of starvation. In the affluent world of today, one of the leading health problems is obesity, which strikes the poor, who stuff themselves with hamburgers and pizzas, even more severely than the rich, who eat organic salads and fruit smoothies. Each year, the US population spends more money on diets than the amount needed to feed all the hungry people in the rest of the world. Obesity is a double victory for consumers instead of eating little, which will lead to economic contraction. People eat too much and then buy diet products, contributing to economic growth twice over. How can we square the consumerist ethic with the capitalist ethic of the business person, according to which profits should not be wasted and should instead be reinvested in production? It's simple. As in previous eras, there is today a division of labor between the elite and the masses. In medieval Europe, aristocrats spent their money carelessly on extravagant luxuries, whereas peasants lived frugally, minding every penny. Today the tables have turned. The rich take great care managing their assets and while the rest heaved into debt buying cars and televisions they don't really need. The capitalist and consumerist ethics are two sides of the same coin, a merger of two commandments. The supreme commandments of the rich is invest. The supreme commandments of the rest of us is buy. The capitalist consumerist ethic is revolutionary in another respect. Most previous ethical systems presented people with a pretty tough deal. They were promised paradise, but only if they cultivated patience and tolerance, overcome craving and anger, and restrained their selfish interest. This was too tough for most. The history of ethics is a sad tale of wonderful ideas that nobody can live up to. Most Christians did not imitate Christ. Most Buddhists failed to follow Buddha, and most Confucians would have caused Confucius a temper tantrum. In contrast, most people today successfully live up to the capitalist consumerist deal. The new ethic promises paradise on condition that the rich remain greedy and spend their time making more money, and that the masses give free rein to their craving and passions and buy more and more. This is the first religion in history whose followers actually do what they are asked to do. How though? Do we know that we will really get paradise in return? We have seen it on television. Chapter 18. A Permanent Revolution. The Industrial Revolution opened up new ways to convert energy and to produce goods, largely liberating humankind from its dependence on the surrounding ecosystem. Humans cut down forests, drained swamps, drained dammed rivers, flooded plains, laid down tens of thousands of kilometers of railroad tracks, and built skyscraping metropolises. As the world was molded to fit the needs of Homo sapiens habitats, but destroyed and species went extinct. Our once green and blue planet is becoming a concrete and plastic shopping center. Today, the Earth's continents are home to almost 7 billion sapiens. If you took all these people and put them on a large set of scales, their combined mass would be about 300 million tons. If you then took all our domesticated farmyard animals, cows, pigs, sheep, and chickens, and placed them on an even larger set of scales, their mass would amount to about 700 million tons. In contrast, the combined mass of all surviving large wild animals, from porcupines and penguins to elephants and whales, is less than 100 million tons. Our children's books, our iconography, and our TV screens are still full of giraffes, wolves, and chimpanzees, but the real world has very few of them left. There are about 80,000 giraffes in the world, compared to 1.5 billion cattle, only 2 lakh boys, compared to 400 million domesticated dogs, only 250,000 chimpanzees, in contrast to billions of humans. Humankind really has taken over the world. Ecological degradation is not the same as resource scarcity. As we saw in the previous chapter, the resources available to humankind are constantly increasing and are likely to continue to do so. That's why doomsday prophecies of resource scarcity are probably misplaced. In contrast, the fear of ecological degradation is only too well founded. The future may see sapiens gaining control of a cornucopia of new material and energy sources, while simultaneously destroying what remains of the natural habitats and driving most other species to extinction. In fact, ecological turmoil might endanger the survival of Homo sapiens itself. Global warming, rising oceans, and widespread pollutions could make the earth less hospitable to our kind, and the future might consequently see a spiraling race between human power and human-induced natural disasters. As humans use their power to counter the forces of nature and subjugate the ecosystem to their needs and whims, they might cause more and more unanticipated and dangerous side effects. These are likely to be controllable only by even more drastic manipulations of the ecosystem, which would result in even worse chaos. Many call this process the destruction of nature, but it's not really destruction, it's change. Nature cannot be destroyed. 65 million years ago, an asteroid wiped out the dinosaurs, but in so doing opened the way forward for mammals. Today, humankind is driving many species into extinction and might even annihilate itself. But other organisms are doing quite well. Rats and cockroaches, for example, are in their heyday. These tenacious creatures would probably creep out from beneath the smoking rubble to a nuclear Armageddon ready, unable to spread their DNA, perhaps 65 million years from now. Intelligent rats will look back gratefully on the decimation wrought by humankind, just as we today can thank that dinosaur-busting asteroid. Still, the rumors of our own extinction are premature. Since the Industrial Revolution, the world's human population has burgeoned as never before. In 1700, the world was home to some 700 million humans. In 1800, There were 950 million of us. By 1900, we almost doubled our numbers to 1.6 billion, and by 2000, that quadruplicated to 6 billion. Today, there are just shy of 7 billion. Modern time. While all these sapiens are gone, impervious to the whims of nature, they have become ever more subject to the dictates of modern industry and government. The Industrial Revolution opened the way to a long line of experiments in social engineering and an even longer series of unpremeditated changes in daily life and human mentality. One example among many is the replacement of the rhythms of traditional agriculture with the uniform and precise schedule of the industry. Traditional agriculture depended on cycles of natural time and organic growth. Most societies were unable very interested in doing so. The world went about its business without clocks and timetables, subject only to the movements of the sun and the growth cycles of plants. There was no uniform working day, drastically from season to season. People knew where the sun was and watched anxiously for portents of the rainy season and harvest time. But they did not know the hour and hardly cared about the year. If a lost time traveler popped up in a medieval village and asked a passerby, "What year is this?" the villager would be as bewildered by the question as by the stranger clothing. In contrast to medieval peasants and shoemakers, modern industry cares little about the sun or the season. It sanctifies precision and uniformity. For example, in a medieval workshop, each shoemaker made an entire shoe from sole to buckle. If one shoemaker was late for work, it did not stall the others. However, in a modern footwear factory assembly line, every worker mans a machine that produces just a small part of shoe, which is then passed on to the next machine. If the worker who operates machine number 5 has overslept, it stalls all the other machines. In order to prevent such calamities, everybody must adhere to a precise timetable. Each worker arrives at work at exactly the same time. Everybody takes their lunch break together, whether they are hungry or not. Everybody goes and announces that the shift is over, not when they have finished their project. Here is a picture. Charlie Chaplin as a simple worker caught in the wheels of the industrial assembly line from the film Modern Times, 1936. The Industrial Revolution turned the timetable and the assembly line into a template for almost all human activities. Shortly after, factories imposed their time frames on human behavior. Schools too adopted precise timetables, followed by hospitals, government offices, and grocery stores. Even in places devoid of assembly lines and machines, the timetable became king. If the shift at the fact 5 p.m. 2 minute. A crucial link in the spreading timetable system was public transportation. If the workers needed to start their shift by 8, the train or bus had to reach the factory gate by 7:55. A few minutes delay would lower production and perhaps even lead to the layoff of the unfortunate latecomers. In 1784, a carriage service with a published schedule began operating in Britain. Its timetable specified only the hour of departure, not arrival. Back then, each British city and town had its own local time, which could differ from London time by up to half an hour. When it was 12 in London, it was perhaps 12:20 in Liverpool and 11:50 in Canterbury. Since there was no telephones, no radio or television, and no fast trains, who could know and who cared? The first commercial train service began operating between Liverpool and Manchester in 1830. 10 years later, the first train timetable was issued. The trains were much faster than the old carriages, so the quirky differences in local hours became a severe nuisance. In 1847, British train companies put their heads together and agreed that henceforth our train timetables would be calibrated to Greenwich Observatory time rather than the local time of Liverpool, Manchester, or Glasgow. More and more institutions followed the lead of train companies. Finally, in 1880, the British government took the unprecedented step of legislating that all timetables in Britain must follow Greenwich. For the first time in history, a country adopted a national time and obliged its population to live according to an artificial clock rather than local ones or sunrise to sunset cycles. This modest beginning spawned a global network of timetables, synchronized down to the tiniest fraction of a second. When the broadcast media, first radio then television, made their debut, they entered a world of timetables and became its main enforcers and evangelists. Among the first things radio stations broadcast were time signals, beeps that enabled far-flung settlements and ships at sea to set their clocks. Later, radio stations adopted the custom of broadcasting the news every hour. Nowadays, the first time item of every news broadcast, more important even than the outbreak of war, is the time. During World War II, BBC News was broadcast to Nazi-occupied Europe. Each news program opened with a live broadcast of Big Bang tolling the hour. The magical sound of freedom. Ingenious German physicists found a way to determine the weather conditions in London based on tiny differences in the tone of the broadcast ding-dongs. This information offered invaluable help to the Luftwaffe. When the British Secret Service discovered this, they replaced the live broadcast with a set recording of the famous clock. In order to run the timetable network, cheap but precise portable clocks became ubiquitous. In Assyrian, Sassanid, or Inca cities, there might have been at most a few sundials. In European medieval cities, there was usually a single clock, a giant machine mounted on top of a high tower in the town square. These tower clocks were notoriously inaccurate, but since there were no other clock in town to contradict them, it hardly made any difference. Today, a single affluent family generally has more timepieces at home than an entire medieval country. You can tell the time by looking at your wristwatch, gazing at the clock on the kitchen wall, staring at the microwave, catching a glimpse of the TV or DVD, or taking in the taskbar or your computer out of the corner of your eye. You need to make a conscious effort not to know what time it is. The typical person consults and those clocks several dozens times a day because almost everything we do has to be done on time. An alarm clock wakes us up at 7 a.m. We heat our frozen bagel for exactly 50 seconds in the microwave, brush our teeth for 3 minutes until the electric toothbrush beeps, catch the 7:40 train to work, run on a treadmill at the gym until the beeper announces that half an hour is over, sit down in front of the TV at 7 p.m. to watch our favorite show, get interrupted at preordained moments by commercials that cost $1,000 per second, and eventually unload all our angst on a therapist who restricts our battle to the now standard 50-minute therapy hour. The Industrial Revolution brought about dozens of major upheavals in human society. Adapting to industrial time is just one of them. Other notable examples include urbanization, the disappearance of the peasantry, the rise of the industrial proletariat, the empowerment of the common person, democratization, youth culture, and the disintegration of patriarchy. Yet all of these upheavals are dwarfed by the most momentous social revolution that ever befell humankind. The collapse of the family and the local community and their replacement by the state and the market. As best we can tell, from the earliest times, more than a million years ago, humans lived in small, intimate communities, most of whose members were kin. The cognitive revolution and the agricultural revolution did not change that. They grew together families and communities to create tribes, cities, kingdoms, and empires. But families and communities remain the basic building blocks of all human societies. The Industrial Revolution, on the other hand, managed within little more than 2 centuries to break these building blocks into atoms. Most of the traditional functions of families and communities were handed over to states and markets. The collapse of the family and the community. Prior to the Industrial Revolution, the daily life of most humans ran its course within three ancient frames: the nuclear family, the extended family, and the local intimate community. Most people worked in the family business, the family farm or the family workshop, for example, or they worked in their neighbor's family business. The family was also the welfare system, the health system, the education system, the construction industry, the trade union, the pension fund, the insurance company, and the radio, the television, the newspaper, the bank, and even the police. When a person fell sick, the family took care of her. When a person grew old, the family supported her, and her children were her pension fund. When a person died, the family took care of the orphans. If a person wanted to build a hut, the family lent a hand. If a person wanted to open a business, the family raised the necessary money. If a person wanted to marry, the family chose or at least waited the promised in. But if a person's illness was too grave for the family to manage, or a new business demanded too large an investment, or the neighborhood quarrel escalated to the point of violence, the local community came to the rescue. The community offered help on the basis of local traditions and an economy of favors, which often differed greatly from the supply and demand laws of the free market. In an old-fashioned medieval community, when my neighbor was in need, I helped build his hut and guard his sheep. Without expecting any payment, if I was in need, my neighbor returned the favor. At the same time, the local potentate might have outdrafted all of us villagers to construct his castle without paying us a penny. In exchange, we counted on him to defend us against brigands and barbarians. Village life involved many transactions but few payments. There were some markets, of course, but their rows were limited. You could buy rare spices, cloth and tools, and hire the services of lawyers and doctors. Yet less than 10% of commonly used products and services were bought in the market. Most human needs were taken care of by the family and the community. There were also kingdoms and empires that performed important tasks such as building walls, building roads and constructing palaces. For these purposes, king raises taxes and occasionally enlisted soldiers and laborers. Yet, with few exceptions, they tended to stay out of the daily affairs of families and communities. Even if they wanted to intervene, most kings could do so only with difficulty. Traditional agricultural economies had few surpluses with which to feed crowds of government officials, policemen, social workers, teachers, and doctors. Consequently, most rulers did not develop mass welfare system, healthcare system, or educational system. They left such matters in the hands of families and communities. Even on rare occasions, when rulers tried to intervene more intensively in the daily lives of the peasant, as happened, for example, in the Qing Empire in the China. They did so by converting family heads and community elders into government agents. Often enough, transportation and communication difficulties made it so difficult to intervene in the affairs of remote communities that many kingdoms preferred to cede even the most basic royal prerogatives, such as taxation and violence, to communities. The Ottoman Empire, for instance, allowed family bandits to mete out justice rather than supporting a large imperial police force. If my cousin killed somebody, the victim's brother might kill me in sanctioned revenge. The Sultan in Istanbul or even the provincial Pasha did not intervene in such cases as long as violence remained within acceptable limits. In the Chinese Ming Empire, 1368 to 1644, the population was organized into the Baojia system. 10 families were grouped to form a jia, and 10 jia constituted a bao. When a member of a bao committed a crime, other bao members could be punished for it, in particular the bao elders. Taxes too were levied on the bao, and it was the responsibility of the bao elders rather than of the state officials to assess the situation of each family and determine the amount of tax it should pay. From the empire's perspective, this system had a huge advantage. Instead of maintaining thousands of revenue officials and tax collectors who would have to monitor the earnings and expenses of every family, these tasks were left to community elders. The elders knew how much each villager was worth, and they could usually enforce tax payments without involving the imperial army. Many kingdoms and empires were in truth little more than large protection brackets. The king was the capo di tutti capi, who collected protection money and in return made sure that neighboring crime syndicates and local small fry did not harm those under his protection. He did little else. Life in the bosom of family and community was far more ideal. Families and communities could oppress their members no less brutally than do modern states and markets, and their internal dynamics were often fraught with tension and violence. Yet people had little choice. A person who lost her family and community around 1750 was as good as dead. She had no job, no education, and no support in time of sickness and distress. Nobody would loan her money or defend her if she got into trouble. There were no policemen, no social workers, and no compulsory education. In order to survive, such a person quickly had to find an alternative family or community. Boys and girls who ran away from home could expect at best to become servants in some new family. At worst, there was the army or the brothel. All this changed dramatically over the last 2 centuries. The Industrial Revolutions gave the market immense new powers, provided the state with new means of communication and transportation, and placed at the government's disposal an army of clerks, teachers, policemen, and social workers. At first, the market and the state discovered their path blocked by traditional families and communities who had little love for outside intervention. Parents and community elders were reluctant to let the younger generation be indoctrinated by nationalist education system, conscripted into armies or turned into a ruthless urban proletariat. Over time, states and markets used their growing power to weaken the traditional bonds of family and community. The state sent its policemen to stop family bandits and replace them with court decisions. The market sent its hawkers to wipe out long-standing local traditions and replace them with ever-changing commercial fashion. Yet this was not enough. In order really to break the power of family and community, they needed the help of a fifth column. The state and the market approached people with an offer that could not be refused. Become individuals, they said. Marry whomever you desire, without asking permissions from your parents. Take up whatever job suits you. Even if community elders form, live wherever you wish. Even if you cannot make it every week to the family dinner, you are no longer dependent on your family or your community. Be the state. and the market will take care of you instead. We will provide food, shelter, education, health, welfare, and employment. We will provide pensions, insurance, and protection. Romantic literature often presents the individual as somebody caught in a struggle against the state and the market. Nothing could be further from the truth. The state and the market are the mother and father of the individual, and the individual can survive only thanks to them. The market provides us with work, insurance, and a pension. If we want to study a profession, the government schools are there to teach us. If we want to open a business, the bank loans us money. If we want to build a house, a construction company builds it and the bank gives us a mortgage, in some cases subsidized or insured by the state. If violence flares up, the police protects us. If we are sick for a few days, our health insurance takes care of us. If we are debilitated for months, Social Security steps in. If we need around-the-clock assistance, we can go to the market and hire a nurse, usually some stranger from the other side of the world who takes care of us with the kind of devotion that we no longer expect from our own children. If we have the means, we can spend our golden years at a senior citizen's home. The tax authorities treat us and in us an individual and do not expect us to pay the neighbor's tax. The courts too see us and us as individuals and never punish us for the crimes of our cousins. Not only adult men, but also women and children are recognized as individuals. Throughout most of history, women were often seen as the property of family or community. Modern states, on the other hand, see women as individuals, enjoying economic and legal rights independently of their family and communities. They may hold their own bank accounts, decide whom to marry, and even choose to divorce or live on their own. But the liberation of the individual comes at a cost. Many of us now develop loss of strong families and communities and feel alienated and threatened by the power of impersonal state and market. We did over our lives. States and market composed of alienated individuals can intervene in the lives of their members much more easily than states and markets composed of strong families and communities. When neighbors in a high-rise apartment building cannot even agree on how much to pay their janitor, how can we expect them to resist the state? The deal between states, markets, and individuals is an uneasy one. The state and the market disagree about their mutual rights and obligations, and individuals complain that both demand too much and provide too little. In many cases, individuals are exploited by markets, and states employ their armies, police forces, and bureaucracy to persecute individuals instead of defending them. Yet it is amazing that this deal works at all, however imperfectly, for it reaches countless generations of human social arrangements. Millions of years of evolution have designed us to live and think as community members. Within a mere 2 centuries, we have become alienated individuals. Nothing testifies better to the awesome power of culture. The nuclear family did not disappear completely from the modern landscape. When states and markets took from the family most of its economic and political roles, they left it some important emotional functions. The modern family is still supposed to provide for intimate needs, which state and market are so far incapable of providing. Yet even here the family is subject to increasing interventions. The market saves to an even ever greater degree the way people conduct their romantic and sexual lives. Whereas traditionally the family was the main matchmaker, today it's the market that tailors our romantic and sexual preferences and then lends a hand in providing for them for a fat fee. Previously, bride and groom met in the family living room and money passed from hands of one father to another. Today, courting is done at bars and cafes and money passes from the hands of lovers to waitresses. Even more money is transferred to the bank accounts of fashion designers, gym managers, dietitians, cosmeticians, and plastic surgeons who help us arrive at the cafe looking as similar as possible to the market ideals of beauty. Here is a diagram of circular. The pre-modern circle, big individuals, strong family and community, big state and market, and the modern cycle, big family and community, leads to strong state market, leads to strong individual. Family and community versus state and market. The state too keeps a sharper eye on family relations, especially between parents and children. Parents are obliged to send their children to be educated by the state. Parents who are especially abusive or violent with their children may be restrained by the state if need be. The state may even imprison the parents or transfer their children to foster families until not long ago. The suggestions that the state ought to prevent parents from beating or humiliating their children would have been rejected out of hand as ludicrous and unworkable. In most societies, parental authority was sacred. Respect and obedience to one's parents were among the most hallowed values, and parents could do almost anything they wanted, including killing newborn babies, selling children into slavery, and marrying off daughters to men more than twice their age. Today, parental authority is in full retreat. Youngsters are increasingly excused from obeying their elders, whereas parents are blamed for anything that goes wrong in the life of their child. Mom and dad are about as likely to get off in a Freudian courtroom as birth defendants in a Stalinist trial. Imagine communities. Like the nuclear family, the community could not completely disappear from our world without any emotional replacement. Markets and states today provide most of the material needs once provided by communities, but they must also supply tribal bonds. Markets and states do so by fostering imagined communities that contain millions of strangers and which are tailored to national and commercial needs. An imagined community is a community of people who don't really know each other but imagine that they do. Such communities are not a novel invention. Kingdoms, empires, and churches functioned for millennia as imagined communities. In ancient China, tens of millions of people saw themselves as members of a single family, with the emperor as its father in the Middle Ages. Millions of devout Muslims imagined that they were all brothers and sisters in the great community of Islam. Yet, throughout history, such imagined communities played second fiddle to intimate communities of several dozen people who knew each other well. The intimate communities fulfilled the emotional needs of their members and were essential for everyone's survival and welfare. In the last 2 centuries, the intimate communities have withered, leaving imagined communities to fill in the emotional vacuum. The two most important examples for the rise of such imagined communities are the nation and the consumer tribe. The nation is the imagined community of the state. The consumer tribe is the imagined community of the market. Both are imagined communities because it is impossible for all customers in a market or for all members of a nation really to know one another the way villagers knew one another in the past. No German can intimately know the other 80 million members of the German nation or the other 500 million customers inhabiting the European common market, which evolved first into the European community and finally became the European Union. Consumerism and nationalism work extra hours to make us imagine that millions of strangers belong to the same community as ourselves, that we all have a common past, common interest, and a common future. This is not a lie, it's imagination. Like money, limited liability companies, and human rights, nations and consumer tribes are intersubjective realities. They exist only in our collective imagination, yet their power is immense. as long as millions of Germans believe in the existence of a German nation, get excited at the sight of German national symbols, retail German national myths, and are willing to sacrifice money, time, and limb for the German nation. Germany will remain one of the strongest powers in the world. The nation does its best to hide its imagined character. Most nations argue that they are a natural and eternal entity, created in some primordial epoch by mixing the soil of the motherland with the blood of the people. Yet such claims are usually exaggerated. Nations existed in the distant past, but their importance was much smaller than today because the importance of the state was much smaller. A resident of medieval Nuremberg might have felt some loyalty towards the German nation, but she felt far more loyalty towards her family and local community, which took care of most of her needs. Who, moreover, whatever importance ancient nations may have had, few of them survived. Most exciting nations evolved only after the Industrial Revolution. The Middle East provides ample examples. The Syrian, Lebanese, Jordan, and Iraqi nations. Jordanian and Iraqi nations are the product of haphazard borders drawn in the sand by French and British diplomats who ignored local history, geography, and economy. These diplomats determined in 1918 that the people of Kurdistan, Baghdad, and Basra would henceforth be Iraqis. It was primarily the French who decided who would be Syrian and who Lebanese. Saddam Hussein and Hafiz al-Assad tried their best to promote and reinforce their Anglo-French manufactured national consciousness, but their bombastic speeches about the hereditary eternal Iraqi and Syrian nations had a hollow ring. It goes without saying that nations cannot be created from thin air. Those who worked hard to construct Iraq or Syria made use of real historical, geographical, and cultural raw materials, some of which are centuries and millennia old. Saddam Hussein co-opted the heritage of Abbasid Caliphate and the Babylonian Empire, even calling one of his crack armored units the Hammurabi Division. Yet that does not turn the Iraqi nation into an ancient entity. If I bake a cake from flour, oil, and sugar, all of which have been sitting in my pantry for the past 2 months, it does not mean that the cake itself is 2 months old. In recent decades, national communities have been increasingly eclipsed by tribes of customers who do not know one another intimately but share the same consumption habits and interests, and therefore feel part of the same consumer tribe and define themselves as such. It sounds very strange, but we are surrounded by examples. Madonna fans, for example, constitute a consumer tribe. They define themselves largely by shopping. They buy Madonna concert tickets, CDs, posters, shirts, and ringtones, and thereby define who they are. Manchester United fans, vegetarians, and environmentalists are other examples. They too are defined above all by what they consume. It is the keystone of their identity. A German vegetarian might well prefer to marry a French vegetarian than a German carnivore. Perpetuum mobile. The revolutions of the last 2 centuries have been so swift and radical that they have changed the most fundamental characteristics of the social order. Traditionally, the social order was hard and rigid. Order implied stability and continuity. Swift social revolutions were exceptional, and most social transformations resulted from the accumulation of numerous small steps. Humans tended to assume that the social structures was flexible and eternal. Families and communities might struggle to change their place within the order, but the idea that you could change the fundamental structure of the order was alien. People tended to reconcile themselves to the status quo, declaring that this is how it always was and this is how it always will be. Over the last 2 centuries, the pace of change became so quick that the social order acquired a dynamic and malleable nature. It now exists in a state of permanent flux. When we speak of modern revolution, we tend to think of 1789, the French Revolution, 1848, the liberal revolutions, or 1917, the Russian Revolution. But the fact is that these days every year is revolutionary. Today even a 30-year-old can honestly tell disbelieving teenagers. When I was young, the world was completely different. The internet, for example, came into wide uses only in the early 1990s, hardly 20 years ago. Today we cannot imagine the world without it. Hence, any attempt to define the characteristics of modern society is akin to defining the color of a chameleon. The only characteristics of which we can be certain is the incessant change. People have become used to this, and most of us think about the social order as something flexible, which we can engineer and improve at all. The main promise of pre-modern rulers was to safeguard the traditional orders or even go back to some lost golden age in the last 2 centuries. The currency of politics is that it promises to destroy the old world and build a better one in its place. Not even the most conservative of political parties boast merely to keep things as they are. Everybody promises social reform, educational reform, economic reform, and they often fulfill those promises. Just as geologists expect that tectonic movements will result in earthquakes and volcanic eruptions, so might we expect that drastic social movements will result in bloody outbursts of violence. The political history of 19th and 20th centuries is often told as a series of deadly wars, holocausts, and revolutions, like a child in new boots leaping from puddle to puddle. This view sees history as a leapfrogging from one bloodbath to the next, from World War I to World War II to the Cold War, from the Armenian genocide to the Jewish genocide to the Rwandan genocide, from Robespierre to Lenin to Hitler. There is truth here, but this all too familiar list of calamities is somewhat misleading. We focus too much on the puddles and forget about the dry land separating them. The late modern era has been unprecedented levels not only of violence and horror, but also of peace and tranquility. Charles Dickens wrote of the French Revolution that it was the best of times. It was the worst of times. This may be true not only of the French Revolution, but of the entire era it heralded. It is especially true of the 7 decades that have elapsed since the end of World War II. During this period, humankind has for the first time faced the possibility of complete self-annihilation and has experienced a fair number of actual wars and genocides. Yet these decades were also the most peaceful era in human history, and by a wide margin. This is surprising because these very same decades experienced more economic, social, and political change than any previous era. The tectonic plates of history are moving at a frantic pace, but the volcanoes are mostly silent. The new elastic order seems to be able to contain and even initiate radical structural changes without collapsing into violent conflict. Peace in our time. Most people don't appreciate just how peaceful an era we live in. None of us was alive 1,000 years ago, so we easily forget how much more violent the world used to be. And as wars become more rare, they attract more attention. Many more people think about the wars raging today in Afghanistan and Iraq than about the peace in which most Brazilians and Indians live. Even more importantly, it's easier to relate to the suffering of individuals than of entire population. However, in order to understand macro-historical processes, we need to examine mass statistics rather than individual stories. In the year 2000, wars caused the deaths of 10,000 individuals, and violent crime killed 70,000. Each and every crime is a world destroyed, a family ruined, friends and relatives scared for life. Yet from a macro perspective, these 8,30,000 victims comprised only 1.5% of the 56 million people who died in 2000. That year, 1.26 million people died in car accidents, 2.25% of total mortality, and 8,15,000 people committed suicide, 1.45%. The figures for 2002 are even more surprising. Out of 57 million dead, only 1,72,000 people died in war and 5,69,000 died of violent crime, a total of 7,41,000 victims of human violence. In contrast, 8,73,000 people committed suicide. It turns out that in the year following 9/11 attacks, despite all the talk of terrorism and war, the average person was more likely to kill himself than to be killed by a terrorist, a soldier, or a drug dealer. In most parts of the world, people do go to sleep without fearing that in the middle of the night, a neighboring tribe might surround their villages and slaughter everyone. Bell of British subjects travel daily from Nottingham to London through Sherwood Forest without fear that a gang of merry, green-clad brigands will ambush them and take their money to give to the poor, or more likely murder them and take the money for themselves. Students book no cannons from their teachers. Children need not fear that they will be sold into slavery when their parents can't pay their bills, and women know that the law forbids their husband from beating them and forcing them to stay at home. Increasingly around the world, these expectations are fulfilled. The doctrine of violence is due largely to the rise of state. Throughout history, most violence resulted from local feuds between families and communities. Even today, as the above figures indicate, local crime is a far deadlier threat than international wars. As we have seen, early farmers, who knew no political organizations larger than the local community, suffered rampant violence. Our kingdoms and empire became stronger. They reigned in communities and the level of violence decreased. In the decentralized kingdoms of medieval Europe, about 20 to 40 people were murdered each year for every 100 inhabitants. In recent decades, when states and markets have become all-powerful and communities have vanished, violence rates have dropped even further. Today, the global average is only 9 murders a year per 1 lakh people, and most of these murders take place in weak states such as Somalia and Colombia. In the centralized states of Europe, the average is 1 murder a year per 1 lakh people. There are certainly cases where states use their power to kill their own citizens, and these often loom large in our memories and fears. During the 20th century, tens of millions, if not hundreds of millions of people were killed by the security forces of their own states. Still, from a macro perspective, state-run courts and police forces have probably increased the level of security worldwide. Even in oppressive dictatorships, the average modern pure person is far less likely to die at the hands of another person than in pre-modern societies. In 1964, a military dictatorship was established in Brazil. It ruled the country until 1985. During these 20 years, several thousand Brazilians were murdered by the regime. Thousands more were imprisoned and tortured. Yet even in the worst years, the average Brazilian in Rio de Janeiro was far less likely to die at human hands than the average Bauerni, Aravete, or Yanomamo. The Bauerni, Aravete, and Yanomamo are indigenous people who live in the depths of the Amazon forest, without army, police, or prisons. Anthropological studies have indicated that between a quarter and a half of their menfolk die sooner or later in violent conflicts over property, women, or prestige. Imperial retirement. It is perhaps debatable whether violence within states has decreased or increased since 1945. What nobody can deny is that international violence has dropped to an all-time low. Perhaps the most obvious example is the collapse of the European empires. Throughout history, empires have crushed rebellions with an iron fist, and when its day came, a sinking empire used all its might to save itself, usually collapsing into a bloodbath. Its final demise generally led to anarchy and wars of success. Since 1945, most empires have opted for peaceful early retirement. Their process of collapse became relatively swift, calm, and orderly. In 1945, Britain ruled a quarter of the globe. 30 years later, it ruled just a few small islands. In the intervening decades, it retreated from most of its colonies in a peaceful and orderly manner, though in some places, such as Malaya and Kenya, the British tried to hang on by force of arms. In most places, they accepted the end of empire with a sigh rather than with a temper tantrum. They focused their efforts not on retaining power but on transferring it as smoothly as possible. At least some of the praise usually heaped on Mahatma Gandhi for his non-violent greed is actually owed to the British Empire, despite many years of bitter and often violent struggle. When the end of the Raj came, the Indians did not have to fight the British in the streets of Delhi and Calcutta. The empire's place was taken by a slew of independent states, most of which have since enjoyed stable borders and have for the most part lived peacefully alongside their navies. 2 tens of thousands of people perished in the hands of the threatened British Empire, and in several hot spots, its retreat led to the eruption of ethnic conflicts that claimed hundreds of thousands of lives, particularly in India. Yet when compared to the long-term historical average, the British withdrawal was an example of peace and order. The French Empire was more stubborn. Its collapse involved bloody rearguard actions in Vietnam and Algeria that cost hundreds of thousands of lives. Yet the French too retreated from the rest of their dominions quickly and peacefully, leaving behind orderly states rather than a chaotic free from all. The Soviet collapse in 1989 was even more peaceful despite the eruption of ethnic conflict in the Balkans. The Caucasus and Central Asia never before had such a mighty empire disappeared so swiftly and so quietly. The Soviet Empire of 1989 had suffered no military defeat except in Afghanistan, no external invasion, no rebellions, nor even large-scale Martin Luther King-style campaigns of civil disobedience. The Soviets still had millions of soldiers, tens of thousands of tanks and aeroplanes, and enough nuclear weapons to wipe out the whole of humankind several times over. The Red Army and other Warsaw Pact armies remained loyal. Had the last Soviet ruler, Mikhail Gorbachev, given the order, the Red Army would have opened fire on the subjugated masses. Yet the Soviet Allied and the communist regimes through most of Eastern Europe, Romania and Serbia were the exception, those not to use even a tiny fraction of this military power. When its members realized that communism was bankrupt, they renounced force, admitted their failure, packed their suitcases and went home. Gorbachev and his colleagues gave up without a struggle not only the Soviet conquest of World War II, but also the much older and savage conquest in the Baltic, the Ukraine, the Caucasus, and Central Asia. It is chilling to contemplate what might have happened if Gorbachev had behaved like the Serbian leadership or like the French in Algeria. Pax Atomica. The independent states that came after these empires were remarkably uninterested in wars. With very few exceptions, since 1945, states no longer invade other states in order to conquer and swallow them up. Such conquest had been the bread and butter of political history. Since time immemorial, It was how most great empires were established and how most rulers and populations expected things to stay. But campaigns of conquest like those of Romans, Mongols, and Ottomans cannot take place today anywhere in the world since 1945. No independent country recognized by the UN has been conquered and wiped off the map. Limited international wars still occur from time to time, and millions still die in wars. But wars are no longer the norm. Many people believe that the disappearance of international war is unique to the rich democracies of Western Europe. In fact, peace reached Europe after it prevailed in other parts of the world. Thus, the last serious international wars between South American countries were the Peru-Ecuador War of 1941 and the Bolivia-Paraguay War of 1932 to 35. And before that, there had not been a serious war between South American countries since 1879-84, with Chile on one side and Bolivia and Peru on the other. We seldom think of the Arab world as particularly peaceful, yet only once, since the Arab countries won their independence, has one of them mounted a full-scale invasion of others, the Iraqi invasion of Kuwait in 1990. There have been quite a few border clashes. For example, Syria versus Jordan in 1970, many armed interventions of one in the affair of another. For example, Syria in Lebanon, numerous civil wars, Algeria, Yemen, Libya, and an abundance of coups and revolts. Yet, there have been no full-scale international wars among the Arab states, except the Gulf War. Even widening the scope to include the entire Muslim world adds only one more example: the Iran-Iraq War. There was no Turkey-Iran War, Pakistan-Afghanistan War, or Indonesia-Malaysia War. In Africa, things are far less rosy, but even there, most conflicts are civil wars and coups. Since African states won their independence in the 1960s and 1970s, very few countries have invaded one another in the hope of conquest. There have been periods of relative calm before us, for example in the Europe between 1871 and 1940. They always ended badly, but this time it is different. For real peace is not the mere absence of war. Real peace is the impossibility of war. There was never been real peace in the world. Between 1871 and 1940. Between 1871 and 1940, a European war remained a plausible eventuality, and the expectation of war dominated the thinking of armies, politicians, and ordinary citizens alike. This foreboding was true for all other peaceful periods in history. An iron law of international politics decreed for every two nearby polities, there is a plausible scenario that will cause them to go to war against one another within 1 year. This law of the jungle was in the force in late 19th century Europe, in medieval Europe, in ancient China, and in classical Greece. If Sparta and Athens were at peace in 450 BC, there was a plausible scenario that they would be at war by 1449 BC. Today, humankind has broken the law of jungle. There is at last real peace and not just absence of war. For most polities, there is no plausible scenario leading to full-scale conflict within 1 year. What could lead to war between Germany and France next year, or between China and Japan, or between Brazil and Argentina? Some minor border clash might occur, but only a truly apocalyptic scenario could result in an old-fashioned full-scale war between Brazil and Argentina in 2014, and with Argentina armored divisions sweeping to the gates of Rio and Brazilian carpet bombers, pulverizing the neighborhoods of Buenos Aires. Such wars might still erupt between several pairs of states. for example between Israel and Syria, Ethiopia and Eritrea, or the USA and Iran, but these are only the exceptions that prove the rule. This situation might of course change in the future, and with hindsight, the world of today might seem incredibly naive. Yet from the historical perspective, our very naivety is fascinating. Never before has peace been so prevalent that people not even imagine war. Scholars have sought to explain this happy development in more books and articles than you would ever want to read yourself. And they have identified several contributing factors. First and foremost, the price of war has gone up dramatically. The Nobel Peace Prize to end all peace prizes should have been given to Robert Oppenheimer and his fellow architects of the atomic bomb. Nuclear weapons have turned a war between superpowers into collective suicide and made it impossible to seek world domination by force of arms. Secondly, while the price of war soared, its profits declined. For most of history, polities and could enrich themselves by looting or annexing enemy territories. Most wealth consisted of fields, cattle, slaves and gold, so it was easy to loot it or occupy it. Today, wealth consists mainly of human capital, technical know-how and competence. Consequently, it is difficult to carry it off or incorporate it into one's territory. Consider California. Its wealth was initially built on gold mines, but today it is built on silicon and celluloid. Silicon Valley and the celluloid hills of Hollywood. What would happen if the Chinese were to mount an armed invasion of California, land 1 million soldiers on the beaches of San Francisco and storm inland? They would gain little. There are no silicon mines in Silicon Valley. The wealth resides in the minds of Google engineers and Hollywood script doctors, directors and special effects wizards, who would be on the first plane to Bangalore or Mumbai long before the Chinese rode into Sunset Boulevard. It is not coincidental that the few full-scale international wars that still take place in the world, such as the Iraq invasion of Kuwait, occur in places where wealth is old-fashioned material wealth. The Kuwait Sheikhs could flee abroad, but the oil fields stayed put and were occupied. 43 and 44. Gold miners in California during the gold rush and Facebook headquarters near San Francisco in 1849. California built its fortunes on gold. Today, California builds its fortunes on silicon. But whereas in 1849, the gold actually lay there in the Californian soil, the real treasures of Silicon Valley are locked inside the heads of high-tech employees. While war became less profitable, peace became more lucrative than ever. In traditional agricultural economies, long-distance trade and foreign investments were side sources. Consequently, peace brought little profit aside from avoiding the cost of wars. If, say in 1400 England and France were at peace, the French did not have to pay heavy war taxes and to suffer destructive English invasions, but otherwise it did not benefit their wallets. In modern capitalist economies, foreign trade and investments have become all important. Peace therefore brings unique dividends. As long as China and the USA are at peace, the Chinese can prosper by selling products to the USA, trading in Wall Street and receiving US investment. Last but not least, a tectonic shift has taken place in global political culture. Many elites in history, Hun chieftains, Viking noblemen, Aztec priests, for example, viewed war as a positive good. Others viewed it as evil, but an inevitable one, which we had better turn to our own advantage. Ours is the first time in history that the world is dominated by a peace-loving elite, politicians, business people, intellectuals and artists who genuinely see war as both evil and avoidable. There were pacifists in the past, such as the early Christians, but in rare cases that they gained power, they tended to forget about their requirement to turn the other cheek. There is a positive feedback loop between all these four factors. The threat of nuclear holocaust fosters pacifism. When pacifism spreads, war recedes and trade flourishes, and trade increases both the profits of peace and the cost of war. Over time, this feedback loop creates another obstacle to war, which may ultimately prove the most important of all. The tightening wave of international connections erodes the independence of most countries, lessening the chance that any one of them might single-handedly let slip the dogs of war. Most countries no longer engage in full-scale war for the simple reason that they are no longer independent, though. Citizens in Israel, Italy, Mexico, or Thailand may harbor illusions of independence. The fact is that their governments cannot conduct independent economic or foreign policies, and they are certainly incapable of initiating and conducting full-scale war on their own. As I explained in chapter 11, we are witnessing the formation of a global empire. Like previous empires, this one too enforces peace within its borders, and since its borders cover the entire globe, the world empire effectively enforces world peace. So is the modern era one of the mindless slaughter, war and oppression, typified by the trenches of World War I, the nuclear mushroom cloud over Hiroshima and the gory manias of Hitler and Stalin? Or is it an era of peace epitomized by the trenches never dug in South America, the mushroom clouds that never appeared over Moscow and New York, and the serene visages of Mahatma Gandhi and Martin Luther King? The answer is matter of timing. It is sobering to realize how often our view of the past is distorted by events of the last few years. If this chapter had been written in 1945 or 1962, it would probably have been much more grim. Since it was written in 2014, it takes a relatively buoyant approach to modern history. To satisfy both optimists and pessimists, we may conclude by saying that we are on the threshold of both heaven and hell, moving nervously between the gateway of the one and the anteroom of the other. History has still not decided where we will end up, and a string of coincidences might yet send us rolling in either directions. Chapter 19. And they lived happily ever after. The last 500 years have witnessed a breathtaking series of revolutions. The earth has been united into a single ecological and historical spiral. The economy has grown exponentially, and humankind today enjoys the kind of wealth that used to be the stuff of fairy tales. Science and the Industrial Revolution have given humankind superhuman powers and practically limitless energy. The social order has been completely transformed, as have politics, daily life, and human psychology. But are we happier? Did the wealth humankind accumulated over the last 5 centuries translate into a newfound contentment? Did the discovery of inexhaustible energy resources open before us inexhaustible stores of bliss? Going further back, have the 70 or so turbulent millennia since the cognitive revolution made the world a better place to live? Was the late Neil Armstrong, whose footprint remains intact on the windless moon, happier than the nameless hunter-gatherers who 30,000 years ago left her handprint on a wall in Soviet camp? If not, what was the point of developing agriculture, cities, writing, coinage, empires, science and industry? Historians seldom ask such questions. They do not ask whether the citizens of Europe and Babylon were happier than their foraging ancestors, whether the rise of Islam made Egyptians more pleased with their lives, or how the collapse of the European empires in Africa have influenced the happiness of countless millions. Yet, these are the most important questions one can ask of history. Most current ideologies and political programs are based on rather flimsy ideas concerning the real source of human happiness. Nationalists believe that political self-determination is essential for our happiness. Communists postulate that everyone would be blissful under the dictatorship of the proletariat. Capitalists maintain that only the free market can ensure the greatest happiness of the greatest number by creating economic growth and material abundance and by teaching people to be self-reliant and enterprising. What would happen if serious research were to disprove these hypotheses? If economic growth and self-reliance do not make people happier, what's the benefit of capitalism? What if it turns out that the subject of the large empires are largely generally happier than the citizens of independent states, and that, for example, Algerians were happier under French rule than under their own? What would that say about the process of decolonization and the value of national self-determination? These are all hypothetical possibilities because so far historians have avoided raising these questions, not to mention answering them. They have researched the history of just about everything: politics, hypothetical possibilities, disease, sexuality, false, reaching not to mention answering them. They have researched the story or history of just about everything: politics, social, economics, gender, disease, sexuality, food, cloth, and seldom stop asking how these influence human happiness. So, these influence human happiness, though few have studied long-term history of happiness. Almost the scholars and layperson has some vague preconception about it in one common view. Every scholar and common view human capabilities have increased throughout history. Since humans generally use their capabilities to alleviate miseries and fulfill aspirations, it follows that we must be happier than our medieval ancestors, and they must have been happier than Stone Age hunter-gatherers, but this progressive account is unconvincing. As we have seen, new aptitudes, behaviors and skills do not necessarily make for a better life. When humans learned to farm in the agricultural revolution, their collective power to save their environment increased, but the lot of many individuals humans grew harsher. Peasants had to work harder than foragers to eke out less varied and nutritious food, and they were far more exposed to disease and exploitation. Similarly, the spread of European empires greatly increased the collective power of humankind by circulating ideas, technologies, and crops, and opening new avenues of commerce. Yet this was hardly good news for millions of Africans, Native Americans, and Aboriginal Australians, given the proven human propensity for misusing power. It seems naive to believe that the more clout people have, the happier they will be. Some challengers of this view take a diametrically opposed position. They argue for a reverse correlation between human capabilities and happiness. Power corrupts, they say, and as humankind gained more and more power, it created a cold mechanistic world ill-suited to our real needs. Evolution molded our minds and bodies to the life of hunter-gatherers. The transition first to agriculture and then to industry has condemned us to living unnatural lives that cannot give full expression to our inherent inclinations and instincts and therefore cannot satisfy our deepest yearnings. Nothing in the comfortable lives of urban middle class can approach the wild excitement and sheer joy experienced by a forager band on a successful mammoth hunt. Every new invention just puts another mile between us and the Garden of Eden. Yet, this romantic insistence on seeking a dark shadow behind each invention is a dogmatic urge, the belief in the inevitability of progress. Perhaps we are out of reach with our inner hunter-gatherers, but it's not all bad. For instance, over the last 2 centuries, modern medicine has decreased child mortality from 33% to less than 5%. Can anyone doubt that this made a huge contribution to the happiness not only of those children who would otherwise have died, but also of their families and friends? A more nuanced position takes the middle road. Middle road. Until the scientist revolution were no clear correlation between power and happiness, medieval peasants may indeed have been more miserable than their hunter-gatherers, forebears. But in the last few centuries, humans have learned to use their capacities more wisely. The triumph of modern medicines are just one example. Other unprecedented achievements include the steep drop in violence, the virtual disappearance of international wars, and the near elimination of large-scale famines. Yet this, too, is an oversimplification. Firstly, it bases its optimistic assessment on a very small sample of years. The majority of humans begin to enjoy the fruits of modern medicine no earlier than 1850, and the drastic drop in child mortality is a 20th century phenomenon. Mass famines continued to blight much of humanity up to the middle of the 20th century during the communist China Great Leap forward of 1958 to 61. Somewhere between 10 and 50 million human beings starved to death. International wars became rare only after 1945, largely thanks to the new threat of nuclear annihilation. Hence, though the last few decades have been an unprecedented golden age for humanity, it is too early to know whether this represents a fundamental shift in the currents of history or an ephemeral eddy of good fortune. When judging modernity, it is also too tempting to take the viewpoint of a 21st century middle-class Westerner. We must not forget the viewpoint of a 19th century Welsh coal mine, Chinese opium addict, or Tasmanian aborigine. Wu Ganini is no less important than Homer Simpson. Secondly, even the brief golden age of the last half-century may turn out to have sown the seeds of future catastrophe. Over the last few decades, we have been disturbing the ecological equilibrium of our planet in myriad new ways, with what seem likely to be dire consequences. A lot of violence indicates that we are destroying the foundations of human prosperity in an orgy of reckless consumption. Finally, we can congratulate ourselves on the unprecedented accomplishment of modern sapiens only if we completely ignore the fate of all other animals. Much of the wanted material wealth that shields us from disease and famine was accumulated at the expense of laboratory monkeys, dairy cows, and conveyor belt chickens. Over the last 2 centuries, tens of billions of them have been subjected to a regime of industrial exploitation whose cruelty has no precedent in the annals of planet Earth. If we accept a mere tenth of what animal rights activists are claiming, then modern industrial agriculture might well be the greatest crime in history. When evaluating global happiness, it is wrong to count the happiness only of the upper classes, of Europeans, or of men. Perhaps it is also wrong to consider only the happiness of humans, counting happiness. So far, we have discussed happiness as if it were largely a product of material factors such as health, diet, and wealth. If people are richer and healthier, then they must also be happier. But is that really so obvious? Philosophers, priests, and poets have brooded over the nature of happiness for millennia, and many have concluded that social, ethical, and spiritual factors have as great an impact on our happiness as material conditions. Perhaps people in modern affluent societies suffer greatly from alienation and meaninglessness despite their prosperity, and perhaps our less well-to-do ancestors found much contentment and community, religion, and a bond with nature. In recent decades, psychologists and biologists have taken up the challenge of studying scientifically what really makes people happy. Is it money, family, genetics, or perhaps virtue? The first step is to define what is to be measured. The generally accepted definition of happiness is subjective well-being. Happiness, according to this view, is something I feel inside myself, a sense of either immediate pleasure or long-term contentment with the way my life is going. If it is something felt inside, how can it be measured from outside? Presumably, we can do so by asking people to tell us how they feel. So psychologists or biologists who want to assess how happy people feel give them questionnaires to fill out and tally the results. A typical subjective well-being questionnaire asks interviewees to grade on a scale of 0 to 10 their agreement with statements such as I feel pleased with the way I am. I feel the life is very rewarding. I am optimistic about the future and life is good. The researcher then adds up all the answers and calculates the interviewee's general level of subjective well-being. Such questionnaires are used in order to correlate happiness with various objective factors. One study might compare 1,000 people who earn $1 lakh a year with 1,000 people who earn $50,000. If the study discovers that the first group has an average subjective well-being level of 8.7, while the latter has an average of only 7.3, the researchers may reasonably conclude that there is a positive correlation between wealth and subjective well-being. To put it in simple English, money brings happiness. The same method can be used to examine whether people living in democracies are happier than people living in dictatorship, and whether married people are happier than singles, divorcees, or widowers. This provides a grounding for historians who can examine wealth, political freedom, and divorce rates in the past. If people are happier in democracies and married people are happier than divorcees, a historian has a basis for arguing that the democratization process of the last few decades contributed to the happiness of humankind, whereas the growing rates of divorce indicates an opposite trend. This way of thinking is not flawless, but before pointing out some of the holes, it is worth considering the findings. One interesting conclusion is that money does indeed bring happiness, but only up to a point. And beyond that point, it has little significance. For people stuck at the bottom of the economic ladder, more money means greater happiness. If you are an American single mother earning $12,000 a year, cleaning houses, and you suddenly win $5 lakh in the lottery, you will probably experience a significant and long-term surge in your subjective well-being. You will be able to feed and clothe your children without sinking further into debt. However, if you are a top executive earning $250,000 a year and you win $1 million in the lottery, or your company board suddenly decides to double your salary, your surge is likely to last only a few weeks, according to the empirical findings. It's almost certainly not going to make a big difference to the way you feel over the long run. You will buy a snazzier car, move into a palatial home, get used to drinking Chateau part3 instead of California Cabernet. But it will soon all seem routine and unexceptional. Another interesting finding is that illness decreases happiness in the short term, but is a source of long-term distress. Only if a person's condition is constantly deteriorating or if the disease involves ongoing and debilitating pain. People who are diagnosed with chronic illness such as diabetes are usually depressed for a while, but if the illness does not get worse, they adjust to their new condition and rate their happiness as highly as healthy people do. Imagine that Lucy and Luke are middle-class twins who agree to take part in a subjective well-being study. On the way back from the psychology laboratory, Lucy's car is hit by a bus, leaving Lucy with a number of broken bones and a permanently lame leg, just as the rescue crew is cutting her out of the wreckage. The phone rings and Luke shouts that he has won the lottery's $10 million jackpot. 2 years later, she will be limping and he will be a lot richer. But when the psychologist comes around for a follow-up study, they are both likely to give the same answer they did on the morning of that fateful day. Family and community seem to have more impact on our happiness than money and health. People with strong families who live in tight-knit and supportive communities are significantly happier than people whose families are dysfunctional and who have never found or never sought a community to be part of. Marriage is particularly important. Repeated studies have found that there is a very close correlation between good marriages and high subjective well-being, and between bad marriages and misery. This holds true irrespective of economic or even physical conditions. An impecunious invalid surrounded by a loving spouse, a devoted family, and a warm community may well feel better than an alienated billionaire, provided that the invalid's poverty is not too severe and that his illness is not degenerative or painful. This weighs the possibility that the immense improvement in material conditions over the last 2 centuries was offset by the collapse of family and the community. If so, the average person might well be no happier today than in 1800. Even the freedom we value so highly may be working against us. We can choose our spouses, friends and neighbors, but they can choose to leave us. With the individual wielding unprecedented power to decide her own path in life, we find it ever harder to make commitments. We thus live in an increasingly lonely world of unraveling communities and families. But the most important findings of all is that happiness does not really depend on objective conditions of either wealth, health, or even community. Rather, it depends on the correlation between objective conditions and subjective expectations. If you want a bullock cart and get a bullock cart, you are content. If you want a brand new Ferrari and get only a second-hand Fiat, you will feel deprived. This is why winning the lottery has, over time, the same impact on pupils' happiness as a debilitating car accident. When things improve, expectations balloon, and consequently, even dramatic improvement in objective conditions can leave us dissatisfied. When things deteriorate, expectations shrink, and consequently, even a severe illness might leave you pretty much as happy as you were before. You might say that we did not need a bunch of psychologists and their questionnaires to discover this. Prophet, poet, and philosophers realized thousands of years ago that being satisfied with what you already have is far more important than getting more of what you want. Still, it's nice when modern research, bolstered by lots of numbers and charts, reaches the same conclusions the ancient did. The crucial importance of human expectations has far-reaching implications for understanding the history of happiness. If happiness depends only on objective conditions such as birth, health, and social relations, it would have been relatively easy to investigate its history. The finding that it depends on subjective expectations makes the task of historians far harder. We moderns have an arsenal of tranquilizers, and painkillers at our disposal, but our expectations of ease and pleasure and our intolerance of inconvenience and discomfort have increased to such an extent that we may well suffer from pain most ever did. It's hard to accept this line of thinking. The problem is a fallacy of reasoning embedded deep in our psyches. When we try to guess or imagine how happy other people are now, or how people in the past were, we inevitably imagine ourselves in their shoes. But that won't work because it pastes our expectations onto the material conditions of others. In modern affluent societies, it is customary to take a shower and change your clothes every day. Medieval peasants went without washing for months on end and hardly ever changed their clothes. The very thought of living like that, filthy and reeking to the bone, is abhorrent to us. Yet medieval peasants seem not to have minded. They were used to the feel and smell of a long unlaundered shirts. It's not that they wanted a change of clothes but could not get it. They had what they wanted, so at least as far as clothing goes, they were content. That's not so surprising. When you think of it, after all, our chimpanzees cousins seldom wash and never change their clothes. Nor are we disgusted by the fact that our pet dogs and cats don't shower or change their coats daily. We pet, hug and kiss them all the same. Small children in affluent societies often dislike showering, and it takes them years of education and parental to adopt his supposedly attractive custom. It is all a matter of expectations. If happiness is determined by expectations, then two pillars of our society, mass media and the advertising industry, may unwittingly be depleting the globe's reservoir of contentment. If you were an 18-year-old youth in a small village 5,000 years ago, you did probably think you were good looking because there were only 50 other men in your village, and most of them were either old, scared and wrinkled, or still little kids. But if you are a teenager today, you are a lot more to feel inadequate, even if the other guys at school are an ugly lot. You don't measure yourself against them, but against the movie stars, athletes, and supermodels you see all day on television, Facebook, and giant billboards. So maybe third world discontent is fomented not merely by poverty, disease, corruption, and political oppression, but also by mere exposure to first world standards. The average Egyptian was far less likely to die from starvation, plague, or violence under Hosni Mubarak than under Ramses II or Cleopatra. Never had the material condition of most Egyptians been so good. You did think they would have been dancing in the streets in 2011, thanking Allah for their good fortune. Instead, they rose up furiously to overthrow Mubarak. They were not comparing themselves to their ancestors under the pharaohs, but rather to their contemporaries in Obama's America. If that's the case, even immortality might lead to discontent. Suppose science comes up with cures for all diseases, effective anti-aging therapies, and regenerative treatments that keep people indefinitely young. In all likelihood, the immediate result will be an unprecedented epidemic of anger and anxiety. Those unable to afford the new miracle treatments, the vast majority of people, will be beside themselves with rage. Throughout history, the poor and oppressed comforted themselves with the thought that at least death is even-handed, that the rich and the powerful will also die. The poor will not be comfortable with the thought that they have to die while the rich will remain young and beautiful forever. Here is a picture. In previous eras, the standard of beauty was set by the handful of people who lived next door to you. Today, the media and the fashion industry expose us to a totally unrealistic standard of beauty. They search out the most gorgeous people on the planet and then parade them constantly before our eyes. No wonder we are far less happy with the way we look. But the tiny majority but the tiny minority able to afford the new treatment will not be euphoric either. They will have to be anxious about, although the new therapies could extend life and youth. They cannot revive corpses. How dreadful to think that I and my loved ones can live forever, but only if we don't get hit by a truck or blown to smithereens by a terrorist. Potentially a mortal pupil are likely to go averse to taking even the slightest risk, and the glory of losing a spouse, child, or close friend will be unbearable. Chemical happiness. Social scientist distributes subjective well-being questionnaire and correlate the results with socio-economic factors such as wealth and political freedom. Biologists use the same questionnaire but correlate the answers people give them with biochemical and genetic factors. Their findings are shocking. Biologists hold that our mental and emotional world is governed by biochemical mechanisms shaped by millions of years of evolution. Like all the other mental states, our subjective well-being is not determined by external parameters such as salary, social relations, or political rights. Rather, it is determined by a complex system of nerves, neurons, synapses, and various biochemical substances such as serotonin, dopamine, and oxytocin. Nobody is ever made happy by winning the lottery, buying a house, getting a promotion, or even finding true love. People are made happy by one thing and one thing only: pleasant sensations in their bodies. A person who just won the lottery or found new love and jumps from joy is not really reacting to the money or the lover. She is reacting to various hormones coursing through her bloodstream and to the storm of electric signals flashing between different parts of her brain. Unfortunately, for all hopes of creating heaven on earth, our internal biochemical system seems to be programmed to keep happiness levels relatively constant. There is no natural selection for happiness as such. A happy hermit's genetic line will go extinct as the genes of a pair of anxious parents get carried on to the next generation. Happiness and misery play a role in evolution only to the extent that they encourage or discourage survival and reproduction. Perhaps it's not surprising then that evolution has molded us to be neither too miserable nor too happy. It enables us to enjoy a momentary rush of pleasant sensations, but these never last forever. Sooner or later, they subside and give place to unpleasant sensations. For example, evolution provided pleasant feelings as rewards to males who spread their genes by having sex with fertile females. If sex were not accompanied by such pleasure, few males would bother. At the same time, evolution made sure that these pleasant feelings quickly subsided. If orgasm were to last forever, the very happy males would die of hunger for lack of interest in food and would not take the trouble to look for additional fertile females. Some scholars compare human biochemistry to an air conditioning system that keeps the temperature constant. Come heat wave or snowstorm, events might momentarily change the temperature, but the air conditioning system always returns the temperature to the same set point. Some air conditioning systems are set at 25 degrees Celsius, Celsius. Others are set at 20 degrees. Human happiness conditioning systems also differ from person to person on a scale from 1 to 10. Some people are born with a cheerful biochemical system that allows their mood to swing between level 6 and 10, stabilizing with time at 8. Such a person is quite happy even if she lives in an alienating big city, loses all her money in a stock exchange crash, and is diagnosed with diabetes. Other people are cursed with a gloomy biochemistry that swings between 3 and 7 and stabilizes at 5. Such an unhappy person remains depressed even if she enjoys the support of a tight-knit community, wins millions in the lottery and is healthy as a Olympic athlete. Indeed, even if our gloomy friends win $50 million in the morning, discovers the cure for both AIDS and cancer by noon, makes peace between Israelis and Palestinians that afternoon, and then in the evening reunites with her long-lost child who disappeared years ago, she would still be incapable of experience anything beyond level 7 happiness. Her brain is simply not built for exhilaration, come what may. Think for a moment of your family and friends. You know some people who remain relatively joyful no matter what befalls them. And then there are those who are always disgruntled no matter what gifts the world lays at their feet. We tend to believe that if we could just change our workplace, get married, finish writing that novel, buy a new car or repay the mortgage, we would be on top of the world. Yet when we get what we desire, we don't seem to be any happier. Buying cars and writing novels do not change our biochemistry. They can startle it for a fleeting moment, but it is soon back to its set point. How can this be squared with the above mentioned psychological and sociological findings that, for example, married people are happier on average than singles? First, these findings are correlations. The direction of causation may be the opposite of what some researchers have assumed. It is true that married people are happier than singles and divorcees, but that does not necessarily mean that marriage produces happiness. It could be that happiness causes marriage, or more correctly, that serotonin, dopamine, and oxytocin bring about and maintain a marriage. People who are born with a cheerful biochemistry are generally happy and content. Such people are more attractive spouse, and consequently they have a greater chance of getting married. They are also less likely to divorce because it is far easier to live with a happy and content spouse than with a depressed and dissatisfied one. Consequently, it's true that married people are happier on average than singles, but a single woman prone to gloom because of her biochemistry would not necessarily become happier if she were to hook up with a husband. In addition, most biologists are not fanatics. They maintain that happiness is determined mainly by biochemistry, but they agree that psychological and sociological factors also have their place. Our mental air conditioning system has some freedom of movement within predetermined borders. It is almost impossible to exceed the upper and lower emotional boundaries, but marriage and divorce can have an impact in the area between the two. Somebody born with an average of level 5 happiness would never dance wildly in the streets, but a good marriage should enable her to enjoy level 7 from time to time and to avoid the despondency of level 3. If we accept a biological approach to happiness, then history turns out to be of minor importance. Since most historical events have had no impact on our biochemistry, history can change the external stimuli that cause serotonin to be secreted. Yet, it does not change the resulting serotonin levels, and hence, it cannot make people happier. Compare a medieval French peasant to a modern Parisian banker. The peasant lived in an unheated mud but hut overlooking the local pigsty, while the banker goes home to a splendid penthouse with all the latest technological gadgets and a view to the champ's Alice's. Intuitively, we would expect the banker to be much happier than the peasant. However, mud huts, penthouses, and champ aliases don't really determine our mood. Serotonin does. When the medieval peasant completed the construction of his mud hut, his brain neurons secreted serotonin, bringing it up to level 10. When in 2014 the banker made the last payment on his wonderful penthouse, brain neurons secreted a similar amount of serotonin, bringing it up to a similar level X. It takes no difference to the brain that the penthouse is far more comfortable than the mud hut. The only thing that matters is that at present the level of serotonin is X. Consequently, the banker would not be one iota happier than his great-great-great-grandfather, the poor medieval peasant. This is true not only of private lives but also of great collective events. Take for example the French Revolution. The revolutionaries were busy. They executed the king, gave lands to the peasants, declared the rights of man, abolished noble privileges, and waged war against the whole of Europe. Yet none of that changed French biochemistry. Consequently, despite all the political, social, ideological, and economic upheavals brought about by the revolution, its impact on French happiness was small. Those who won a cheerful biochemistry in the genetic lottery were just as happy before the revolution as after. Those with a gloomy biochemistry complained with Robespierre and Napoleon with the same bitterness with which they earlier complained about Louis XVI and Marie Antoinette. If so, what good was the French Revolution? If people did not become any happier, then what was the point of all that chaos, fear, blood, and war? Biologists would never have stormed the Bastille. People think that this political revolution or that social reform will make them happy, but their biochemistry tricks them time and again. There is only one historical development that has real significance today. When we finally realize that the key to happiness are in the hands of our biochemical system, we can stop wasting our time on politics and social reforms, pushes and ideologies and focus instead on the only thing that can make us truly happy, manipulating our biochemistry. If we invest billions in understanding our brain chemistry and developing appropriate treatments, we can make people far happier than ever before without any needs of revolutions. Project, for example, does not change regimes, but by raising serotonin levels, it lifts people out of their depression. Nothing captures the biological arguments better than the famous New Age slogan, "Happiness begins within." Money, social status, plastic surgery, beautiful houses, powerful positions, none of these will bring you happiness. Lasting happiness only from serotonin, dopamine, and oxytocin. In Aldous Huxley's dystopian novel Brave New World, published in 1932 at the height of the Great Depression, happiness is the supreme value, and psychiatric drugs replace the police and the ballot as the foundation of politics. Each day, each person takes a dose of soma, a synthetic drug which makes people happy without harming their productivity and efficiency. The world state that governs the entire globe is never threatened by wars, revolutions, strikes, or demonstrations because all people are supremely content with their current conditions, whatever they may be. Huxley's vision of the future is far more troubling than George Orwell's 1984. Huxley's world seems monstrous to most readers, but it is hard to explain why. Everybody is happy all the time. What could be wrong with that? The meaning of life. Huxley's disconcerting word is based on the biological assumption that happiness equals pleasure. To be happy is no more and no less than experiencing pleasant bodily sensations, since our biochemistry limits the volume and duration of these sensations. The only way to make people experience a high level of happiness over an extended period of time is to manipulate their biochemical system. But that definition of happiness is contested by some soldiers. In a famous study, Daniel Kahneman, winner of the Nobel Prize in Economics, asked people to recount a typical workday, going through it episode by episode and evaluating how much they enjoyed or disliked each moment. He discovered what seems to be a paradox in most pupils' view of their lives. Take the work involved in raising a child. Kahneman found that when counting moments of joy and moments of drudgery, bringing up a child turns out to be a rather unpleasant affair. It consists largely of changing nappies, washing dishes, and dealing with temper tantrum, which nobody likes to do. Yet most parents declare that their children are their and cheap source of happiness. Does it mean that people don't only know what's good for them? That's one opinion. Another is that the findings demonstrates that happiness is not the surplus of pleasant over unpleasant moments. Rather, happiness consists in seeing one's life in its entirety as meaningful and worthwhile. There is an important cognitive and ethical component to happiness. Our values make all the difference to whether we see ourselves as miserable slaves to a baby dictator or as lovingly nurturing a new life. As Nietzsche put it, if you have a why to live, you can bear almost anyhow. A meaningful life can be extremely satisfying, even in the midst of hardship, whereas a meaningless life is terrible, ordeal no matter how comfortable it is. Though people in all cultures and eras have felt the same type of pleasures and pains, the meaning they have ascribed to their experiences has probably varied widely. If so, the history of happiness might have been far more turbulent than biologists imagine. It's a conclusion that does not necessarily favor modernity. Assessing life minute by minute, medieval people certainly had it rough. However, if they believed the promise of everlasting bliss in the afterlife, they may well have viewed their lives as far more meaningful and worthwhile than modern secular people, who in the long term can expect nothing but complete and meaningless oblivion. Ask, are you satisfied with your life as a whole? People in the Middle Ages might have scored quite highly in a subjective well-being questionnaire. So, our medieval ancestors were happy because they found meaning to life in collective delusions about the afterlife. Yes, as long as nobody punctured their fantasies. Why should not they? As far as we can tell, from a purely scientific viewpoint, human life has absolutely no meaning. Humans are the outcome of planned evolutionary processes that operate without goal or purpose. Our actions are not part of some divine cosmic plan, and if planet Earth were to blow up tomorrow morning, the universe would probably keep going about its business as usual. As far as we can tell at this point, human subjectivity would not be missed. Hence, any meaning that people ascribe to their lives is just a delusion. The other worldly meanings medieval people found in their lives were no more deluded than the modern humanist, nationalist, and capitalist meaning modern people find. The scientist who says her life is meaningful because she increases the store of human knowledge, the soldier who declares that his life is meaningful because he fights to defend his homeland, and the entrepreneur who finds meaning in building a new company are no less delusional than their medieval counterparts, who found meaning in reading scriptures, going on a crusade, or building a new cathedral. So perhaps happiness is synchronizing one's personal delusions of meaning with the prevailing collective delusion. As long as my personal narrative is in line with the narratives of the people around me, I can convince myself that my life is meaningful and find happiness in that conviction. This is quite a depressing conclusion. Does happiness really depend on self delusion? Know thyself. If happiness is based on feeling pleasant sensation, then in order to be happier, we need to re-engineer our biochemical system. If happiness is based on feeling that life is meaningful, then in order to be happier, we need to delude ourselves more effectively. Is there a third alternative? Both the above views share the assumptions that happiness is some sort of subjective feeling of either pleasure or meaning, and that in order to judge people's happiness, all we need to do is ask them how they feel. To many of us, that seems logical because the dominant religion of our age is liberalism. Liberalism sanctifies the subjective feelings of individuals. It views these feelings as the supreme source of authority. What is good and what is bad, what is beautiful and what is ugly, that ought to be and what ought not to be, are all determined by what each one of us feels. Liberal politics is based on the idea that the voters know best, and there is no need for Big Brother to tell us what is good for us. Liberal economics is based on the idea that the customer is always right. Liberal art declares that beauty is in the eyes of the beholder. Students in liberal schools and universities are taught to think for themselves. Commercial urge us to just do it. Action films, stage drama, soap operas, novels and catchy pop songs indoctrinate us constantly. Be true to yourself. Listen to yourself. Follow your heart. Jean Jacobs Rousseau stated this view most classically. What I feel to be good is good. What I feel to be bad is bad. People who have been raised from infancy on a diet of such slogans are prone to believe that happiness is a subjective feeling and that each individual best knows whether she is happy or miserable. Yet this view is unique to liberalism. Most religions and ideologies throughout history stated that there are objective yardsticks for goodness and beauty and for how things ought to be. They were suspicious of the feelings and preferences of the ordinary person. At the entrance of the temple of Apollo at Delphi, pilgrims were greeted by the inscription, "Know thyself." The implication was that the average person is ignorant of his true self and is therefore likely to be ignorant of true happiness. Freud would probably concur, and so would Christian theologians. St. Paul and St. Augustine knew perfectly well that if you ask people about it, most of them would prefer to have sex than pray to God. Does that prove that having sex is the key to happiness? Not according to Paul and Augustine. It proves only that humankind is sinful by nature and that people are easily seduced by Satan. From a Christian viewpoint, the vast majority of people are in more or less the same situation as heroin addicts. Imagine that a psychologist embarked on a study of happiness among drug users. He polls them and finds that they declare, every single one of them, that they are only happy when they suit up. Would the psychologist publish a paper declaring that heroin is the key to happiness? The idea that feelings are not to be trusted is not restricted to Christianity. At least, when it comes to the value of feelings, even Darwin and Dawkins might find common ground with St. Paul and St. Augustine. According to the selfish gene theory, Natural selection makes people, like other organisms, choose what is good for the reproduction of their genes, even if it is bad for them as individuals. Most males spend their lives toiling, worrying, competing, and fighting instead of enjoying peaceful bliss, because their DNA manipulates them for its own selfish aims, like Satan. DNA uses fleeting pleasures to tempt people and praise them in its power. Most religions and philosophies have consequently taken a very different approach to happiness than liberalism does. The Buddhist position is particularly interesting. Buddhism has assigned the question of happiness more importance than perhaps any other human creed. For 2500 years, Buddhists have systematically studied the sense and cause of happiness, which is why there is a growing interest among the scientific community, both in their philosophy and their meditation practices. Buddhism shares the basic insight of the biological approach to happiness, namely that happiness results from processes occurring within one's body and not from events in the outside world, however starting from the same inside. Buddhism reaches very different conclusions. According to Buddhism, most people identify happiness with pleasant feelings, while identifying suffering with unpleasant feelings. People consequently ascribe immense importance to what they feel, craving to experience more and more pleasure while avoiding pain. Whatever we do throughout our lives, whether scratching our leg, fidgeting slightly in the chair, or fighting bird wars, we are just trying to get pleasant feelings. The problem, according to Buddhism, is that our feelings are no more than fleeting vibrations, changing every moment like the ocean waves. If 5 minutes ago I felt joyful and purposeful, now these feelings are gone and I might well feel sad and dejected. So if I want to experience pleasant feelings, I have to constantly chase them while driving away the unpleasant feelings. Even if I succeed, I immediately have to start all over again without ever getting any lasting reward for my troubles. What is so important about obtaining such ephemeral prizes? Why struggle so hard to achieve something that disappears almost as soon as it arises? According to Buddhism, the root of suffering is neither the feeling of pain, nor of sadness, nor even of meaninglessness. Rather, the real root of suffering is this never-ending and pointless pursuit of ephemeral feelings, which causes us to be in a constant state of tension, restlessness, and dissatisfaction. Due to this pursuit, the mind is never satisfied, even when experiencing pleasure. It is not contained because it fears this feeling might soon disappear and craves that this feeling should stay and intensify. People are liberated from suffering not when they experience this or that fleeting pleasure, but rather when they understand the impermanent nature of all their feelings and stop grabbing them. This is the aim of Buddhist meditation practices. In meditation, you are supposed to closely observe your mind and body, witness the ceaseless arising and passing of all your feelings, and realize how pointless it is to pursue them. When the pursuit stops, the mind becomes very relaxed, clear, and satisfied. All kinds of feelings go on arising and passing: joy, anger, boredom, lust. But once you stop grabbing particular feelings, you can just accept them for what they are. You live in the present moment instead of fantasizing about what might have been. The resulting serenity is so profound that those who spend their lives in the frenzied pursuit of pleasant feelings can hardly imagine it. It is likely a man standing for decades on the seashore, embracing certain good waves and trying to prevent them from disintegrating, while simultaneously pushing back bad waves to prevent them from getting near to him. Day in, day out, the man stands on the beach, driving himself crazy with this fruitless exercise. Eventually, he sits down on the sand and just allows the waves to come and go as they please. How peaceful! This idea is so alien to modern liberal culture that when Western New Age movements encountered Buddhist insight, they translated them into liberal terms, thereby turning them on their head. New Age cult frequently argue happiness does not depend on external conditions. It depends only on what we feel inside. People should stop pursuing external achievements such as wealth and status and connect instead with their inner feelings. Or more succinctly, happiness begins within. This is exactly what biologists argue, but more or less the opposite of what Buddha said. Buddha agreed with modern biology and New Age movements that happiness is independent of external conditions. Yet his more important and far more profound insight was that true happiness is also independent of our inner feelings. Indeed, the more significance we give our feelings, the more we crave them and the more we suffer. Buddha's recommendations was to stop not only the pursuit of external achievements, but also the pursuit of inner feelings. To sum up, subjective well-being questionnaires identify our well-being with our subjective feelings and identify the pursuit of happiness with the pursuit of particular emotional states. In contrast, for many traditional philosophies and religions, such as Buddhism, the key to happiness is to know the true truth about yourself, to understand who or what you really are. Most people wrongly identify themselves with their feelings, thoughts, likes, and dislikes. When they feel anger, they think I am angry. This is my anger. They consequently spend their life avoiding some kinds of feelings and pursuing others. They never realize that they are not their feeling and that the relentless pursuit of particular feelings just traps them in misery. If this is so, then our entire understanding of the history of happiness might be misguided. Maybe it is not so important whether pupils' expectations are fulfilled and whether they enjoyed pleasant feelings. The main question is whether pupils know the truth about themselves. What evidence do we have that pupils today understand this truth any better than ancient foragers or medieval peasants? Scholars began to study the history of happiness only a few years ago, and we are still formulating initial hypotheses and searching for appropriate research methods. It's much too early to adopt rigid conclusions and end a debate that's hardly yet begun. What is important is to get to know as many different approaches as possible and to ask the right questions. Most history books focus on the ideas of great thinkers, the bravery of warriors, the charity of saints, and the creativity of artists. They have much to tell about the weaving and unraveling of social structures, about the rise and fall of empires, about the discovery and spread of technologies. Yet they say nothing about how all this his influence the happiness and suffering of individuals. This is the biggest lacuna in our understanding of history. We had better start feeling it. Paradoxically, while psychological studies of subjective well-being rely on pupils' ability to diagnose their happiness correctly, the basic reason they of psychotherapy is that pupils don't really know themselves and they sometimes need professional help to free themselves of self-destructive behaviors. Chapter 20: The End of Homo sapiens. This book begins by presenting history as the next stage in the continuum of physics to chemistry to biology. Sapiens are subject to the same physical forces, chemical reactions, and natural selection processes that govern all living beings. Natural selection may have provided Homo sapiens with a much larger playing field than it has given to any other organism. But the field had still had its boundaries. The implications has been that no matter what their efforts and achievements, sapiens are incapable of breaking free of their biologically determined limits. But at the dawn of the 21st century, this is no longer true. Homo sapiens is transcending those limits. It is now beginning to break the laws of natural selection, replacing them with the laws of intelligent design. For close to 4 billion years, every single organism on the planet evolved subject to natural selection. Not even one was designed by an intelligent creator. The giraffe, for example, got its long neck thanks to competition between archaic giraffes rather than to whims of a super intelligent being. Proto-giraffes who had longer neck had access to more food and consequently produced more offspring than did those with shorter necks. Certainly not, the giraffe said. A long neck would enable giraffes to munch leaves off the treetops. Rats extended. The beauty of Darwin's theory is that it does not need to assume an intelligent designer to explain how giraffes ended up with long necks. For billions of years, intelligent design was not even an option because there was no intelligence which could design things. Microorganisms, which until quite recently were the only living things around, are capable of amazing feats. A microorganism belonging to one species can incorporate genetic codes from a completely different species into its cell and thereby gain new capabilities resistance to antibiotics. Yet, as best we know, microorganisms have no consciousness, no aims in life, and no ability to plan ahead. At some stage, organisms such as giraffes, dolphins, chimpanzees, and Neanderthals evolved consciousness and the ability to plan ahead. But even if a Neanderthal fantasized about fowls so fat and slow moving that he could just scoop them up whenever he was hungry, he had no way of turning that fantasy into reality. He had to hunt the birds that had been naturally selected. The first crack in the old regime appeared about 10,000 years ago. During the agricultural revolution, sapiens who dreamed of fat, slow-moving chickens discovered that if they mated the fattest hen with the slowest cock, some of their offspring would be both fat and slow. If you mated those offspring with each other, you could produce a line of fat. Slow birds, it was a race of chickens, unknown to nature, produced by the intelligent design not of a god, but of a human. Still, compared to an all-powerful deity, Homo sapiens had limited design skills. Sapiens could use selective breeding to detour around and accelerate the natural selection processes that normally affected chickens, but they could not introduce completely new characteristics that were absent from the genetic pool of wild chickens. In a way, the relationship between Homo sapiens and chickens was similar to many other symbiotic relationships that have so often arisen on their own in nature. Sapiens exerted peculiar selective pressures on chickens that caused the fat and slow ones to proliferate, just as pollinating bees select flowers, causing the bright, colorful ones to proliferate. Today, the 4 billion years old regime of natural selection is facing a completely different challenge. In laboratories throughout the world, scientists are engineering living beings. They break the laws of natural selection with impunity, unbridled even by an organism's original characteristics. Eduardo Kac, a Brazilian bioartist, decided in 2000 to create a new work of art, a fluorescent green rabbit. Kac contacted a French laboratory and offered it a fee to engineer a radiant bunny according to his specification. The French scientist took a run-of-the-mill white rabbit embryo, implanted in its DNA a gene, taken from a green fluorescent jellyfish and boiler, one green fluorescent rabbit for Monsieur Cack named the rabbit Alva. It is impossible to explain the existence of Alva through the laws of natural selection. She is the product of intelligent design. She is also a harbinger of things to come if the potential Alva signifies is realized in full, and if humankind does not annihilate itself meanwhile. The scientific revolution might prove itself far greater than a mere historical revolution. It may turn out to be the most important biological revolution since the appearance of life on Earth. After 4 billion years of natural selection, Alva stands at the dawn of a new cosmic era in which life will be ruled by intelligent design. If this happens, the whole of the human history up to that point might, with hindsight, be reinterpreted as a process of experimentation and apprenticeship that revolutionized the game of life. Such a process should be understood from a cosmic perspective of billions of years rather than from a human perspective of millennia. Biologists the world over are locked in battle with the intelligent design movements, which opposes the teachings of Darwinian evolution in schools and claims that biological complexity proves there must be a creator who thought out all biological details in advance. The biologists are right about the past, but the proponents of intelligent design might ironically be right about the future. At the time of writing, the replacement of natural selection by intelligent design could happen in any of the 3 ways: through biological engineering, cyborg engineering. Cyborgs are beings that combine organic with non-organic parts, or the engineering of inorganic life, of mice and man. Biological engineering is deliberate human intervention on the biological level. For example, implanting a gene aimed at modifying an organism's shape, capabilities, needs, or desires in order to realize some preconceived cultural idea, such as the artistic predilections of Eduardo Keck. There is nothing new about biological engineering per se. People have been using it for millennia in order to reshape themselves and other organisms. A simple example is castration. Humans have been castrating bulls for perhaps 10,000 years in order to create oxen. Oxen are less aggressive and are thus easier to train to pull plugs. Humans also castrated their own young males to create soprano singers with enchanting voices and eunuchs who could safely be entrusted with overseeing the sultan's harem. But recent advances in our understanding of how organisms work, down to the cellular and nuclear levels, have opened up previously unimaginable possibilities. For instance, we can today not merely castrate a man but also change his sex through surgical and hormonal treatments. But that's not all. Consider the surprise, disgust, and consternations that ensued when in 1996 the following photograph appeared in newspaper and on television. A mouse on whose back scientists grew an ear made of cattle cartilage cells. It is an eerie echo of the Lion Man statue from the Stater Cave 30,000 years ago. Humans were already fantasizing about combining different species. Today they can actually produce such chimeras. No Photoshop bar is not involved. No, Photoshop bar is not involved. It's an untouched photo of a real mouse on whose back scientists implanted cattle cartilage cells. The scientists were able to control the growth of the new tissue, shaping it in this case into something that looks like a human ear. The process may soon enable scientists to manufacture artificial ears which could then be implanted in humans. Even more remarkable, wonders can be performed with genetic engineering, which is why it raises a host of ethical, political, and ideological issues. And it's not just pious monotheists who object that man should not usurp God's role. Many conformist atheists are no less shocked by the idea that scientists are stepping into nature's shoes. Animal rights activists decry the suffering caused to lab animals in genetic engineering experiments and to the farmyard animals that are engineered in complete disregard of their needs and desires. Human rights activists are afraid that genetic engineering might be used to create superhuman who will make serfs of the rest of us. Jeremiah's offer apocalyptic visions of bio-dictatorships that will clone fearless soldiers and obedient workers. The prevailing feeling is that too many opportunities are opening too quickly and that our ability to modify genes is outpacing our capacity for making wise and far-sighted use of the skill. The result is that we are at present using only a fraction of the potential of genetic engineering. Most of the organisms now being engineered are those with the weakest political lobbies: plants, fungi, bacteria, and insects. For example, lines of E. coli, a bacterium that lives symbiotically in the human gut and which makes headlines when it gets out of the gut and causes deadly infections, have been genetically engineered to produce biofuel. E. coli and several species of fungi have also been engineered to produce insulin, thereby lowering the cost of diabetes treatment. A gene extracted from an Arctic fish has been inserted into potatoes, making the plants more frost resistant. A few mammals have also been subject to genetic engineering. Every year, the dairy industry suffers billions of dollars in damages due to mastitis, a disease that strikes dairy cow udders. Scientists are currently experimenting with genetically engineered cows whose milk contains lysostapin, a biochemical that attacks the bacteria responsible for the disease. The pork industry, which has suffered from falling sales because consumers are wary of the unhealthy fats in ham and bacon, has hopes for a still experimental line of pigs implanted with genetic material from a bird. The new genes cause the pigs to turn bad omega-6 fatty acid into its healthy cousin, omega-3. The next generation of genetic engineering will make pigs with good fat look like child's play. Genetics have managed not merely to extend sixfold the average life expectancy of worms, but also to engineer genius mice that display much improved memory and learning skills. Voles are small, stout wooden, resembling mice, and most varieties of voles are promiscuous. But there is one species in which boy and girl voles form lasting and monogamous relationships. Geneticists claim to have isolated the genes responsible for vole monogamy. If the addition of a gene can turn a beau Don Juan into a loyal and loving husband, are we far off from being able to genetically engineer not only the individual abilities of rodents and humans, but also their social structures. The return of the Neanderthals. But geneticists do not only want to transform living lineages, they aim to revive extinct creatures as well, and not just dinosaurs as in Jurassic Park. A team of Russian, Japanese, and Korean scientists has recently mapped the genome of ancient mammoth found frozen in the Siberian ice. They now plan to take a fertilized egg cell of a present-day elephant, replace the elephantine DNA with a reconstruction mammoth DNA, and implant the egg in the womb of an elephant. After about 22 months, they expect the first mammoth in 5,000 years to be born. But why stop at mammoth? Professor George Church of Harvard University, recently suggested that with the completion of the Neanderthal Genome Project, we can now implant reconstructed Neanderthal DNA into a sapiens ovum, thus producing the first Neanderthal child in 30,000 years. A sapiens ovum, thus producing the first Neanderthal child in 30,000 years. Church claimed that he could do the job for a paltry $30 million. Several women have already volunteered to serve as surrogate mothers. What do we need Neanderthals for? Some argue that if we could study live Neanderthals, we could answer some of the most nagging questions about the origins and uniqueness of Homo sapiens. By comparing a Neanderthals to a Homo sapiens brain and mapping out where their structures differs, perhaps we could identify what biological change produced consciousness as we experience it. There is an ethical reason. Too, some have argued that if Homo sapiens was responsible for the extinction of the Neanderthals, it has a moral duty to resurrect them. And having some Neanderthals around might be useful. Lots of industrialists would be glad to pay one Neanderthal to do the manual work of two sapiens. But why stop at Neanderthals? Why not go back to God's drawing boards and design a better sapiens? The abilities, needs and desires of Homo sapiens have a genetic basis and the sapiens genome is no more complex than that of boars and mice. The mouse genome contains about 2.5 billion nucleobases. The sapiens genome about 2.9 billion bases, meaning the latter is only 14% larger in the medium range. Perhaps in a few decades, genetic engineering and other forms of biological engineering might enable us to make far-reaching alterations, not only to our physiology, immune system and life expectancy, but also to our intellectual and emotional capacities. If genetic engineering can create genius mice, why not genius humans? If it can create monogamous boars, why not humans hardwired to remain faithful to their partners? The cognitive revolution that turned Homo sapiens from an insignificant ape into the master of the world did not require any noticeable change in physiology or even in the size and external shape of the sapiens brain. It apparently involved no more than a few small changes to internal brain structure. Perhaps another small change would be enough to ignite a second cognitive revolution, create a completely new type of consciousness, and transform Homo sapiens into something altogether different. 2. We still don't have the acumen to achieve this, but there seems to be no insurmountable technical barrier preventing us from producing superhumans. The main obstacles are the ethical and political objections that have slowed down research on humans, and no matter how convincing the ethical arguments may be, it is hard to see how they can hold back the next step for long, especially if what is at stake is the possibility of prolonging human life indefinitely, conquering incurable disease, and upgrading our cognitive and emotional abilities. What would happen, for example, if we developed a cure for Alzheimer's disease that, as a side benefit, could dramatically improve the memories of healthy pupils? Would anyone be able to halt the relevant research? And when cure is developed, could any law enforcement agency limit it to Alzheimer's patients and prevent healthy people from using it to acquire super memories? It's unclear whether bioengineering could really resurrect the Neanderthals, but it would very likely bring down the curtain on Homo sapiens. Tinkering with our genes would not necessarily kill us, but we might fiddle with Homo sapiens to such an extent that we would no longer be Homo sapiens. Bionic life. There is another new technology which could change the laws of life. Cyborgs engineering. Cyborgs are beings which combine organic and inorganic parts, such as human with bionic hands. In a sense, nearly all of us are bionic these days since our natural senses and functions are supplemented by devices such as eyeglasses, pacemakers, orthotics, and even computers and mobile phones, which relieve our brain of some of their data storage and processing burdens. We stand poised on the brink of becoming true cyborgs, of having inorganic features that are inseparable from our body, features that modify our abilities, desires, personalities, and identities. The Defense Advanced Research Project Agency (DARPA), a US military research agency, is developing cyborgs out of insects. The idea is to implant electronic chips, detectors, and processors in the body of a fly or cockroach, which will enable either a human or an automatic operator to control the insect's movements remotely and to absorb and transmit information. Such a fly could be sitting on the wall at enemy headquarters, eavesdropped on the most secret conversation, and if it is not caught first by the spider, could inform us exactly what the enemy is planning. In 2006, the US Naval Undersea Warfare Center reported its intention to develop cyborg shark, declaring NUWC is developing a fish tag whose goal is behavioral control of host animal via neural implants. The developers hope to identify underwater electromagnetic fields made by submarines and mines by exploiting the natural magnetic detecting capabilities of sharks, which are superior to those of any man-made detectors. Sapiens too are being turned into cyborgs. The newest generation of hearing aids are sometimes referred to as bionic ear. The device consists of an implant that absorbs sounds through a microphone located in the outer part of the ear. The implant filters the sounds, identifies human voices, and transplants them into electric signals that are sent directly to the central auditory nerve and from there to the brain. Retina implant. A government-sponsored German company is developing a retinal prosthesis that may allow blind people to gain partial vision. It involves implanting a small microchip inside the patient's eye. Photocells absorb light falling on the eye and transform it into electrical energy, which stimulates the intact nerve cells in the retina. The nervous impulses from these cells stimulate the brain, where they are translated into sight. At present, the technology allows patients to orientate themselves in space, identify letters, and even recognize faces. Jesse Sullivan, an American electrician, lost both arms up to the shoulder in 2001 accident. Today he uses two bionic arms, courtesy of the Rehabilitation Institute of Chicago. The special feature of Jesse's new arms is that they are operated by thought alone. Neural signals arriving from Jesse's brain are translated by microcomputers into electrical commands, and the arms move. When Jesse wants to raise his arm, he does what any normal person unconsciously does, and the arm rises. These arms can perform a much more limited range of movements than organic arms, but they enable Jesse to carry out simple daily functions. A similar bionic arms has recently been outfitted for Claudia Mitchell, an American soldier who lost her arm in a motorcycle accident. Scientists believe that we will soon have bionic arms that will not only move when willed to move, but will also be able to transmit signals back to the brain, thereby enabling amputees to regain even the sensation of touch. At present, these bionic arms are a poor replacement for our organic originals, but they have the potential for unlimited development. Bionic arms for example, can be made far more powerful than their organic kin, making even a boxing champion feel like a beginning. Moreover, bionic arms have the advantage that they can be replaced every few years or detached from the body and operated at a distance. Scientists at Duke University in North Carolina have recently demonstrated this with the rhesus monkeys whose brains have been implanted with electrodes. The electrodes gather signals from the brain and transmit them to external devices. The monkeys have been trained to control detached bionic arms and legs through thought only. Alone, one monkey named Aurora learned to control a detached bionic arm while simultaneously moving her two organic arms. Like some Hindu goddess, Aurora now has three arms, and her arms can be located in different rooms or even cities. She can sit in her North Carolina lab, scratch her back with one hand, scratch her head with second, and simultaneously steal a banana in New York. Although the ability to eat a purloined fruit at a distance remains a dream. Another rhesus monkey, Ioda, Idoia, a bone bird fame in 2008 when the thought controlled a pair of bionic legs in Kyoto, Japan from her North Carolina chair. The legs were 20 times Idoia's weight. Locked-in syndrome is a condition in which a person loses all or nearly all her ability to move any part of her body, while her cognitive abilities remain intact. Patients suffering from the syndrome have up till now been able to communicate with the outside world only through small eye movements. However, a few patients have had brain signal gathering electrodes implanted in their brain. Efforts are being made to translate such signals not merely into movements but also into words. If the experiments succeed, locked-in patients could finally speak directly with the outside world, and we might eventually be able to use the technology to read other people's minds. Yet of all the projects currently under development, the most revolutionary is the attempt to devise a direct two-way brain-computer interface that will allow computers to read the electrical signals of a human brain, simultaneously transmitting signals that the brain can read in turn. What if such interfaces are used to directly link a brain to the internet or to directly link brains to each other, thereby creating a sort of inter-brain net? What might happen to human memory, human consciousness, and human identity if the brain has direct access to a collective memory bank? In such a situation, one cyborg could, for example, retrieve the memories of another, not hear about them, not read about them in an autobiography, not imagine them, but directly remember them as if they were his own or her own. What happens to concepts such as the self and gender identity when minds become collective? How could you know thyself or follow your dreams if the dream is not in your mind but in some collective reservoir of aspiration? Such a cyborg would no longer be human or even organic. It would be something completely different. It would be so fundamentally another kind of being that we cannot even grasp the philosophical, psychological, or political implications. Another life. The third way to change the laws of life is to engineer completely inorganic beings. The most obvious examples are computer programs and computer viruses that can undergo independent evolution. The field of genetic programming is today one of the most interesting spots in the computer science world. It tries to emulate the methods of genetic evolution. Many programmers dream of creating a program that could learn and evolve completely independently of its creator. In this case, the programmer would be a premium mobile, a by a first mover, but his creation would be free to evolve in directions neither its maker nor any other human could ever have envisaged. A prototype for such a program already exists. It's called a computer virus as it is spread through the internet. The virus replicates itself millions upon millions of times, all the while being chased by predatory antivirus programs and competing with other viruses for a place in cyberspace. One day, when the virus replicates itself, it occurs a computerized mutation. Perhaps the mutation occurs because the human engineer programmed the virus to make occasional random replication mistakes. Perhaps the mutation was due to a random error. If by chance the modified virus is better at evading antivirus programs without losing its ability to invade other computers, it will spread to cyberspace. If so, the mutants will survive and reproduce as time goes by. Cyberspace would be full of new viruses that nobody engineered and that undergo non-organic evolution. Are these living creatures? It depends on what you mean by living creatures. They have certainly been produced by a new evolutionary process, completely independent of the laws and limitations of organic evolution. Imagine another possibility. Suppose you could back up your brain to a portable hard drive and then run it on your laptop. Would your laptop be able to think and feel just like a sapiens? If so, would it be you or someone else? What if computer programmers could create an entirely new but digital mind, composed of computer code, complete with a sense of self, consciousness, and memory? If you ran the program on your computer, would it be a person? If you deleted it, could you be charged with murder? We might soon have the answer to such questions. The Human Brain Project, founded in 2005, hopes to recreate a complete human brain inside a computer, with electronic circuits in the computer emulating neural networks in the brain. The project director has claimed that if funded properly within a decade or two, we could have an artificial human brain inside a computer that could talk and behave very much as a human does. If successful, that would mean that could talk and behave. That would mean that after 4 billion years of milling around inside the small world of organic compounds, life will suddenly break out into the vastness of the inorganic realm, ready to take up shapes beyond our wildest dreams. Not all scholars agree that the mind works in a manner analogous to today's digital computers, and if it does not, present-day computers would not be able to still simulate it. Yet, it would be foolish to categorically dismiss the possibility before giving it a try. In 2013, the project received a grant of €1 billion from the European Union. The singularity presently on a tiny fraction of these new opportunities have been realized. Yet the world of 2014 is already a world in which culture is releasing itself from the shackles of biology. Our ability to engineer not merely the world around us, but above all the other world inside our bodies and minds, is developing at breakneck speed. More and more spheres of activity are being shaken out of their complacent ways. Lawyers need to rethink issues of privacy and identity. Governments are faced with rethinking matters of healthcare and equality. Sports or associations and educational institutions need to redefine fair play and achievements. Pension funds and labor markets should readjust to a world in which 60 might be the new 30. They must all deal with the conundrums of bioengineering, cyborgs, and inorganic life. Mapping the first human genome required 15 years and $3 billion. Today you can map a person's DNA within a few weeks and at the cost of a few $100s. The era of personalized medicine that matches treatment to DNA has begun. The family doctor could soon tell you with greater certainty that you face high risk of liver cancer, whereas you need not worry too much about heart attacks. She could determine that a popular medication that helps 92% of people is useless to you, and you should instead take another pill, fatter to many people but just right for you. The road to near perfect medicine stands before us. However, with improvements in medical knowledge will come new ethical conundrums. Ethicists and legal experts are already wrestling with the thorny issue of privacy as it relates to DNA. Would insurance companies be entitled to ask for our DNA scans and to raise premiums if they discover a genetic tendency to reckless behavior? Would we be required to fax our DNA rather than our CV to potential employees? Could an employer favor a candidate because his DNA looks better, or could be sued in such cases for genetic discrimination? Could a company that develops a new creatures or a new organ register a patient on its DNA sequences? It is obvious that one can own a particular chicken, but can one own an entire species? Such dilemmas are dwarfed by the ethical, social, and political implications of the Gilgamesh project and our potential new abilities to create superhumans. The Universal Declaration of Human Rights, government medical programs throughout the world, national health insurance programs, and national constitutions worldwide recognize that a human society ought to give all its members fair medical treatment and keep them in relatively good health. That was all well and good as long as medicine was chiefly concerned with preventing illness and healing the sick. What might happen once medicine becomes preoccupied with enhancing human abilities? Would all humans be entitled to such enhanced abilities, or would there be a new superhuman elite? Our late modern world prides itself on recognizing for the first time in history the basic equality of all humans, yet it might be poised to create the most unequal of all societies. Throughout history, the upper classes always claimed to be smarter, stronger, and generally better than the underclass. They were usually deluding themselves. A baby born to a poor peasant family was likely to be as intelligent as the crown prince, with the help of new medical capabilities. The pretensions of the upper classes might soon become an objective reality. This is not science fiction. Most science fiction plots describe a world in which sapiens identical to us enjoy superior technology such as light speed, spaceship, and laser guns. The ethical and political dilemmas central to these plots are taken from our own world, and they merely recreate our emotional and social tensions against a futuristic backdrop. Yet, the real potential of future technologies is to change Homo sapiens itself, including our emotions and desires, and not merely our vehicles and weapons. What is a spaceship compared to an eternally young cyborg who does not breed and has no sexuality, who can share thoughts directly with other beings, whose ability to focus and remember are 1,000 times greater than our own, and who is never angry or sad, but has emotions and desires that we cannot begin to imagine? Science fiction rarely describes such a future because an accurate description is, by definition, incomprehensible. Producing a film about the life of some super cyborg is akin to producing Hamlet for an audience of Neanderthals. Indeed, the future masters of the world will probably be more different from us than we can be. We are from Neanderthals, whereas we and the Neanderthals are at least human. Our inheritors will be godlike. Physicists define the Big Bang as a singularity. It is a point at which all the known laws of Nature did not exist. Time too did not exist. It is thus meaningless to say that anything existed before the Big Bang. We may be fast approaching a new singularity when all the concepts that give meaning to our world, me, you, man, woman, love and hate, will become irrelevant. Anything happening beyond that point is meaningless to us. The Frankenstein's prophecy. In 1818, Mary Shelley published Frankenstein's, the story of a scientist who creates an artificial being that goes out of control and wreaks havoc. In the last 2 centuries, the same story has been told over and over again in countless versions. It has become a central pillar of our new scientific mythology. At first sight, the Frankenstein story appears to warn us that if we try to play God and engineer life, we will be punished severely. Yet the story has a deeper meaning. The Frankenstein's myth confronts Homo sapiens with the fact that the last days are fast approaching. Unless some nuclear or ecological catastrophe intervenes, so goes the story. The pack of technological developments will soon lead to the replacement the Homo sapiens by completely different beings who possess not only different physics but also very different cognitive and emotional worlds. This is something most sapiens find extremely disconcerting. We like to believe that in the future, people, just like us, will travel from planet to planet in fast spaceship. We don't like to contemplate the possibility that in the future beings with emotions and identities like ours will no longer exist and our place will be taken by alien life forms whose abilities dwarf our own. We somehow find comfort in the idea that Dr. Frankenstein created a terrible monster whom we had to destroy in order to save ourselves. We like to tell the story that way because it implies that we are the best of all beings, that there never was and never will be something better than us. Any attempt to improve us will inevitably fail because even if our bodies might be improved, you cannot touch the human spirit. We would have a hard time swallowing the fact that scientists could engineer spirits as well as bodies, and that future Dr. Frankenstein could therefore create something truly superior to us, something that will look at us as condescendingly as we look at the Neanderthals. We cannot be retained whether today's Frankensteins will indeed fulfill this prophecy. The future is unknown and it worked. It would be surprising if the forecast of the last few pages were realized in full. However, history teaches us that what seems to be just around the corner may never materialize due to unforeseen barriers, and that other unimagined scenarios will in fact come to pass. When the nuclear age erupted in the 1940s, many forecasts were made about the future nuclear world of the year 2000, when Sputnik and Apollo 2 fired the imagination of the world. Everyone began predicting that by the end of the century, people would be living in space colonies on Mars and Pluto. Few of these forecasts came true. On the other hand, nobody foresaw the internet. So don't go out just yet to buy liability insurance to indemnify you against lawsuits filed by digital beings. The above fantasies or nightmares are just stimulants to our imagination. What we should take seriously is the idea that the next stage of history will include not only technological and organizational transformation, but also fundamental transformation in human consciousness and identity. And these could be transformations so fundamental that they will call the very term human into question. How long do we have? No one really knows. As already mentioned, some say that by 2050 a few humans will already be immortal. Less radical forecast speaks of the new century or the next millennium. Yet from the perspective of 70,000 years of sapiens history, what are a few millennia If the curtain is indeed about to drop on sapiens history, we members of one of its final generations should devote some time to answering one last question. What do we want? This question, sometimes known as the human enhancement question, drops the debates that currently preoccupy politicians, philosophers, scholars, and ordinary people. After all, today's debate between today's religions, ideologies, nations, and classes will in all likelihood disappear along with Homo sapiens if our successors indeed function on a different level of consciousness, or perhaps possess something beyond consciousness that we cannot even conceive. It seems doubtful that Christianity or Islam will be of interest to them, that their social organization could be communist or capitalist, or that their genders could be male or female. And yet, the great debates of history are important because at least the first generation of these gods would be shaped by the cultural ideas of their human designers. Would they be created in the image of capitalism, of Islam, or of feminism? The answer to this question might send them carrying in entire different directions. Most people prefer not to think about it. Even a field prefers to address another question. What is it forbidden to do? Is it acceptable to carry out genetic experiments on living human beings, on aborted fetuses, on stem cells? Is it ethical to clone sheep and chimpanzees? And what about humans? All of these are important questions, but it is naive to imagine that we might simply hit the brakes and stop the scientific projects that are upgrading Homo sapiens into a different kind of being. For these projects are inextricably meshed together with the Gilgamesh project. Ask scientists why they study the genome or try to connect brain to a computer or try to create a mind inside a computer. 9 out of 10 times you will get the same standard answer: we are doing it to cure diseases and save human lives. Even though the implications of creating a mind inside a computer are far more dramatic than curing psychiatric illnesses. This is the standard justification given because nobody can argue with it. This is why the Gilgamesh project is the flagship of science. It serves to justify everything science does. Dr. Frankenstein's piggybacks on the soldiers of Gilgamesh. Since it is impossible to stop Gilgamesh, it is also impossible to stop Dr. Frankenstein. The only thing we can try to do is to influence the direction scientists are taking, since we might soon be able to engineer our desires too. Perhaps the real question facing us is not what do we want to become, but what do we want to want. Those who are not spooked by this question probably have not given it enough thought. Afterwards, the animal that became a god 70,000 years ago, Homo sapiens, was still an insignificant animal minding its own business in a corner of Africa. In the following millennia, it transformed itself into the master of the entire planet and the terror of the ecosystem. Today, it stands on the verge of the becoming a god, poised to acquire not only eternal youth but also the divine abilities of creation and destruction. Unfortunately, the sapiens regime on Earth has so far produced little that we can be proud of. We have mastered our surroundings, increased food production, built cities, established empires, and created far-flung trade networks. But did we decrease the amount of suffering in the world? Time and again, massive increase in human power did not necessarily improve the well-being of individual sapiens and usually caused immense misery to other animals. In the last few decades, we have at last made some real progress as far as the human condition is concerned, with the reduction of famine, plague, and war. Yet the situation of other animals is deteriorating more rapidly than ever before, and the improvement in the lot of humanity is too recent and fragile to be certain of. Moreover, despite the astonishing thing that humans are capable of doing. We remain unsure of our goals, and we seem to be as discontented as ever. We have advanced from canoes to galleys to steamships to space shuttles, but nobody knows where we are going. We are more powerful than ever before, but have very little idea what to do with all that power. Worse still, humans seem to be more irresponsible than ever, self-made gods with only the laws of physics to keep us company. We are accountable to no one. We are consequently wreaking havoc on our fellow animals and on the surrounding ecosystem, seeking little more than our own comfort and amusement, yet never finding satisfaction. Is there anything more dangerous than dissatisfied and irresponsible gods who don't know what they want? Thank you very much for listening. Have a nice day. Have a thoughtful